Open your eyes and let's have wonderful discussion here on Sunday dinner. Let me hit you with my Sunday dinner intro. That ain't it. There we go. That don't want to work for me. But these conversations are important, and the history. Oh, we gotta be kidding me. Anyway, we just gonna laugh that off, man. I can't even believe it right now. But it's just how I play the same videos every Sunday. How all of a sudden the videos don't work? Y'all, anyway, technology always gonna do what it do, but we gonna have the conversation that we need to have. So anyway, I'll give you the live. Welcome to Sunday dinner. This is our opportunity to commune at grandma's table, right? Papa's in the back, but the family is convening and coming together and having the discussions that are important to our community in an environment that's safe for us. It is a throwback to when the community or the family used to come together and have dinner each and every Sunday at grandma's house. Did y'all go to grandma's house? Am I the only one, right? They used to go to grandma's house every Sunday. I know I'm not, right? These are the traditions that brought our families closer. So we thought here at Urban Intellectuals, we would recreate that with Sunday dinner virtually and come together and have these important discussions that we need to have as a community. Over the almost a year now, right? That we've been, I think we're getting close, right? I need to figure out the exact date that we started. But we've been at this for a few weeks, right? And I'm firmly committed to being here. By the way, my name is Freddie Taylor. I'm the CEO and excuse me, founder of Urban Intellectuals. And this is an important space that we've carved out to have these discussions inside of our community, to talk about the things that are on your mind, but more importantly, give you an opportunity to be heard on these issues, right? So if you think back to AM talk radio, right, where you could call in and there's a topic of the day, there's a conversation, and you could call in and have your voice heard over the national airways. We're doing something similar, only it's on Zoom, right? So that's the only difference. And everyone is now comfortable with the Zoom platform, I believe, but we're bringing the community together to have the discussions that's important for moving us forward, right? So that's what we are about here today. So I appreciate y'all. I see Baltimore is here. I see Greater Houston area. Hey, Greg, Zandra, appreciate you as always. Alinda, first time. Okay, Lenora, first time. Baltimore, appreciate that being here. If you don't mind, how did y'all get here, right? Did you get an email? Did you see an ad? I'm just always curious as what is reaching our community and how are we connecting. Today, we're going to have a discussion around a topic. If I could just be honest with you, I avoid, right? I avoid the discussion around religion and faith because as important as religion, faith, and spirituality is to our community, when we're trying to bring the entire community together, we tend to be divisive amongst one another because, you know, my faith got to be centered at this discussion. But it turns out that Black folks not a monolith when it comes to their faith and their spirituality. So there's multiple discussions that are need to be had or need to be appreciated. And I just find generally that it gets too divisive when we got issues that's affecting all of us, regardless of your faith or your creed, right? And sometimes when we start having those discussions, we tend to put that to the side. Our children are being destroyed, right? The educational system is not serving them. These are issues that are impacting us regardless of faith. The police and police brutality and over policing in our community is sick. The judicial system got their foot on our necks for the same, if not lesser, crimes than our other American individuals. Our economics are atrocious across our community, right? We are in trouble globally as a people. Every race, creed, and culture got a foothold in a particular industry that they are thriving on and hiring their young and upcoming community. Our unemployment rate is through the roof. Now, can Jesus save us? Is Allah the way to the top? Maybe. But all I know is what's happening in the community. So in Urban Intellectual, I try to stay focused on the issues rather than a subject that I feel, this is just me personally, gets divisive at times. Now, I always keep my faith quiet. You don't know what I believe or think, right? Because I don't feel like that's important, but that's a me decision. So last week I kind of spilled the beans on a little bit of that, and that's why we start to have the discussion. Oh, and then like another reason I don't bring it up is because I don't like snake oil salesmen. I don't like people that take advantage of folks' faith, right? I feel like, and that's again, it's just an opinion of mine. I'm not saying that any of these people are doing it, or the the big large mega churches that y'all following or whatever it is that's their intention. I just don't want to be remotely associated with any of that. I want urban intellectuals to be successful because we talk about the issues and we talk about the history and the culture, and it resonates with our people and it stands on its own merit. I often say, if I just wanted to be rich, I'd start a church. I'd just be a pastor and I'd take advantage of folks' faith. And because I believe a lot of folks are doing that, right? Not all, but some folks are doing that, right? And maybe that's wrong. And maybe I shouldn't even say that, but that's just how I believe, which is why I try to avoid the discussion at all costs, right? But it's kind of hitting the head, right? It's kind of like the community clearly wants to have these discussions. So today, I'm going to try to navigate this discussion by allowing your voices to be heard on a very important topic. I'm not ignorant to the important. I'm not ignorant to the role of the Black church in our liberation. I'm not ignorant to the role of the Black church during the civil rights struggle. I'm not ignorant to the role of the Black church today, right? I'm not ignorant to the spirituality of the ancestors of the past, the religions and the faith of the ancestors throughout antiquity. I'm not ignorant to these things. Um, I'm just trying to be careful, right? In a space that had Don, I shocked you a little bit. Don, like, wait a minute, right? But I'm just trying to be careful in a place that this easily a lot of landmines, and I don't share a lot of the similar thoughts as the mass of the community when it comes to our faith, religion, what's going to happen to us after death, right? So I just try to stay out of it, right? So that's the reasoning, and that's my reasoning. That's some of my reasoning anyway, and I'm sure a little bit more a seep out. Um, but it's unavoidable when it comes to our community. So I want to try to create a respectful. All right, now if you're gonna chime in on this, we're gonna need a respectful discussion. And if it starts to get ignorant or it starts to get abusive, I will cut you off. If you get belligerent, I will boot you out of here. Right. So we're gonna make sure that we control this environment and we have a respectful conversation. But today is our Sankofa Day, right? For our Sankofa Club kids to come and educate. But before I jump into that, I want to beg and plead, y'all. If you love and honor what we do here at Urban Intellectuals, I want you to support Sister Tamiko's baby girl, Ariel, right? So click that link, check out her GoFundMe. Sis is has a chance to go to the Junior Olympics, right? But it costs a gazillion dollars, not a gazillion. It's actually $3,000, and she's been raising funds for that. So if you got $10, you got $5, you got a dollar you can give. Click the link, check out her story. But Tamiko is our community manager here at Urban Intellectuals, and she bends over backwards for our community. So we want to make sure that we're trying to support her as well, right? I think they're about halfway to the goal. So if you got, like I say, $5, $10 that you can spare, I would love if you would drop a couple of bucks on her and support the young lady. If you click that link and you see this smiling face, maybe I'm about to put it on y'all. I'm gonna click this link so y'all can see this beautiful face. But this, yeah, I've watched this young lady grow up, and she is doing terrific things. But just us, just the sweetest little thing I like to say, right? Just the sweetest little thing. But check her out. But if you got a couple of bucks that you can spare, I know it's a wild time for all of us right now. I don't know how to get rid of that. So yeah, all right. So we're over halfway there. So that's great. So but that's the link down there. She's going to compete at the Junior Olympics. It's a beautiful opportunity. She is such a vibrant spirit and soul. So I just want to give you an opportunity to support her. and all the wonderful things that she is doing. I know Sister Tamiko, if she was here, she would definitely be very appreciative. She is instrumental in the Sankofa Club. I'm gonna let Sister Gwen explain that. Gwen almost blew it. I'm gonna be quiet on that. But yeah, so that's all I wanted to say here in the warm up and the intro. Let me get out of the way so the Sankofa Club children can come in here and educate us. This is our program where we educate, teach Black history and culture to young people. But for a better explanation and overview, let me introduce Sister Gwen Ebron, who is one of our Sankofa Club world changers. That's what we call our teachers inside of the Sankofa Club. So, Sister Gwen, let me get out of the way. I tried to keep it short, but Brother Freddie always talking too much. So, yeah, I tried to unmute you there.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay, yes, I have muted myself. So hi everyone. It's good to see you. I haven't been on a couple of weeks, but Freddie, before we get started, or before I get started in explaining about the Sankofa club slash nation, you have our pharaohs are not able to be with us because they are being called to speak somewhere else. So, but they made a video, and Freddie, Tamiko just sent that to you. So can you be getting that ready while I'm speaking? I know. Did you see it, Freddie?
I'm sorry. Yes, yes, I got it. I'm pulling it up. So good.
Okay, all right. Oh, I got a little afraid. All right. And let me ask, are there any other uh, queens on at this time? We have our two pharaohs or the queens on right now. All of our children have become really busy and finding that they have obligations. But they wanted to go on because next week is Father's Day, and we want to wish Freddie and all the men a happy Father's Day. So, the Sankofa Club, Sankofa Nation. Uh, Quickly, the Sankofa Club, uh, the Sankofa Club started in 2020 when Freddie and Sister Tomiko had decided that they wanted to have classes, but they were video classes. So we were doing video classes, and there are a lot of them. I don't want to give the wrong number. Then in 2022, with myself and Tamiko, we were talking to Freddie. We, talked about having live classes. So we started live classes in 2022. And then along with that, with the 2020, but in 2020, we would have gatherings of children come together because of the pandemic. I felt as a counselor and therapist, I felt that it was important for our children to have an opportunity to express themselves in terms of, were they stressed, what was going on. So we decided to do that in 20 once a month. And so once a month we would come together. So on one of the Saturdays that we came together, we start talking about Marcus Garvey. And in our conversation, Marcus Garvey wanted to start a nation. So we said, why not start our own nation? So that's where the Sankofa Club became the Sankofa Nation. And they, right then and there, we decided they voted on the decision was between king and queen or president and vice president who would rule equally. And the decision was that they wanted to be kings and queens because they had just learned about the kings and queens of Africa, and they kind of wanted to go in that tradition. And so we started to form our nation, which I found out last year was really a micronation. So our flag is the Sankofa bird that is symbolized. Let me see if I do this. If I come back, that is our flag, uh, the symbol of the Sankofa bird. Our laws are the Mayak, and we have a national anthem which is called "We Will Go." And just yesterday, I uh, gathered all the information, and we're going to vote on our Constitution for our next meeting. Our young people are kings and queens for about 3 months, and they bring their responsibility is to bring to the nation the most important things that they feel that the nation needs to know. We've talked about finance, the Crown Act, conservation, the how to grow your own vegetables, how to how to shake hands and greet people, how to sit at a table and eat with etiquette. So that, and when the question was asked, well, why do we need to know that? And Pharaoh Jaden said, because one day you might be sitting before the president of the United States or a king or a queen, and you want to know what's what. So we really enjoyed that. We have had so much information about melanin, about the it's just so many things that they have brought to us. Oh, our children have gone to the Pharaohs have gone to Egypt. Our queen, reigning queen, has gone to Ghana, and they brought back reports about that. So every month since we've been doing this, every month they have come together and and we have had wonderful times. Many times I just walk away with tears in my eyes to see what great things they are bringing to the Sankofa Nation. Now, some of you are now in legacy, so you are welcome to come to the Sankofa class, and you are welcome to come to the nation, to our town hall once a month. But we have decided that the children, when it comes to electing the leaders, the children will do the voting because they have to give a speech and tell why they want to be a leader. So far, here lately, the leaders that they have been leaders for going on 6 months because everyone has been pleased. And when other children are asked would they like to run, they said no, but they learned how to present, how to lead, how to they manage the meeting basically, and it is just a wonderful experience. So the Sankofa Club slash Nation is so important. I would love to see every child, especially every African and African American child, because a lot of people think that African children get their history. They do not get their history. They do not know their history. They know European history. So even African children, but African and African American, and we're all over the world, and our children are all over the country. We have an opportunity to come to this community to have this experience because it is so worthwhile and so it's almost magical to see some of the children who come in and they might be a little quiet, and then when they become leaders and rulers, they just start to blossom and bloom. So and of course, when in our class on Wednesday, every Wednesday, we learn history from the beginning of time to the present. So our American history is this much, but our ancient African history is this much, and we go into great depth into our ancient kings and queens and empires and what we can learn and how they ruled and what were their thought processes. So we just don't go by names and dates of death and birth and death. We go into great depth of how do they relate to us today? How do we honor them in our actions and in our and how we carry ourselves day by day. When the going back real quick to the kings and queens, when they are elected, we have a coronation, and they go through a process of answering questions of. They will represent well themselves in every aspect of their lives as the kings and queens of the Sankofa Nation. So I hope I've covered most of it. Again, back to class. And then on Friday, let me not forget, Mr. Damon Tyler is our person who does social emotional learning. And that is a great way of putting the history of our people together with the social emotional learning a piece of our selves, so that not only are we uh, creating scholars, but we're creating responsible young individuals who will become contributing young adults. So, with that being said, Freddie, give me 1 minute. I thought I had plugged up my phone, but I haven't. So, if you want to say something, I'll plug up my phone and I'll be right back, and then you can run the tape, or
Okay.
you can run. Yeah, I
You
like.
tell me. I'll buy some time if you need it.
Yeah, just give me about 3 minutes, and I'll
Three
be
minutes.
right
Okay.
back.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think Sister Gwen really hit the nail on the head. And somebody was saying, I was talking in relation to the religion conversation. And then, if you really ask me, this conversation centered around our young people and what are they going to do and how we're going to continue to develop them. And I'm talking about your children, I'm talking about your grandchildren, I'm talking about your great grands, right? Like, what is our program for really churning out outstanding young folk that are going to be the leaders of the future, right? They say, if you want to change the world, you got to educate your children, right? So what type of intentional effort are we putting into our children? And that's like a conversation that's been coming up a lot inside of our discussions around here, urban intellectuals. And you're going to see us pushing the Sankofa Club like harder than ever before. So check this link out really quick. We're giving you 30 days. There you go. Sister Rico daughter. Oh, I did not see that. I'll get that back up, Roberta. I just dropped the link for a 30-day free trial to the Sankofa Club, right? So if you want to get your grands or your great grandchildren or even your children into this discussion that Sister Gwen is talking about, that's your opportunity to check it out for free. We know if you get involved, you're going to absolutely love the work. So, all right, back to you, sis.
Okay, thank you. And let me just say this, because I do have something to say when we get to the religious part. But
Oh, I hope so.
the children's laws are the first laws, but the first laws are really the prototype 2,000 years before the Ten Commandments. And if you look up the Maya MA with a little dash AT, you will see that these laws are strong beliefs in God and in how you carry yourself. So you are supposed to go over those laws at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, or at least at the end of the day, to compare yourselves. And our children have said that they have done that. The interesting thing is during one of our classes, when I first introduced the laws, and the laws say, I have not one of them says, I have not eavesdropped. Well, people started confessing. And I said, oh, wait a minute. This is recording. So it's up to you if you want your confession that you have eavesdropped on your parents and been talking and what have you. But I thought it was so interesting that they were relating to that. And I have taught a class. In fact, I developed the curriculum for the Waukesha Charter School in Philadelphia for African and African American studies. And it was interesting. The children there were even started to confess, because I had a classroom that looked like an African village, and we would sit around in circles. And so I would have one side Napata, which is a place in in Egypt, and Thebes, and we had the children be rulers and governors. So one of the one of my children, who was one of my worst child in the year before, wanted to govern, and he started going down the laws and saying, well, I need to work on this and that. So these things are important. Also, we have read in class the writing of the first writing of the first, I believe, person to explain their belief in the one God, and that came from us. And So there's a lot to that. But we put it all into perspectives and we teach chronologically. So when I'm teaching, I try to go back. Now, because I get new people, I need to revisit, but we teach chronologically what happens so that we can see things clearly about how things progress and how the progression, came about. So with that being said, Freddie, if you're ready to roll their tape, let's see what they have to say.
Yes, yes.
To the Pharaohs.
Let me get me up here, and then we'll bring it on. And I just want to say to Gwen, I love that the Pharaohs couldn't be here today because they got a speaking engagement, right? But a lot of this comes from, and opportunities that they're given like this. But they put together something for us. Let's check it out. And you can kind of see the work that's being done with Sister Gwen. This is what our future looks like when we intentionally pour into them. I already know it's going to be great. Oop, it didn't play. All right.
Good afternoon, Sunday dinner elders. We wish we could be with you today, but we are performing several spoken word pieces at our local Race Amity Day celebration. And we thought we would share this one with you today.
This piece was sparked by a song that didn't just speak to us, it called to us. Queen Omega's Don't Call Me Local lit something deep in our spirit. She sings about being internationally blessed, a daughter of the diaspora, a child of the earth, not confined by any borders or labels.
So we sat with her lyrics and we let them walk us back through our own story, our skin, our hair, our culture, our roots, and how they stretch far beyond one place, one name, or one flag. What you're about to hear isn't just a poem, it's our answer to Queen Omega's call. It's how we understand identity, vast, sacred, and globally connected.
This is for the ones that feel the pulse of history in their veins. This is our version of Don't Call Me Local.
Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed. I'm global. I'm not boxed in by the town where I live or the passport that I carry. I'm a diaspora child. I'm a little lion making little noises now.
But I'm growing. Soon my roar will echo across oceans. But trust, this little lion's voice will roar with the memory of ancestral kings and the dreams of queens. It will tell the interrupted, unfinished stories of my ancestors, 500 years in the East, and in the West, 300 years more. Don't call us local. We are internationally blessed, born of the diaspora, not to be feared, but felt.
My skin isn't one shade, it's every shade I carry. It tells the truths of migrations, of survival, of celebration. My skin is not confusion, it's a conclusion. It's a map that says you cannot colonize what you cannot define.
In my hair, some say it's a silky source of pride. I say maybe it's evidence of a crime. It was never meant to shrink in shame. It is resistance. It was made to rise to meet my creator, to reach the sky, to praise the sun, a crown with a compass.
They called it unprofessional. They tried to pull it. They tried to tell it to be smaller, flatter, and quieter. They called it wild. They said it is too much. They tried to press it, tame it, and call it something less divine.
Don't call us local. Our stories stretch beyond all continent borders. Our thoughts, our names. Sankofa lives in us. It is in my stride. I walk forward while reaching behind. Sankofa is not just a word, but a way of being.
We reach back, we honor the past, then we walk forward with purpose. Who are we?
Children of the world.
What are we?
Internationally blessed. Don't call us local, because
Because
I'm
we're
not
not
just
from
one
one
place. I am the place. Every place we dare to survive.
We are little lions who don't need to be tamed. You will hear it in the way we speak the truth, even when I whisper, even when I don't say a word.
Ooh. Let them know, little lion. Tell them we're international. We're global.
So don't call us local. Call us what we are. Children of Sankofa. History walks with us, not behind. We are ambassadors of our ancestral lands. Don't call us local.
All right, don't call them local, right? Right. It's right,
Oh,
Sister Chris, right. Let's give them a round of applause, right? Even though they're not here, but they took a moment to leave us some thoughts and messages. Sister Gwen, you got anything you want to add to that? Like I don't even know what to say. Like, wow, that was amazing.
I all I can say is they always bring me to tears. They are amazing, and I hope that we all drunk that in because that came directly from their hearts. So I am so proud of them. I'm proud of their parents who are amazing, to amazing people who are raising kings, erasing presidents. You know, I can't wait. I often tell these children, we should send them our tapes so that uh, they will learn how to behave in Congress and the Senate. Because I said, you all can teach them how to do right business by people. So they are amazing. So that's all I can say. I'm kind of
Yeah. Right, yeah, yeah. We all gonna get caught up in something different, right? It'd be a different conversation, appreciating the young folk. But that's what Sister Gwen is doing right inside of the Sankofa Club. That is the result of intentionally pouring history and culture into our young people. And Sister Gwen, I know I never say it enough, but thank you for the work that you do. People always heaping praise on me. I'm like,
welcome.
listen, I just be around here running my mouth. Sister Gwen and Brother Damon and Sister Tamiko and others that over the years have poured into the young people are doing the real work. So we appreciate you. My responsibility is to make this platform bigger for you to have more global reach and impact. So we working on it now. I think Tamiko been talking to you about
Yeah.
what's happening. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Tamiko said, well, I ain't gonna get excited just yet, but I ain't gonna say just the last couple of days she'd be like, "Oh, it seemed like you serious this time." Like, yeah, yeah, we're serious this time. So, anyway, but
Yeah.
this is the key, right? This is the key to create the future that we desire, and it's not an abandonment on our right now, but it's a strengthening of our future, right? We spend 20 years really pouring into our young people. You don't got to worry about the young adults, right? I know there's a lot of angst in our community over this next generation and worry and concern, right? And that's every generation. I don't think that's just us, or I don't think that's just you. I don't know exactly which generation you're in, right? But I know we all got concerns over the young people, right? That is a historical thing. And I think that's a good thing, right? Because we should be concerned. I just want to make sure that we're putting the work forth to pour into them, right? Let's not just have lip service. Let's put the work forward and really work and really work to pour into them. So if you like what the Pharaohs were talking about and you're interested in your grands or your children joining the Sankofa Club, 30 days free trial, right? Check us out. Store.urbanintellectuals.com/Sankofa Nation trial. We give you 30 days for free. You'll see Sister Gwen showing up each and every day doing her thing. You have a login and password to go into the back archives. There are like over 400 classes, y'all, that are available on demand for you. This is like the Netflix of Black history, culture, social emotional learning, and the lessons of etiquette and things that you wish your children had at your fingertips, right? In addition to 2 live sessions taught every week, one by Sister Gwen, one by Brother Damon. And as we grow, we're going to expand this even more. And then once a month, they do the Sankofa Nation where the Pharaohs and the Queen come and rule over their nation and educate the nation, and they hold their own meetings. Again, that's why I talked about this is bigger than just Black history and culture, right? This is public speaking, right? This is leadership. This is decorum, this understanding decorum. They shady practice in the Robert's Rules of Order, right? Like in there, like how our meetings and organizations ran. There's just so much to this. And I always do it a disservice when I explain it, but I'm gonna get better at that. So, all right, I'm gonna try to pivot into a discussion that I will admit is honestly difficult for me to have because of the concerns that I laid out to y'all earlier. And I'm concerned about it, right? I always am. And I know people love, I know my people. One thing I know about Black folks is we love our belief. We love our God. We love our Jesus. We love our faith, right? So I don't think that we have an opportunity to ignore it as like I want to, right? So I'm trying not to shy away from the tough discussions, right? Because it's easy for me to talk about the other stuff. This is a more difficult situation because I think you need a level of compassion with our community, and I haven't always had that. Uh, Kiana says, I have a 16 and 21-year-old. Do y'all have anything for them? Yeah, they can come and join our adult classes for history and culture. Sister Gwen is one of the teachers in that as well, right? So we have something called the Sankofa Circle. Kiana, oh, and thank you for that. Invite them out to this. And I want to invite all of y'all, actually. We got a Juneteenth event coming up. And here we go. I want y'all to make sure, if you're not doing anything, you're not going anywhere or whatever, we're going to be here on Zoom. We got a couple of hours set up in a phenomenal Black History Summit for Juneteenth. So I would invite the young people to that. But Kiana, the Sankofa Circle is where we teach Black history and culture to adults. And again, Sister Gwen is one of the instructors or the world changers inside of there, and along with Dr. Aiden. And we are pouring into because they graduate up out of the Sankofa Club at some point, right? They're like, I don't want to be with the youngsters. So we bring them into the adult classes. Even though Sister Gwen, I know particularly, and Damon Tyler doesn't like, it's not teaching down, right? They're teaching up, right?
Now, I just want to say
Yeah,
this.
please.
I'm finding more adults are coming to my class on Wednesday. I'm like, okay, especially the legacy people, and they're of all age range. Sister Zonda's on here. I know she brings her niece, but she's part of the class too. Mother Zonda, Mother Latin, we call them mothers for respect. But I've just noticed that more and more adults are coming, and I'm fine with that because I teach the children the same way I teach the adults the same way I teach the children. There's very little difference in the way I present, if any difference at all. So they can look at both classes. We're on two different tracks though. The children's track is one track. My class is another track, and Dr. Ada's class is another track. So you could kind of go to each one and see where you find that you fit in. I guess for the Sankofa people legacy, I guess legacy people can come to Mr. Damon's class as well. So you can see where you fit in. But for the adults and children, I teach the same, but I'm not teaching the exact same lesson that I'm teaching the younger children to the adults. But because the adults are on their track right now of getting over their internalized racism, where the children have already done that. So anyway, and you can see it. So anyway, trying to get the adults to where the children are and how they feel. Okay. Did we freeze? Uh-oh.
You're not frozen, but Freddie is.
Freddie is frozen. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Did I say? Okay, well, while he probably uh let me try to get to him. Let him know. Did he? Okay. All right. You can hear me. Can all of you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So let me see what's going on with him, because I thought, and then I kind of froze. He
I think he disappeared. He's going to have to log back in.
has to log back in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So if you have any other questions about the Sankofa Club Nation or any of that, please feel free to ask anyone. And if not, okay. I'm wondering, does he know that let me, I
So,
don't, okay. Is
okay,
that,
so there is no say you want to get enrolled into the Sankofa. Is there a age limit or age to get actually enrolled in the Sankofa for the youth?
for the youth, I have taught children as young as, I have a group now, and their youngest, I think, is about 6 or 7. 5 might not can hang in there because we go about an hour, but we have 45 minutes of lessons and then discussion. So, but I mean, I have a whole family, and the children are amazing. They just sit there. I said, I don't know if they're watching cartoons at the top or what have you, but they sit still and listen, and some even participate. So, and some of them are younger. So I would say definitely 6 and up for the youth is good, because we try to have engaging conversations and talk about different individuals and people and what we can learn from them. So yeah. All right. Well, Freddie's back.
Yeah,
Yay.
thank you. Thank you for stepping in. Well, I don't know what happened. Like my computer just dropped on me. I see it's dead. I missed the warning. So I was caught up into the Pharaohs presentation. And then thank you, good brother Jarvis, for the question that you had. But I think I dropped the opportunity for you to come in and kick the tires, right? So if you want to check out the 30-day free trial to join in on the Sankofa Club, make sure you do that. I'll drop that link down there again. But I want to turn into this heavy discussion, right? I won't say heavy. I won't try to like make it bigger than really what it needs to be. But this discussion around faith, the community, our future, I think it's an important one. And it basically is too big for me to try to ignore, right? I think that's the thing. And I was ignoring it or avoiding it because because of me playing small, right? So I think I just need to let's have the conversation, right? Let's see where we go. Let's see what's on y'all minds, and let's see where we can expand it. Let's see where we can grow. Hey, y'all might be able to grow and learn me something, right? I'm sure I'm gonna learn something today. Oh, Sister Gwen, come on in. Yeah, I was thinking about you when I was like, we gonna have this discussion. I'm like, all right, I gotta give Gwen some time. Go ahead, go where you want to go, sister.
Okay, so
Let me
teach
get
and
out there.
everyone, I understand that we all come from different faiths, and I kind of understand the underlining concern, but historically it was the church. It has been the church
Yes.
that historically, when especially when we're doing a deep dive with the children, we see that it was the church that was the anchor for the civil rights movement in the 60s. Think you can do okay. Everything Jobber can do with
That's me. I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Yes, it was the church that was the anchor um, for the civil rights movement. And let me just say, from my experience, I'm almost 70 years old, so I go back. I lived through the 60s, and so let me just say, one of the things that the church did for our people all the way back. But let me go back further. One of the things that we have to remember is that we are the first people who understood the presence of God. There is a beautiful writing that says God is one and alone. So um, the from the ancient Kemet, Egypt, and it just explains the whole vision of who God is. It's just so beautiful. But not to turn this into a sermonette. Um, those of you who have been in my class, I have read it to you because it confirms. And then when we look at the Maya and see the laws of how we should govern, but all of those 42 laws were standing before God saying, I have not done these things. The first thing, I have not sinned against God. That's the first one. And so from the beginning of time, but what the church also did for us as a people after enslavement was to help us and to come alongside of us in learning strategy, leadership, um, organization. And that's why the civil rights organization worked, because strategy, leadership, and organization was a part of the church. And then they just moved it into the next aspect of what it needed to be to fight for civil rights. So, but that was based on great, great faith that reached back for thousands of years, because actually, the very first church was in Ethiopia. Freddie went to see one of the very first churches in Ethiopia. It was not in Europe. It was in Ethiopia. When two things happened. So when Queen Makita, all right, I'm gonna give a little lesson, but this is
Come on,
important.
let's go.
This is not taught in church, and that's what I have against especially the Black church. They don't teach the truth and shame the devil. The truth is, when Makita, the queen of what we call the Queen of Sheba, but Makita was the queen of Ethiopia, Lower Egypt, and parts of Europe. Her kingdom was larger than Solomon. She
Mm.
had more money than Solomon. But when she heard about this great man who had all this wisdom, and she was wise because she was 16 years old when she took the leadership. Her brother was supposed to rule, but she was 16 years old. So she took the leadership of her kingdom, of her empire. And when she heard about Solomon, she journeyed to meet Solomon. They sat together, they exchanged information, they became involved, and there was a child that came from them, Menelik. And so, but when they left, they had trade routes in order, and they exchanged over I say $8 million in today's currency, with all kinds of emeralds and jewelry. King Solomon made her, while she was there for a while. While she was there, that he made her a room of crystal and wait a minute, a room of crystal with a throne of gold and emeralds all encased in her throne. So she was highly loved. And what she did was she took the God of Solomon back to her people, to Ethiopia. That's why you have these Ethiopians who were trying to go to Israel, and they were almost imprisoning them now in this day and time. But you have a group of Ethiopians who still follow the Jewish faith, but the main religion is Christian. So when Makita went back, she brought back the God of Solomon. So then when you go into the New Testament, you see that this, they call him a eunuch, but he was really the treasurer for Candace, who was really a queen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he was reading Isaiah, and he was asking Philip. Now, Philip was told to go, and he ran into this man, not literally, but he stopped and saw this man looking at Isaiah. And Philip asked, "Do you know what you're reading?" And Philip, the man said, the treasurer said, "No." He said, "Is this happened or is this to come?" And then Philip told him all about Jesus. And this treasurer took that back to Ethiopia. So there in Ethiopia, you find the first churches,
Mm-hmm.
as Freddie has said, it's they live a life of the Christian life,
Oh, yes.
and they have a strong belief system. So I wanted to go back there so we can get a full picture, because most of us think that the cathedrals and all of those things that we see are the beginning of Christianity. No, Christianity started with us. I mean, in terms of, and I know people go back and forth about, were the Jews all black? It looks like that was because even in Genesis 2:7, it says that the rivers that ran to paradise uh, landed near Ethiopia. Where's
Mm-hmm.
Ethiopia? In Africa.
You know.
So when we put all of that together, that's not taught in church. Now, that's my biggest gripe about church, because every Black pastor should be teaching this to take away that whole stigma of we're worshiping a white Jesus or a white God. Nothing white about a God who starts everything in the greatest continent on earth, which is Africa. So anyway, going forward, all pastors, not just white, all black, white, everybody should be teaching this, and some do, but it's not coming across. But anyway, but what I wanted to say, I'm going to wrap this up. What I wanted to say is that the so we, if we go through that line now, when we get to the civil rights, yes, we had the white Jesus on the wall, okay, but that's because people neglected to teach this, and even if they didn't know it back then, they know it now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still not being taught.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at all of that, I just want to talk about where I go to church. I go to I am both Methodist and Baptist
Okay.
in what we want to say doctrine, but I always teach that it is not your religion, it's not even your faith, it's your relationship with the Creator, with the God, with whoever you call him or her. That's what it is. It is a relationship. The whole thing was not about worshiping one person. The whole thing was a relationship. Anyway, so my church just gave away over $100,000 in
Wow.
scholarship. I think it's more. I want to say $400,000, but that might be for the whole year and everything that they do, that we do. But 103 young people gave received from the church $20,000 towards college. And then 4 young people are going to college with their 4 years taken care of at Arcadia University. And
Wow.
then other scholarships were given out. My church also has a football team, a basketball team, a cheerleading team. They're getting ready to start a tennis and soccer team.
Wow.
And anybody, and you don't have to be a part of the church. Anybody can come and join. They just let you know we're going to be praying, but if you don't have any problem about praying, we'll help you get your uniform, and that's what they have. We have so many ministries. We have ministries for cancer, grief, mothers who have just had babies and may have depression. It's called Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church. We have about 15,000 members, but everybody, not everybody, but
That's
many
That's the
of us are
Philadelphia.
working. This is in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, yeah, because she was
Every,
asking, so I just wanted to make sure.
yeah, Philadelphia, Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church. It is predominantly Black. It is a Black church. It is, yes. All right, you have family at Enon. And I, I am we call our leader, servant leader for the African Heritage Ministry. We just had Africa Day, a wonderful turnout celebrating Africa. We're getting ready to do Juneteenth. We have Kwanzaa. I teach online on Saturdays and let people know that, all that I just told you, the historical piece, my people know about that, but, I have to go over and over again. But when it comes to celebrating youth and doing things for youth, the pastor has Young Abrahams where he works with the young males, the young boys. We just had a young man speak today who has come up through the ranks and statistically he should have been in jail, but because of his family and the church wrapping their arms around him, he has a master's degree and working in corporate America. We have other young people who have received that $20,000 scholarship. That just didn't happen today. This happens every year. This isn't just a thing. And one of the things that I am going to strongly promote, and I want to strongly promote, and this is my last thing, all of us on here who belong to any faith, we should all say, go ahead and take the books out the library, because we're going to put them in our church, in our mosque, in our synagogues, anywhere that you can't get to them. We're going to put them in there. And we have been trying to start a library, so we're definitely going to start a library so that children can come because they're trying to take books out of the library. So we definitely going to start our own library just in case. So we'll be prepared. Also, getting ready to partner just in case they take the food away, that we're going to be ready. We're not going to be, oh my God, let us pray. Because that's what the young man said. Prayer is great, but you got to work. And so we're going to be ready just in case they do take the food out of our children's mouth, then we have food for them. During the pandemic, people would line up. We have a big church and a big parking lot. People would line up and get food. So that's not a new thing for us. We have services for people to just come for free and get their whole body checked out from head to toe for women and for men. One Saturdays women, another Saturdays men. That's what church is supposed to be about. Not just collecting money, but taking that money. We started a health clinic in I'm trying to think, it was an African country that was having a problem some years ago. We started a health clinic on a Sunday. We collected enough money to start the health clinic like the next week. That's what church is supposed to be about. When people come and are in need, they are taken care of. We have a counseling center, and we just don't, we do spiritual counseling, but we meet people where they are. So it's so many things. We have over almost 100 organizations to take care of the community. There was a time when we had a bookstore, and we would have books that, have been around for a while. We would just take the books and put them on people's porch and say, here, if you want these books, here, you can have them. So we don't have the bookstore anymore, but we have a training program to train people to work in ShopRite, and to go on to management. And we also have a GED program, and we just have had the graduates this Sunday. They had their graduation ceremony from finishing GED. So a lot of people had on their caps and gowns and what have you. That is what church is supposed to be about the people, about the surface. And a lot of times when there's something going on in Philly, and there's always something going on in Philly because people shooting each other. People come together at Enon because we try to give solutions. We support the music program. We support the music teacher. They took the music away from a high school, a high school in Black community. So we support that salary so they can have music in their high school. That's what church is about. All right, I'm through.
No, you're not, because I'm gonna make sure I antagonize you a bit. But that was beautiful, sister, and that is, I think that's the essence of what we need to be about as a people in our community, not just church, right? So if you got a nonprofit, I don't care what you're doing, that should be our mission. That should be our work. And if we got to say the church should be doing it, that should be the bar, right? Like, this is what you should be aiming for. And as much as I say, yeah, you done heard me talk, right? So I know I'm behind that 1000%, right? Like, I'd join that church and I'd hang out and support it any day of the week, because that is real mission work right there. And I don't think it's enough churches, not even churches, enough organizations and people that are doing that type of work, or maybe they're not worried about the shine. They're just in the community working, and it ain't about, hey, you need to know my name and what we doing. It's like, we need to move the people forward. So thank you for sharing that, and all that is done. So if you're in the Philadelphia area, look, now I'm pushing the church, right? If you're in the Philadelphia area, you need to get with Sister Gwen in that church, because that's the work that we need done. I don't care what you need to make you see that that's the work that we need done in our community, because ain't nobody coming to help us. This government, Trump is reminding y'all, these people never cared about you. I don't care what they say. It's just, come with the words coming out of their mouth don't mean nothing. But he reminded you to your face, we don't like you. We never liked you. We ain't coming for you. We're not about to help you. So what you gonna do? In fact, everything that was put in place to help you, we're gonna try to kick the legs out from under it. So it's just a strong reminder that we need to get our stuff together, right? Yeah, we having a church conversation. I'm gonna be respectful of that. But yeah, we need to get our stuff together, right? But we need to start working together and start building on these things, right? Yeah, bring this stuff to your family reunions, your class reunions, your work picnics, wherever you go. Yeah, this needs to be everywhere. On Charlotte, don't get me started on the D9. Ooh, boy, I was shocked. Listen, I'm a Q. Yeah, I'm a Q. I love the bros, right? But don't get me started, because they be talking and they ain't doing the work. This is cute work. I like it. I like cleaning the streets and sanitation and mentoring this kid. Like, yeah, but it's like the organizations was founded on much deeper things, kind of
Deeper,
like the church.
deeper
Yep.
steps.
Say it again.
On deeper steps, foundation, building blocks,
Deeper steps. I like.
pillars.
Come on
Yes.
in. Come on in, sister. Don't be shy. Take the mic. Let's go. Oh, you muted yourself. You trying to get out the way? You muted. You muted. You unmute. The keeper trying to get me started, y'all.
I guess somehow, were you talking to me, Freddie?
Yeah. I thought you said deeper steps. I was saying, come on into the
The
discussion. Ain't nobody
pillars.
got their hand up.
And the
They
pillars
being
and the
shy.
pearls and the ivy leaves, all of the foundation building pillars, I call them, to be full-fledged one of those divine people. You just got to do more. You can't just be cute. You can't get out there and be online and do your stepping, and put on your little pretty colors and all that. That's great. But you got to have something behind that. It's
Mhm.
about your people, reaching back for your people. Each one helping one was one of the greatest cliches that we could have had. And we needed to live it, not just say it and be pretty and cute on camera when we say it, but we needed to live it. We had to do it.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening, not often enough. But yeah, I'm a proud member of Alfred Street Baptist Church, Howard John Wesley. And I mean, the anointing on this man of God is incredible. And he is loud, wrong, and raunchy. He's not a Q. Okay. He's crimson and cream and bleeds it. All right, and a Duke Blue Devil. But above all of that, he's a man of God. He has a heart for people.
Yeah.
And even to where we are out here trying to do the things to educate and to intervene for those or intercede where it's needed. People don't even know how or not able to intercede for themselves. Even now, where we are also building a very large high-rise building in Alexandria, Virginia for affordable income living.
I love it.
And enough of that, it just is not happening. I'm here in DC proper, and I'm tired right now because
DC
I've been
proper.
down to city council. I've been testifying last week, this week, and I know they're sick of me in my wheelchair. I guess I'm probably got a target on my back. Get that old lady in the wheelchair. Go ahead, get her. And if Donald could put me out the country for Muriel Bowser, he probably would. But anyway, I'm going to say what I feel that we need to say. I'm going to speak the truths about the needs of the people and what we should be about. And it has to start. You got to have a heart. You got to have a spirit. Now, whatever you want to call your God by, I think we have an obligation to make a space with grace and respect. And when we talk about it, we should be able to refer our God, whatever name you got. And none of us in the space should be upset because you said Buddha or you said Allah or Muhammad, whatever you
You
want
gotta
to
grow
call him.
up.
He's got over 10,000 names.
Yeah.
But the relationship, as Sister Gwen said, not the religious rituals. That's just part of it. That's just to keep it in some fashion of order. But the relationship with God is the only thing that's going to keep you whatever one of the 12 gates you enter when time comes. I don't care. But you got to have some kind of spiritual grounding, whatever way you feel it. I think that's my opinion. I believe is your salvation. And I believe that whatever your personal belief is, there will be a time when you will need to have some description of, of belief or standards for your salvation and the disposition of your life after life on earth. I'm done. Through
I
preaching.
love it.
Sermon's over.
All right. Well, I'm gonna make sure I try to incite you a little bit more a little bit later because I got some
Okay.
stuff. I think I can get y'all going.
Okay.
Al Campbell. Yeah, yeah. Charlotte, you know me now. You know I mean, if you ain't seen my antagonistic side
That's
just yet.
okay. Come on with it.
Yeah,
I
I've been
got
shy.
Jesus on my side. Look, I got the full armor. I ain't scared of you.
I ain't scared of you, good people. See, I ain't hit y'all with that Bernie Mac. Come on, Al. Don't be shy. Jump on in here. Come on, good brother. You muted. You muted. You got to unmute. Ask unmute. There we go.
I wanted to say my spiritual journey began seriously in 2002. This was after a suicide attempt. I had been drug addicted and I was, my life seemed worthless to me. And I took an overdose of pills. Somebody literally beat the crap out of me. And it was that beating that kept my body functioning and actually saved my life.
Look
So
what
Glory
God
to
did.
God.
that was a
Glory to
very
God.
that was a very profound impact in my life. So I was cursing everybody that I ever knew who went to church, talking about all the hypocrisy that I had witnessed and experienced in church. And while in the hospital, this voice spoke to me and told me to quit complaining and that I needed to do what I said they were doing. I needed to be what I was saying they weren't being. So my question was, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to be? And that's when the great commandment began to govern my life. To love the Lord thy God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. At that point, the realization that there was no way that I could love my fellow man if the love of God was not in me. Because human beings are quite an experience, you know what I'm saying? And so after admitting that, I needed to know, okay, God, what is love? And that's where I was led to 1 Corinthians 13th chapter. This was the agape love that I'd always heard about, but nobody told me it was in the Bible. So from that point, began my spiritual journey. I marched in the civil rights movement. I participated in the sit-ins, and Dr. King's drum major instinct had a very profound impact on me because this is what other people have said before me. In the kingdom, 1 Corinthians 13 chapter, the first 3 verses as you read, if you read them, it doesn't matter what you do. It matters why you do what you do. Because if the love of God is not in you, compelling you to do the things that you do, to say the things that you say, then as far as God is concerned, you're doing this for some worldly, earthly reason. So, and the first 3 verses are so profound, check that out, as it really emphasizes that. So when I heard the drum major instinct in 2002, and of course I'd heard it before in the 60s, because I'm 78 years old, so I'd heard Dr. King preach that. But I didn't realize that that sermon was first preached by a guy by the name of J. Wallace Hamilton, a white Methodist preacher. And Dr. King took that same sermon, and that's the one that we so much know. But what was so interesting about that sermon, Dr. King was telling us what greatness in the kingdom was. Greatness in the kingdom, he said, was being first in love, first in generosity, first in moral excellence. And then he said the one who would be the greatest would be the one who made the most sacrificial service to uplift his fellow man. And every day, from that point, I understood that. I understood what it means to don't be conformed to the pattern of this world, but to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. My daughter asked me one time, she said, "Daddy, do you think Christians should be poor?" I said, "Oh, no, baby. If you understand the scriptures, Christians should be some of the wealthiest people on the face of this earth. But not one time will we be wealthy because we pursued wealth. It would all be because of our content of our character." How many times have we looked for a good mechanic?
Maybe. How are
That
you,
good,
baby? So you
that
had a
good mechanic should,
I just turn it down.
Keep going,
that
brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
that good mechanic should be that person who is first in love, first in generosity, first in moral excellence. I say integrity is what it is, that he's honest, he's truthful, he's trustworthy, and he holds himself to high moral standards. I don't care if you need a doctor, I don't care if you need a lawyer, I don't care if you need a barber. If you could find that Christian, and I called my mechanic today and he said, "Well, Mr. Campbell, I can't get to you for 2 weeks from today." I'd wait on him. And that's the power of God in us. I don't want us to make the same mistakes we accuse our white brothers and sisters of making, taking the knowledge of God to exalt ourselves. If I am the light of the world, it's because of the love in me that I exhibit to everyone else, that I have the grace and opportunity to meet. So that's when it comes to my spiritual reality, I say, man, human beings didn't happen by accident. The things that I'm saying and the things that I've heard other people say and the things, Brother Freddie, that I've heard you say, man, that's all a gift of Creator. We can use this gift any way we so desire. But if we use it to exalt God, then we eliminate so much of the problems that we face. We cannot overcome reality with reality. It's like trying to overcome evil with evil. We have to use the love of God to do that. So, and I'm thankful every day when I wake up because I have the opportunity to be better at love today than I was yesterday. The 1 Corinthians 13 chapter is my guide in life. And every day that I have breath is an opportunity to perfect me being this way. So thank you for listening.
I can dig it, brother. Hey, was this your first time on Sunday dinner?
Yes, sir, it is.
Man, I appreciate you coming and I appreciate you speaking today. And it looks like it landed very well on the ears of the audience. So thank you. I appreciate you, brother.
Bless you.
And please come back. We ain't done talking yet. Now, I got questions over here, y'all. So I ain't even got there. We ain't even got there yet. But Brother Lewis wanted to chime in. So come on in, young man. What say you?
Amen. Just wanted to say thank you to the brother for that testimony. That was powerful.
Yeah.
Very much so. And I'm late to the dinner table, family. I got a bowl of greens here, mixed greens with smoked turkey.
Yeah, grandma showed up. She gave you a little bit, huh?
She taught me how to do it. I made them myself.
Come on, dude. That's better.
My
Oh
toast.
yeah, and well, all the men in the family had to learn how to cook.
I love it.
Because we had some other aunts and uncles that married pretty girls who couldn't cook, and so my mother told me you have to know how to cook yourself. And God bless me that I had 43 years with a pretty girl anyway. So, amen. But I tuned in just a few minutes ago. I got to the house late, and I heard Sister, oh my goodness, Gwen, was that you?
Sister Gwen. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I heard Sister Gwen, and that testimony was so encouraging. And I'm complaining. I'm going to make my complaint.
Uh-oh.
And that ministries, and especially ministers, we have to stop being jealous. We have to start encouraging each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like being on the same team. I'm glad the brother behind me is tougher than I am. Because, you know, if I start to go down, he's got my back. And he can step in front and protect my front as well. God sent us to be together and to unite and to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. Including the bigots. You know, once we find out who we are, and once these Black women know that they are the gift, they are the prize, they are the only people on earth that can reproduce everybody, and no one else can say that. No one else can say that. And that's proven in the beginning. The book of Genesis is beginning, origin, genetics, DNA, and the scientific principles are in there. And unless you know them, then you won't recognize them. You'll just read a nice story about Jacob and Esau and Noah and the sons. Anyway, I digress. I'm happy to be here with you guys. And Sunday morning is not the time for us on the West Coast. But I had injured myself, and I called the congregation and told them I wasn't going to be there, and they could carry on without me. And hallelujah, they are, I'm sure. And but we will tune in as often as we can. Let me stop now because I don't want to dominate anything.
Hey man,
and much love to you guys.
I got a strong inkling. We going
proud of your church.
I got a strong inkling we going a little bit longer than planned, so don't worry about if you get a little lengthy, right? So
okay.
This your first time?
Oh no, well, yeah, my first time on Sunday, not my first time with Urban Intellectual.
Okay. Well, don't worry about the time or the time frame, right? If you got something to say it. We want to let you. I just want to encourage you to let you know, like.
Amen.
It's okay. It's okay if the spirit hits you.
Right.
Say a little bit more, but I encourage you to come on back in the discussion later. Right? I appreciate you yielding to the field because we got the people fired up right now. So let's keep them going.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you, good brother. Sister Gwen, come on in here. Then Brother David, I got you up next.
Okay, I just wanted to thank two ministries. I would just be remiss. And let me just say the name of my pastor is Reverend Alan E. Waller. And he's known all over the country, and he sings, and he's doing well with that as well. He's a tremendous speaker, and but his wife has become known all over the country for her human trafficking. That's the other piece we have at the church. We have a strong ministry on human trafficking, and there is in the city, there is a house where young ladies who are in prostitution can go, and is supported by us and others, but supported by us, can go and kind of clean up and get rest, and things are set there. And also just being totally aware of human trafficking and not just aware, but trying to, in fact, it was our church that stopped a ring of human trafficking in Philadelphia. About going on 2 years ago now, they had a ring going and they found out, and it was because of our church that was stopped. And the last thing is that there's another church. See, we are a large church, but we connect with other churches, just like Brother James was saying. We connect with other churches, and there's another pastor, Taylor. He goes out to the corners that you really wouldn't want to go, and just says, brother, sister, what do you need? And we have gone out with him. But the human trafficking has really taken off because people, just that one incident stopped that whole thing of human trafficking in that area, and it continues
Amen.
on. Give the money to that as well. So I would be remiss with talking about Reverend Waller without talking about Dr. Waller, his wife, too, in doing that, because that's her whole ministry too. So I'm through. Okay.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, sister.
Call First AME Los Angeles. Call First AME Los Angeles. I was Minister of Political Action there in 1990s and through the early 90s. And the president, the senators, the governor, everybody comes through my office there at First AME. But call them now. The sisters in the missionary department would be very much interested in bridging with you. There's a hand to be held.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Oh, yeah. That's what we have to do.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it when we can make a connection. And Sister Gwen, I want you to ask Sister Tamiko about Javier Wallace. So he's going to be part of our Juneteenth discussion. He's part of that, but he's a professor there, a history professor there at Duke University. But he talks about sports and human trafficking. I don't know, it's just human trafficking. I don't know a lot of people that's doing work in that space. So like Brother Lewis is saying, hey, let me try to connect you. Maybe they can connect. I don't know, right? Like at the very least, they can offer some encouragement to one another, right?
Pardon me one more time, Sister Gwen, if you have a pen or pencil, First AME's phone number.
Let's go.
Okay.
Go ahead, I got it. Say it. Go ahead and say it. I got it.
Freddie has it. 323 735 1251.
1251. And that's who?
First AME Church, Los Angeles, California.
And
wow.
And that's also that phone number is also their Zoom address. And the password is FAME, so anybody can get on and see on their Zoom, Bible study, anything. FAMEC. No, FAMELA is the password.
FAMLA.
So that phone number is a phone number. It's also a Zoom address, and that's the password.
Can you say the password one more time?
FAME, FAMELA, Los Angeles.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are you the pastor?
Pardon me?
Are you the pastor?
No. I was a minister on staff there back in the late 80s and early 90s.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. I'm gonna get that.
Can you see it in the
chat?
You got it. Okay. All right, good stuff. Brother Lewis coming in making connections. Brother Lewis ain't playing with y'all today. I appreciate you, good brother. Let me turn it over to, I got questions. I mean, maybe we don't get to the questions. Maybe it's just an organic conversation and y'all don't need my prompting or whatnot. So feel free, again, if you get on, feel free to take it where we need to take it. This is an open discussion. This is Sunday dinner. We do this every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until we'll leave it at that. Those that know. Brother David, come on into the discussion, young man. What say you, kind sir?
Peace, everyone. Can you hear me? Because I am traveling, and if you need me to
I got
back
you, man. You in the game.
Right. Yes, sir. First of all, I'd like to say, in the name of Allah, the beneficent, merciful, I bear witness that there's no God but Allah, and Muhammad as his messenger, and I greet everyone here in the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Reason why I've taken all of these notes is because I am literally bearing witness to what Sister Gwen had opened up with, and was that Brother Lewis who gave his testimony about what he had experienced, the experience he had with suicide, or was that another John? Hello?
You're fading out.
Can you hear me? All right, I'll chime back in when my connection is better. Hey, Freddie, did you hear that? I'll chime back in when my connection is better.
Just a little bit, still fading.
Well, we heard you.
You're very clear.
Like Freddie went out.
Who's ever next to go next? My connection must be poor. And usually when I talk, that's when Freddie kind of finds time to take care of other things. So
I think we may have lost Freddie.
Yeah, even though we're hearing you good, David, so just continue.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what I was saying was that what I was saying was that Sister Gwen had touched on the laws of Ma'at, and what basically is a great thing for her to have that connection to our history and to share that with our people, because the prior to so-called consciousness, the church, the mosque, synagogue have shied away from that ancient Eastern knowledge that was a foundation really for all of it, right? And so there's a commonality in that you can find the Ten Commandments in those what do they call, Sister Gwen, the negative not confirmations, but
42
declaration.
negative confessions.
Yeah, confessions. You can find the Ten Commandments. You can find many of the other laws. You can find many other laws in those negative confessions. And I believe it was Akhenaten that brought in the idea or the notion of one God or monotheism. Because prior to that, there was this idea, and we're taught in the those we know as Indians from India 16,000 years ago. So when we make the connection, I think Freddie have touched on the fact that natives were here 13,000 years ago. We're taught that those natives are the Indians that were exiled here, and that's why they're called Indians. But the reason why I say all that is because we do have a great deal of knowledge out here, but the knowledge has been corrupted with what we call technology. And Freddie has really urged us, myself in particular, to use AI. And I did a little conversation with AI about technology to see if there had been in history any tactic that was like technology but under another name. And of course, it came back with things that we're more common with, like social engineering, propaganda, and there was other examples. And basically, it's all about deceit and using lies mixed with truth. See, the reason why we were able to be so-called converted into Christians in the form that was presented by the European was because there was truth in it that they gave us, and we were attracted to that truth. But it was the lies that kind of that had us tripped up. That's why the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad called scriptures the poison book, because it had us looking at things improperly with the wrong perspective. But what he also taught was that you're giving poison. When you're given poison by an expert because you have an illness, that poison used properly can heal you. And so that's why we teach mostly out of the Bible, because there's many truths in it. And but we're taught that 75% of it is prophecy. So when Sister Gwen told the story that included Isaiah, and there was the question as to whether these things were to come or whether these things happening now, we believe that the stories that we hear in Daniel and in Genesis and all of that, those are 75% prophecy about what we're experiencing today. Now, the talk that includes religion that Freddie has avoided for a long time, the reason why that is the reason why many people have left the church. Is because of the lies that people come to understand that was interwoven in God's words. So that's why, and that happens. This is not the first time it happens, but anytime that happens throughout Scripture, someone is sent to give you the key to unlock what it is that those scriptures are telling you. And so, and we know about racism and how it's institutionalized in everything, but at the end of the day, whether you're a Hebrew, you're waiting on a Messiah. If you're a Christian, you're waiting on the Messiah, Christ. If you're a Muslim, you're waiting on a Messiah who comes with Mahdi or God in person. So they all have the same stories. There's nothing different. They all come from Abraham. So how could they be different? The only thing different is when man uses or corrupts it with his need to control everything. And that's what you really read about in scriptures. Jealousy and envy, all of those things is what Jesus' message was he come back with a new message to help rid the world of the deceit and the corruption and the lies that leads to death. We're taught that we live in a paradigm of death, but there's a new paradigm coming into place that we will know as the kingdom of heaven or the hereafter, where truth comes like light in the darkness, and it chases darkness away. So this paradigm is being chased away because there's truth on the scene. And we believe that truth is being brought in by the man that most of us know as the Minister Farrakhan. He's walking in the same footsteps as some of the other men of God in the past on a global stage. Now, there's many people out here, there's many ministers and imams and rabbis that are doing the good work. But when it comes to the level of impact that's had on people in our community in particular, we see that truth is what actually have set a lot of people free. And that's why there's been a ratcheting up. The peak of that truth telling came in 1995, when almost 2 million Black men showed up for the Million Man March, and everyone in Congress left. But what that really gets to is another thing that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, is that our unity is more powerful than an atomic bomb. But why is that? That's because God works through people. I'm gonna say that again. God works through people. In scriptures, it talks about let us make man, or we did this, when it's referring to God's creation. So God works through people. That's why when people saw Jesus, they literally saw the reflection of God. So God works through people. And if you want to see power, then people need to move in unity. And so, I'm happy to hear when folk are talking about the work they're doing in the community and linking up, because that's what it takes. It's doing the work in the community, helping people. That's the greatest sacrifice, as the brother mentioned. But that sacrifice to help people is exactly why he pointed out that Christians should be welcome, because we're taught that the coin is in a fish's mouth. So if you seek first the kingdom of God, then everything else will be awarded to you. So don't seek money. Intent is how God judges. No matter what religion you profess yourself to be, if you read scriptures with an open mind, no matter which scripture you read, you realize God judges based on intent. So if you going out there to help the people,
Oh, you went a little. Is he still there? David, you still there? I know he was saying that he was.
because I was a little thrown, not really sure you hear me for all these notes. I'll probably come back around to kind of clear up whatever I did leave out. Was that Jesus' lesson, his teaching that he came, the teaching that he came with, was about character building. It was about character building, so that you could control your lower desires. That's what it's all about. If you could control your lower desires and operate like Jesus said, my thoughts are from above, yours are from beneath. um, that's an example of him thinking on higher levels and wanting us to follow him in thinking on those levels. So it's all about character building at the end of the day. And I believe that brother, I believe his name is Lewis. He touched on that, and Sister Gwen touched on some of these things. But like I said, if I'll probably come back later because I'm not confident in my connection. And if I'll join in the conversation a little later when there's opportunity. Thank you.
Cool, brother. We always appreciate you joining in. I know you. I think you threw me something and I missed it, so my bad. I walked away. Y'all, if y'all don't know, brother and David and I go back to college, man. This is my man right here. I love this brother, and I love his progression over the years. Right, I don't think he'll mind me saying that. And when he got into Islam, I think he even took it to a higher level. I respected him before that, but when he got into Islam, they doing something special, y'all. They doing something special. Brother Freddie don't claim no religion. I want y'all to know that. Brother Freddie don't
May I
claim no
share?
religion.
May I share?
But who is that?
Louis James.
Louis, 1 second. I got Sister Sheila.
Oh, of course.
Wanted to come in. I gotta show you. We gotta learn how to raise that Zoom hand because you getting that Zoom hand. I try to honor that. But yeah, I know we all learning this platform still. So I do want to say, if you're on a computer, if you look down in the the lower level, right? There's all those icons. There's a little hand. It's literally a hand. It's a raise hand, lower hand. You can do that. And if you don't see it for whatever reason, you can click the 3 dots, and then it's probably in there. And then Sister Sheila, I think you're on your phone. Brother Lewis got me. So, Brother Lewis, real quick, how did you raise your hand? Because I think Sister Sheila is on.
I'm on the phone as well. It's hidden, and you have to keep pressing on the screen before it comes up. So,
Okay.
yeah, I didn't see it at first.
No worries. But
So-
I need you to come back another Sunday. So I need you to know it. Sister Sheila, we gonna figure it out. But
Let me follow the protocol.
Yeah. I appreciate you, good brother. Come on, sister.
Are you ready for me to share? My name is Sheila, and I'm in Tennessee, but I once lived in Illinois and Naperville.
Okay.
And I just want to share the goodness of God.
Let's go.
I have been through, I'm a survivor of 2 cancers, cervical, ovarian. Most people die from ovarian. And I just want to say God has been and was told that I would be blind if I didn't get surgery. And so God has put it on my heart to share with you guys. If you trust and have faith. And in 2001, I was in Illinois, had no insurance at all, and found out I had cervical. And Dr. Nazar Olabi was the doctor. And before I had the procedure, I fasted and I prayed. And when I went for the procedure, I knew I was already healed. And when I went for the procedure, and I followed up 2 weeks later, and the doctor was like, I don't understand this, but we don't see any cancer cells whatsoever. And all I could say that came out of my mouth was shalom.
Mm.
And I walked out of that doctor's office, and that was the turning point of my life. At that time, he told me I wouldn't be able to have any more children, blah, blah, on and on. So I moved back to Tennessee, where I'm originally from. And God has blessed me with my miracle child in 2003.
Wow.
And she just graduated from Lipscomb University, magna cum laude.
What? Get out of here.
Look,
God be the
Oh, go
glory.
crazy in them
look
comments.
at God. And in 2013, when I was diagnosed with, at that time, they didn't know what was going on. I just knew I was always in pain, fill up very fast. And every year, every cycle, I would always be in so much pain, I'll be rolling in the floor. So when my doctor wanted to do another DNC, fourth DNC, I was like, no, we're not doing this anymore. I said, let's get to the root cause of the problem. And what saved my life was this blood test, C8-125. I asked the doctor to do the blood test. Normal range is 0 to 35. My number was 58. And when he was like, I don't understand, but maybe it's a dermoid cyst. We just need to go in and remove one cyst, one ovary, I mean. And so when he went in and tried to do the surgery laparoscopically, he says everything was in you like cement. I couldn't do a thing. So he waited 2 weeks later to schedule a total hysterectomy. And when he went in, he found a tumor the size of a lemon. All of my organs had metastasized
Oh my God.
to where they had to cut away what they call the omentum. And basically, he said, I clean you out like the Maytag man. And I tell you, God has just blessed me. So I started Doors Cancer Oasis for the community to help educate people about your body is God's temple, and what you put in it is so important. And to make a long story short, I had a cousin who was diagnosed in 2023 of breast cancer, and I told her you should go on a plant-based diet. You should take milk thistle. I don't know if you ever heard of soursop. Milk thistle.
Wait. I heard of a soursop, but milk.
Yeah. Milk thistle. I had a brain tumor, and I took milk. It's milk, and then THISTLE, thistle. That naturally shrinks tumors. The third thing that I didn't share is when I had a brain tumor, the doctors wanted to do surgery, and I told them no. For 2014, I took milk thistle, and I still take it today. Milk thistle and B12. And I went back to see the endocrinologist after having an MRI of my brain. And she said, I don't understand this. Your tumor has shrunk half the size. You no longer have to see me, and you no longer have to get an MRI, and I no longer have headaches. Look at God.
Glory.
My
So,
I will
goodness.
be taking milk thistle and B12 starting this week.
Yeah. Look, Sister
I
Charlotte.
have one that they
I'm over
tell
here
me is
Googling
not
it. I'm
harmful.
like, milk
What else
thistle.
did you
They
say to
tell
take?
me it's on the sheath of my brain, and I don't need
really?
to worry. But I will be taking it and adding more praise to God for the delivery from it, the total healing. Thank you for
Yes.
your testimony.
So
You're welcome.
for the people that's interested, milk thistle is 2 words. It's milk and then thistle, THISTLE. I was Googling it as you were saying it. Charlotte, hey, I hope it works for you, but make sure you get your prayer, your meditation. I do believe
It will work.
that,
God promises tells me that my faithfulness to him and my belief in him being the one true God and has reign over everything, it will work.
Yes.
I love it.
Just like, can I share one more thing real quick?
I
Um,
dare you.
my cousin who had breast cancer in 2023. She did what I asked her to do. She read a book called Chris Works Beats Cancer, And she told
One
her
more time.
surgeon,
Say
no,
it
I do
again.
not want to be.
I'm sorry. I
Chris
don't mean to interrupt you.
works. Chris works. I can share in the chat.
Please
the
do.
name, the book, and everything. Because if you go to Doris Cancer Oasis on Facebook, all of his information is on my page.
Drop those links as well when you get a chance.
Okay.
No, you ain't got to do it now. Keep going.
Okay, I'll share with you real quick. My cousin had breast cancer. She asked the doctors. So she didn't want to do chemo or radiation. So she did the plant-based diet, lost 60 pounds. She took the milk thistle, like I told her, turmeric, and soursop. And you can get soursop in a tea. You can get it in a peel. And it goes by a different name, another name as well. I think it starts with a G, Gravola. But basically, it's a holistic form of healing cancer. It kills cancer just like chemo, but it's not toxic like chemo and radiation. So she did that. She went back to see the doctor about her breast cancer. They told her she was breast cancer free. And she asked them, how come you don't teach your patients about, diet and so forth and how that can help heal the body? Because if you eat a lot of antioxidants, fruits and vegetables, that also helps kill the cancer cells. So she asked the doctor that, you know what he told her? There's no money in it.
Ah, we don't make no money.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so she's still cancer free to this day. So
I mean, that alkaline conversation is what Dr. Sebi been talking about for 20, 30, 40 years, and people hundreds of years before him. If you go back into, all right, now you see, listen, you gave me a lane here. If you go back into African spirituality and really the connection with nature, all of this stuff comes from nature. Even their pharmaceutical drugs comes from, they're creating a synthetic version of what nature does. And they're just making money on it, but they're not giving you the solution. They're prolonging the issue so they can milk you for the money. It ain't the milk thistle, it's the milking of your
you got that right.
Bank account.
Yeah, of your bank account.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing all of that. I just ordered me some milk thistle. I got a question for you now because I ordered it. Now I get on Amazon, y'all. I just listen. But my children made me realize how I am. I mentioned something. They was like, Father's Day coming up. I can't even buy you nothing because you mentioned something and then you're on Amazon and you ordered it already, right? But my question about milk thistle and even all of that. Let's say we don't have cancer. Is it okay for us to take? I done ordered it already now. Like, do I just like leave it on the sidelines or is it like preventative?
Well, I would say it's a good way of detoxing your body, so it won't hurt you either way. And because a lot of times if you have so many toxins, and I hate to say this, but 50% of our food is processed, if not more, and that's why
the devil system.
Where because my daughter went to Oviedo, Spain last year, and she was like, "Mom, everything over there is so organic. They don't even eat ketchup. Their ketchup is, if it is totally different. Their Starbucks is different. Everything is not artificial sweetener, whatever. Everything is fresh." And she said she felt better when she lived on, and she even wants to go back over there and live because she said everything is better. Here in the US, they're killing us with all these toxins. They're trying to keep us sick and in the hospital and paying all the money for drugs or whatever. But my sister passed away in February of uterine cancer, and the chemo is what killed her. They gave her a chemo drug that put her in dialysis. And then they tell her, oh, we don't have any further treatments for you because we basically, everything is toxins and chemo is toxins, so we can't do anything else for you. But they put her in that state. Now, isn't that something?
Yes.
So she passed away in February of uterine cancer.
I'm
sorry.
I'm definitely sorry to hear that, sister.
Sorry.
I know it's hard to
So
lose a
sorry.
sister. My question Well, I got too many questions. I hope you come back and speak more, but I do want to know, is this your first time here?
Yes, this
Sunday
is my
dinner?
first time.
How did you
First
get
time.
here?
Pardon me?
How did you find this space?
Well, I received an email and I decided to join today.
Okay. Did you purchase one of our products?
Oh, yes, I purchased many of your products.
Okay. All right, my girl. All right. I was curious there, but thank you for sharing that. Listen, you added milk thistle to my my vitamin regimen, so I definitely appreciate that, and I'm definitely going to stay high on my alkaline foods, or get better. I'll say that.
Okay.
But you
Stay
know what
away from stay
you
away from red meat. Red meat, if you can, stay away from it, period. It
mm.
causes inflammation.
I
Yes.
love that brother David coming up because I think I know what this conversation gonna be. But that traveling is important because if you're away from the United States for a week, two, three, or more,
Hmm.
when you come back, it's just obvious something is different than what you've
Hmm.
been experiencing. If we travel Africa a lot, I'll be all through the UK and
Okay.
Europe as well. But you go to Africa, man, you can eat the same food. And it's kind of like I love the Starbucks comparison, or even McDonald's, or even Oreo cookies, because they got stuff in America that's in there that's not in the same Oreo cookie that's in the UK because they won't allow those ingredients to be in their stuff.
Right.
So
Hmm.
it's like I'm just gonna say it. I'm getting a little saucy. We full of shit over here. We full of shit. We
No,
are, Sister Sheila. You don't know me like that. I'm sorry, but you gotta say it. Sometimes you gotta
that's
say it.
okay.
Sometimes you
You
gotta say it. We full of it
you just
though.
trying to keep it real. I understand.
Yeah. It's all in love. It's all. I mean, I don't mean it. I don't know. It's like God's still working on me.
But you're
That's
telling the truth. I mean, it's set up for this. This U.S. I hate to say this. This is not. Um,
it ain't where it's
so
at.
I'm really thinking about moving. Um, my
Uh-oh.
daughter's opened my eyes.
Yeah, I love that. They looking for your Facebook page in the comments, sister. Please drop all of that down in the comments so the people can
Okay, let me do
follow,
that.
engage, and your website, whatever it is. Drop that down there. We appreciate you.
Okay, I'll send it to everyone.
And I got a book too. I'm gonna drop book reference for y'all to check out as well, brother David. I hope you coming in with Eat to Live or something similar.
Of course you know I
Come
was
on,
gonna
man.
come in
You
behind
know I'm in there
it.
with the minister now.
We are in sync right now.
Yes, we are.
What I wanted to say is that man, touch just kind of um adding to what the sister had shared with us concerning cancer. It went with the analogy that I said that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us, which was how poison is used. Poison
Mm.
used by an expert can be healing, um, but you need someone who is an expert in handling such things. But to this sister point, eating right, yeah, that's we should be eating in a preventative way. I just finished a fast. We have a 72-hour fast every month. After 3 days, you have literally renewed your immune system. See, your second brain is in your gut, and your immune system is in your gut, and that's what keeps your body operating properly. And what we do is we tax our digestive system by constantly eating. And so we're taught to eat once a day. We're taught the older we get, the less we should be eating. We're taught that if once you master eating once a day, you should eat once every other day. And the masters of eating only eat once every 3 days. And if you do that, you hardly get sick. You reverse aging, which is why, which is why the minister at 92 years old is still very youthful in his look and youthful in how sharp his mind is. And so he's been an example for us. But you mentioned Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi came through the Nation of Islam. Most people don't know that.
I didn't know that. I didn't
Uh,
know that.
And he and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, they talked about diet and how to eat properly. And Dr. Sebi had told him that the people should not be eating any meat. We should have a alkaline, what we know of as an alkaline diet.
Mhm.
And most honorable Elijah Muhammad told him, he said, well, we're going to have hard enough time to get people to eat that way, but if I could get the people off the pork and eating once a day, that would solve most of their problems until we graduate and grow into that point. And now you hear white doctors co-signing this whole intermittent fasting is what they call it. Eating less is what they call it. And they'll tell you if you want to cure your body to fast for 72 hours. They would tell you that now. But all this stuff, we had this information decades ago. And those who applied this information, it said in the nation that we had at one point, there was only one person that went around doing all of the janazas or funerals because the people rarely got sick and rarely passed away. And so just that came to my mind. Yeah, we have book 1 and 2 of How to Eat to Live. And to the point about that you made about the ingredients in our food here versus everywhere else, well, that goes back to the point of Jesus' message, which is a character building message, and the point of the church and the synagogue and the mosque. These are institutions that have supposed to push a message that has a value system and have have high morals and a value system that we follow. When you have a democracy and capitalism and it's unchecked, you as a and capitalism, you could literally be sued for not making the decisions that's best for your company's bottom line. And if you have no guardrails on capitalism, you get what we get now, which is, well, you know what? It's better to have people sick so we can make money off them. Think about that. This is why we have the ingredients in our diet here. All this sugar feeds cancer. All this food causes inflammation that leads to cancer. This is why Dr. Sebi was pushing the alkaline diet, because alkaline diet, cancer can't grow in that kind of environment. So what I also shared was something else that was akin to what someone spoke about, which is having a healthy mind. Again, my thoughts are from above, yours is from beneath, is one of what Jesus spoke on in scriptures. And he's letting you know you got to have positive thinking, a healthy thinking. And I put a picture of what Mother Tynetta said regarding this. She states in one of her many articles, all the cells of our body resonate with the intelligent communication of sounds and color, and overall in perfect harmony and alignment with the forces of nature. The electrochemistry of the human body is capable of self-healing as part of the element of our ecosystem working within and without. In understanding this subject, we, like the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, have to be exposed to erratic conditions that shape our environment and which oftentimes robs us of our natural state of being, causing changes in our genetic makeup and DNA. According to this resonant field of evolution that we have entered, collective consciousness is not easy to attain. Our bodies and minds are exposed to varying degrees of stressful components in our environment, which can shut down our body's natural defenses against the intrusion of illnesses and disease. This environment we're in
Amen.
is
Can I add?
toxic. Go ahead.
Can I share something with you? My cousin who
Yes,
had
yes.
breast cancer, and I told her it was most likely due to her stress, and it sure was. Stress brought on her cancer. Her breast
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
cancer.
ma'am.
Oh yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And here's another thing, because I was watching this documentary called House of Numbers. And one thing that was interesting, it was a documentary about HIV/AIDS, and this investigative journalist was um, interviewing one of the nurses in Africa. It was an African nation, I can't remember which one. But the questionnaire that they had to fill out included this notion of stress in your life, because stress is a major component of a lot of these diagnoses. If you have a lot of stress in your life, you're going to be sick to one degree or another. That's why it's called dis-ease. There's a dis-ease of your mind that's affecting all the cells in your body. That's why this whole kick that people were on about a decade and a half ago, it started with The Secret and What the Bleep. These books came out pushing the idea of positive thinking and law of attraction. And that's what I appreciate by those who are in the Eastern knowledge field, because these things are entertained there, where in the Black church, a lot of these ideas were shunned. And again, what happens is when we reject the hypocrisy and all of that we see in religion, what we end up doing is throwing out the truth too. That's why we have to be discerning with how we approach these things. We have to look at the nuance and the context, because these scriptures, they're giving you messages, and it's written in a way that if you don't have an allegorical mind, like Paul said in scriptures, some of these scriptures are allegorical, some of these are very decisive. It says the same thing in the Quran. If you don't approach scriptures with the knowledge of allegories, metaphors, figurative speech, and prophecy, you'll be reading them um, with an improper perspective. But when you have an understanding of those things, they act as a way to unlock what was intentionally hidden in scriptures. So again, this is why the messenger, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad came. He came with the key, and we read out of all three scriptures because they're all the word of God. Once you can see the truth in them, and you can see where they meet and where they're common, and then when you do that, and you're studying Eastern knowledge or the more ancient civilization, you'll see there's commonality there too. See, we're dealing with a 6,000 year period, and I equate it with living through the winter right now, a 6,000 year solar or the universal type winter that we've ended, and the resurrection is the springtime. So now you got all these people waking up, just like life returns in the spring, and there's thousands of year history of that. So we're taught in the nation that the real mother book of all the scriptures cover 25,000 years. But we only been given the 6,000 year portion because that deals with our fall, like the season fall. It deals with our fall. It deals with our sojourn through this hellish condition, and our resurrection, which is where we at now. And this 6,000 year period is only a small portion of eons of time that we come from. We come from an infinity of time. We don't just go back 6,000, 10,000, 30,000 years. We go back to an infinity of time, and we're going into an infinity of time. And this whole idea of this resurrection, is this establishment of kingdom of God on earth. This 6,000 year period put us through some things for us to learn. And if we learn and internalize and apply the knowledge, we will have a kingdom moving forward. What I equate it to also is when we got so caught up in Black Panther and Wakanda, and we saw this high civilization. Well, that's waiting us. That and more. We can't even conceive how the next few hundred years into the future is going to look for us with all with this understanding. But we're going through something right now, and as the paradigm of truth, which is life, enters into this world, the paradigm of lies and death is going to exit, and it's going to be chaotic for some time before the peace is established. So I just wanted to touch on that, based on what the sister said, bringing up how to eat to live in, Dr. Sebi, and clear up some of the stuff that I wanted to say earlier, but my connection wasn't that good. So I appreciate it like always, brother, and I'll land my plane there.
No, good stuff, brother. And of course, I'm learning through this conversation. Sister Lou Williams, I got you coming next. And then I got Charlotte, then I got Gwen. Sister Lou, we gotta figure out how to get this hand raised, right? You see the conversation get good, you gotta get that hand up, right? But I saw your comment. I just happened to see your comment. It's risky if we work on that. And then I could just take the conversation left because I'm listening to the stuff. I'm listening to y'all responses, and there's so much I want to say. But I'm learning that this conversation is healing for me because I'm learning how to shut up. I'm learning how to shut up and just listen and learn. So, Sister Lou Williams, come on into the discussion as I shut up because it's something I want to say, but I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, yes, I can identify with a lot of the ladies. I was diagnosed 3 times with breast cancer, and I was also diagnosed with a brain tumor. I can also identify with a young man speaking about eating. I only eat once a day. I do salsa. I do ginger, fresh ginger. I also do fresh turmeric, make into a tea, had with organic lemon. And we also need to learn how to eat and read labels because a lot of chemicals are placed in our food and they are killing us. A lot of illness we have is from the food because of the chemicals. Sugar is a killer. I do not eat any sugar. I was told years ago, stay away from animal fats, white flour, white sugar, anything that's white. And it has been very good for me. I'm 86 years old. I was raised. Yes, I came through Jim Crow and civil rights.
Come on. Yeah, I mean, if we just gonna lie to each other,
No,
that's what we doing. All right, Sister Lou, that's cool.
And when I was young, we did not go to the doctors. My parents went out in the woods and pull up something, boil it, and put some hog fat in or something, and rub it on your chest. You had a temperature, or put it on your forehead, or you sweat it out. I made a tea for you to drink. However, as I got older and moved north from south to north to New York, I decided to go to the doctors. And that's when you began to get educated, supposedly. But we was debriefed as a result and ended up making ourselves sick because the doctors are not trained to treat the problem. They only treat the symptoms of the problem. That's why people got high blood sugar. Their blood sugar stays up. Got to give them a pill for the blood sugar or to give them an injection for the blood sugar. Same thing with high blood pressure. Instead of getting to the cause root of the problem. And the Bible tells us, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. So what we need to do is open the books and research and don't be lazy and find out what's causing these problems. I do not eat anything with sugar in it. I do not eat anything with hair on it. And when I go into the stores, I read labels.
Damn.
You see what's in the label because a lot of your sugars are under different names. So and it's all about it.
When you figure it out, they'll change the name of it.
That's what they do.
The same thing.
And another thing, use that word natural. Anytime you see natural, run. Because they put chemicals in there to make it taste like it's natural. And so they can also put a small amount of one thing in there and claim that's what it is. Even with your avocado oils, you read labels saying avocado oil, it's only have a minute amount of avocado oil in there. Like 95% is something else. So like I said, I was diagnosed with brain tumor. I was diagnosed with breast cancer 3 times. And each time God was with me. When I had the surgery the first time in New York, and the nurse came in the OR. She said, "Oh, that's my teacher." And the doctor said, "You know her?" And she said, "Yes." So I said, "Okay, God is with me." When I had the brain tumor, was diagnosed with a brain tumor, the chaplain came in. He said, "Do you want me to pray with you?" Holy Spirit said, "No." Because I don't believe in everybody praying over me. Okay, everybody's going to pray for you, not for you.
All right.
However, when I
Okay.
went into the OR, I had a black doctor, and the anesthesiologist said to me, "Would you like me to pray with you?" And I said, "Yes." How they do. When I went to sleep, he was praying with me, and I woke up in the OR, me in the recovery room, and I walked in there, and I walked out
Mm.
with no problems.
Hallelujah.
The doctor told me you might have a little decreased sensation in your right hand, and that was it. So God has been good to me. I walk, talk, and do everything on my own. Live independently at 86 years old.
Amen.
And you lying to us here on
No,
Sunday dinner tonight. Grandma gonna forgive you for that. Probably gonna get a little extra piece of
no,
sweet
God, no,
potato
God
pie.
has been good to me, and I give God all the glory. Whatever I do, even before I
Amen.
spoke today, I'll
Yes.
take everything to God first.
Yes,
Don't
ma'am.
care how minute it might seem
Amen.
to be. When I get up in the morning, I thank God for getting up in the morning, for this sleep, and ask God to guide me through the day. Before I spoke to you this afternoon, I asked God to guide me what to say and what not to say.
Why God tell you to lie to us about your age?
No, he did not.
I can't help it, sis. I'm sorry.
It's
God,
still
God
beautiful.
told me
It's
to be
still
funny.
beautiful
Yeah,
in spirit and
there's
in
power.
faith.
There's power in the word. And by the way, last week, on Memorial Day weekend, I went to the Gullah Festival in Beaufort, South Carolina.
Come on, we're gonna get you.
And and so I went there. I've been there before, however. I went with a group from North Carolina, and I met a lady there, and she also was belonged to Urban Intellectual.
Oh,
And
what's that?
I spoke to people on the bus, and I let them know about Urban Intellectual, and I told them it's very the program. See, a lot of people didn't understand. I said the trip was very educational because they're trying to take the information away from us. If you kill a tree,
Yes.
if you cut off the top of the tree and don't have no root, it can't survive.
Mm.
And they're trying to remove our roots from us.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained to them how we send cars to Florida, how to convict the felon is trying to take everything out away from us.
A convicted
However,
felon.
I'm reading a book now about how the word is spread. So each one of us to carry it out to our children and our children's children. And they can't stop us because once we know, we can tell other people about it. So I told
Yes.
all of them on the bus how Memorial Day got started because a lot of people don't even know.
No, I have
Oh,
no
no.
clue.
Because
Us.
Memorial Day got started because when the soldiers came back from fighting, they threw them like in a big hole and put up a wall. And the blacks went out there in South Carolina and got the body and gave them a proper burial.
Yes.
And they
Yes.
said, from this day forward, we're going to call this Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
So that's how Memorial Day got started. However, they said about the veterans, but they leave out the black part. That's what the brother was saying about the poison. They give you part of the truth, but not the whole truth. And they're very good at doing that. So my thing is this, I'm reading a book now about whitewashing Christianity. Yes. So I'm always reading something. I went to a church in Savannah, Georgia, and they was talking about the first black church they had there, how they hit the slaves and all that, and the civil rights movement. And I went there as well. So when I got through it, one of the ladies said to me, one black guy gave me $5 because they was happy to hear it on the bus. And the lady said to me, "Are you a teacher? You teach history?" I said, "No, I don't. But I try to keep an open mind. I pray for God for knowledge, for wisdom, and understanding. So I try to broaden my knowledge every day. I'm going to read something. I don't watch them soap operas and all that reality TVs and stuff because it ain't doing that for my brain.
Amen.
Amen.
It's not doing that for my brain. I like to look at, listen to intelligent stuff. That's why you attracted me. I bought the cars for Florida. I gave them to my great nephews, 2 of them for my great nephew, the deck of cards, and I have 2 bingo sets.
I know you're
Love
right.
it.
That's right.
I
Spread the
love it.
knowledge.
Thank you, sister. I definitely appreciate you purchasing the products, but I think I appreciate you more for being here today and sharing one, your testimonial, and two, your insight. And I'll accept you lying to us. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
He got to
um,
tease. He's got to tease.
y'all know I'm
He
all.
would listen. He wouldn't be my grandma's grandson. He wasn't.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm grandma favorite. I keep telling y'all I'm grandma
No, no,
favorite.
no, no. But I was one of grandma's first.
Oh, she straightened me out there. She was like, slow down.
You know,
Grandma like you.
they always spoil the babies.
There you go. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'm grandma baby. I'll take that too. I'll take that too. I'll take all the wins I can get, sister.
Can you
It
share your
wouldn't be
books in the
Sunday
chat?
dinner without teasing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. We had a conflict. What y'all saying?
I was just wondering, can you share the books that you read in the chat?
Oh,
I have to get them because I have one here with me right now. I keep my books near me.
Yeah.
My Bible near me, my book.
Okay.
This one here is the dangers of learning.
The dangers of learning?
Yes.
Oh.
They want to keep us ignorant. They stole our names as thieves.
Right.
They stole our name and they don't want us to learn. The danger of learning.
Okay. What about the book? You said whitewash something?
Christianity.
Whitewashing of Christianity.
Okay.
I don't have that one near me.
Okay.
And how the word is passed. I usually read 2-3 books at one time.
Whitewashing of history. Why?
Of Christianity.
Christianity. Whitewashing Christianity.
I'd like to do that because I'm working on my thesis for that. I'd like to read that one.
Whitewashing of Christianity?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think I blew my typing on that spelling, y'all, but blame it on my typing and not what the sister said.
That's okay.
What was the third one? There was a third one.
How the word is passed.
How the
word is passed.
How the word is passed. Love it. I love it. Okay, and then in the comments, I dropped down working the roots. Somebody said that they read it as well. This is good. This is good. We are getting there. Oh, how the word is passed is a dope one, right? Yeah, I got to get that, right? So let me.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Clint Smith, by the way. I love that. I love it. Listen, but this is why we get together. I want y'all to know I ain't got none of my antagonistic questions. I want to antagonize a little bit, but we're gonna keep the flow going. Here's what I'm gonna ask though. I got that poll up. I don't know if I need to end the poll, bring it back up. It's only 16 of y'all that didn't answer. So my question was and excuse me, I got Charlotte coming up, then Sister Gwen.
Put it back up. Put up the poll again.
Because I didn't see it.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do that. Now we on something else, right? We back to Brother Freddie, understanding technology. But I'm gonna work it out. But right now, my question was, where do you currently find your spiritual grounding? Christian Church, Islam, nature, medicine, ancestral, African spirituality. I'm still searching. I walked away from it all. We 81% Christian church. That's I think that's not a surprise, right? That's pretty much most of us. So I was just curious about where we landed, right? In that discussion. Brother, I think that's Lewis. I think I almost halfway know your voice, brother. I'm gonna work to get that back up. So, Sister Charlotte, let me be quiet and get you back in here into this discussion before it get too carried away, right?
That's okay. I'm short. I just had a question for clarification and make sure I'm straight. Brother David, as he defined where we are in the various seasons, I want to be sure that the season that we're in now, that he's sharing with us that this is resurrection. I'm asking, is this supposed to be our apex for the return of the Savior?
Ooh.
Is that the message you want us to get, or you want us to consider or be discerning over?
Brother David?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the message is that we are in the spring. This is the resurrection. That's what the spring represents. That's what Easter and all of this was supposed to represent, a return of life. As far as apex, we believe that the minister Farrakhan is that Messiah that the world is waiting on. If you go back and all his speeches are online, you can find them on YouTube or noi.org. If you listen to what he said, because you know a man of God, the way you know a man of God is if what he says come to pass. If he says things before it happen and it comes to pass. One of the biggest examples of this is when he gave a press conference and talked about the war that Reagan and them was planning in the Middle East, but how that also was a war that's going to be waged simultaneously on the Black youth. And then we saw what happened after that. The weather that he says that we're expected to go through. What he said is as recently as 2000, not to take that COVID vaccine, and that there was 14 therapeutics in the world that works on the COVID-19 virus, and that this virus was going to mutate because man plans, but God planned, and God is the best planner. So whatever man planned with this uh, gain of function virus that it created is totally out of their hands now, and it's mutating. Mutating like crazy, and they would never ever be able to stop the mutation of it. But we were also told how many illnesses this thing was going to cause, and they're not obviously not going to promote to you uh, the poisonous effect of this so-called treatment. But if you do the research, not on mainstream media, you ain't gonna find it there. But if you do the research, because this is the information age, you'll find out what researchers have uncovered. And when you learning that cancers are presenting now, late stage, they call turbo cancers, the heart issues folk are having, everything. The minister told us that this was going to happen. Even before then, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad told us what was going to happen. So this is the chaos that's leading to the fall, and the resurrection happens at the same time. This is the judgment. All this chaos we're experiencing is the judgment. It
Yes.
lines up with the judgment of Egypt. In Egypt, where you had all the plagues until their arrogant, narcissistic leader finally gives up. In Revelations, ironically, the land that was going to be judged is called Sodom and Egypt, not Sodom and Gomorrah. It's like Sodom and Egypt, which I thought was a very interesting pairing, because we hear about Sodom and Gomorrah. But the reason why that is because you're going to have all the debauchery of Sodom, and you're going to have the arrogant leader that won't consider that, hey, you're under judgment. That's what you're seeing right now. But he's so arrogant, it's going to take him being beaten down before he finally accept the truth. Now, what we're told is that from that point on, we're just going to gradually increase and until we reach this apex of civilization. That's why I mentioned Wakanda and how that looked, just as an example of the high science that's going to be available in a world that's based on truth and high morals. That's what you're going to see, something like that, but even better. We can't even wrap our minds around it. I believe scripture says something like minds can't even conceive how this is going to look. I hope that answers your question.
It does pretty much confirm it, and my understanding as a young Christian, not young in age, but young in study and understanding, that all of these things and these signs are coming to pass. And all of these strange things that are happening are like the plagues that he sent. Um, so I just wanted to be sure that the alignment, because I am of the belief that no matter what we call them, we are all of one God. And I wanted to be sure that I was okay on that my understanding was intact. I thank you very much.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. I just want to also add that in scriptures it say you are all God's children of the Most High God. So when the Jews attacked Jesus, and said, hey, you're calling yourself God and you're a man, he shut them up by saying, hey, doesn't it say in your law, that you're all gods? And that's what he came to show us, is that when we build our character and submit to the natural creation of things, submit to how things are naturally supposed to go, that's what we call God's will. God's desire is for you to be him. That's why you are also God. You are God. That's why this resurrection, and you unite and you working as one, you'll see the power and force of God if you're moving as one. See,
Yes.
but we're not moving as one yet. That's why in the Quran, the devil is having a conversation with God, and he says, "Respite me until they are raised."
Raised. Mm-hmm.
So his job now is to keep us from being raised. And this is how he's using his technology or propaganda or social engineering, his deceit and lies. This is how he uses it, is he mixes it with truth to attract you, then bribes you with money and glory. So now you're willing to attracted to him. Now you're willing to do all these things that you hear in this Diddy case, where this man that's worth $700 million was able to get people to do all kinds of things just to be near to wealth, but he's practicing a dying paradigm. And
Yes.
that's your result if you go that route. I don't care how wealthy you get as a man from an oppressed class. If you raise yourself up under this paradigm and you don't have the character or the value system, you're going to go through that. Every single rich, wealthy black man is falling.
Yes.
No matter if what they say about them is truth or lies. Once you glory their world, their dying world, this is what the result will be. So I just wanted to add that part. You're all God. That's what Jesus' message was. If you walk in those footsteps, and be prepared to be lied on, be prepared to be cursed out, be prepared to have people angry at you, be dissed, all of that, because you're just agitating the negativity in them, or the demons in them, or which are trauma based. Because most of us have, our community, what we see in these emotional reactions and all these things are just the trauma responses. They're like their trauma creates what we would say is akin to demons, and it gets you acting other than yourself. So there's this whole focus in the nation of character building and trauma healing. That's why when you go through the nation, you have therapy available to you if you want it. That's one of the first things offered.
All right. It parallels greatly to, the camel trying to get through the eye of a needle. If you have no soul, what's the purpose? Because all these things will peel away, these earthly treasures. They won't do you any good in the time of salvation.
Right. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
I love
they're
that.
called frail goods.
Yes.
Frail goods? Is that what you said, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the materialism of this world, and the Quran is, I don't know if it's called frail goods in the Bible too, but I know in the Quran it's called, you're chasing after the frail goods of this world, and you're sacrificing your opportunity for the hereafter by chasing these frail goods.
I can say, as one that's been hesitant to allow this discussion, this has been beautiful, right? I'm not trying to end it, y'all, so don't panic just yet, right? But I think this has been beautiful, right? Because we found more common ground than anything. I know it's like there's a heavy Christian population, but I don't think the Christians have felt disrespected when somebody spoke
Mm-mm.
outside of Christianity. I don't think anybody that is outside of Christianity has felt disrespected when Christians speak about their faith and their belief. I actually think it's been a beautiful conversation. Perhaps I've been more nervous than I needed to be, right? Like than I needed to be. This is definitely encouraging. So I'm gonna be quiet
But
because
Freddie, it's simply the relationship. Again, those 12 gates to the city. Once you enter those gates, you got one God, whatever name you want to call him, if you're blessed enough to get inside the gate.
yeah.
But it doesn't matter which one you go through. They're only
That's
12.
right.
And
That
when you
that
get in
that that
there, it's
speak
the relationship.
I want you, I'll just say it though. That speaks to my spirit, even though I don't call it anything that y'all have named it thus far. But I've never felt threatened because somebody doesn't call it what I call it. And I might not call it anything, but I understand the spirit and the energy. But it's just it's been a beautiful experience. I'm loving, and I think I need to lower my guard a little bit more than I've had it. I don't want to go crazy because I didn't seen the crazy, and I think that's what gets me fired, right?
It ain't
Like,
limited, let me tell you.
Yeah, no, it ain't limited to no particular thing. Crazy runs through the human. Probably
Deep.
runs.
No, brother, you're on your journey, and your journey must be respected.
I like that.
So we're
Yes.
cheering for you on your journey.
I
Yes.
appreciate that. Hey, good luck.
Absolutely.
Hey, good.
Absolutely.
Hey, it's gonna be a wild ride, brother. I think that was Brother Lewis again. Sister,
Yes, yeah.
yeah, I got your voice now.
Wild
Sister
ride.
Gwen.
And God is full of mercy and grace. So don't count yourself out yet.
Oh no, I ain't definitely out. I'm
All
always
right.
in. Sister Gwen, come on into this discussion. Where you landed at? I know you might be kind of surprised because I be saying stuff now. So
Oh, I know that things are working. There are things that I'm gonna not with everybody yet, but with Freddie, I need to share with you
come on.
something that has transpired during our class that is so phenomenally spiritual that
And you know, Tamiko be telling me on the side. She be like,
and that you can actually see things. So, that's a conversation first between you and me, and then that could be to everyone later on.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, but the question I have is to you:
Oh,
where do you land? You've been saying, "Oh, I have some things that I'd like to say," and then and the Spirit of the Lord has been in this place.
yeah.
So now the question is to you. Brother Lewis has said, we respect your journey and wherever you are. So it's no judgment. Everybody, we all agree, no judgment.
That's right.
Just where are you?
Gwen, do you really want me to answer that? You sure?
I do because
It's just the family here.
You
have
promised you were going to.
yes, you have
You
been
last week,
all of
Freddie,
this.
you promised you
Yes,
were going to.
Oh, did I?
and
This is exactly
Yes, you
what a
did.
family
And you
table
also
sounds like.
What y'all?
yes,
This
Why
is
y'all
exactly what
listening?
the family table sounds like.
Hey, why they
yes.
listening? Why? I want
Where
to know
are you?
first of all why y'all listening. Don't be paying attention and remembering stuff. That's
But the question is because this is why I'm asking, and I'm gonna be real honest.
please do.
You lead one of the most important companies in the world. Whether the world recognizes it, whether you recognize it, but you do.
That's right, sis.
And as you lead, eyes are on you that you don't even know are on you.
Mm-hmm.
There have been times even in my life that eyes have been on me. And I just thank God I was doing the right thing because I could have thrown people off one way. And young eyes are on you. The nation, even though you don't come to our town halls as often as we would like, but the nation still lifts you up as an overall elder and leader because I'm an elder in the Sankofa Nation. I'm an elder. Miss Tamiko's an elder. Mr. Damon's an elder. They don't know Dr. Aiden, but if they knew Dr. Aiden, he would be an elder. But you are the elder of elders, and you lead. And this our dear sister just said she went to the Geechee and the Gullah, and people knew about you. So one of the things that I feel is very important is that I mean now we I know it's HIPAA and we we don't want to go too deep if that's too deep for you and you're still trying to scoot it out. But the thing is that because you lead, because people know you, people will look at you, and wherever you go, they're watching you. They're watching to see how you handle yourself, how you talk to people, how even on this, and even in all of the things that you do online, everybody's watching. And I know personally that there are times that I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about me now, that I would like to respond. Gwen would like to respond, but what comes out of my mouth is the spirit of the Lord. And when I say Gwen would like to, I don't mean it necessarily
I
in a
feel
negative.
that. No, I feel exactly. Think I feel it.
Sometimes, I'll tell a quick story.
Come on.
As a counselor at Drexel University, I had all my degrees and everything. So one young lady came to me and asked me, said she had a job with DuPont. And I said, well, of course you're going to take that job. And so she was hesitant and everything. And later on, she told me, I'm not taking the job at DuPont. I'm taking the job. She was going south and she could take her mother. And when I said, okay, is it going to pay as much? Yes. Is it going to be as good? Yes. So when I walked to my office, I heard the Spirit of the Lord say to me, the next time you counsel somebody, talk to me first, because these are my children. So I did that from that point on, because here I was coming out of my wisdom, which was not bad. I mean, nothing was wrong with DuPont, but then DuPont had all those issues, and where she went was a good place. So what I'm saying to you is that eyes are on you. And your company, I'll say this again, is the most important company for Black people in this whole world, because I don't know any other company that's doing what you're doing. I know I've had so that we're doing, but I mean, you first started it because I first saw you in Philadelphia. You were sitting there quietly with your cards, and I got one of your cards because I was a presenter. And I looked back and I said, "Oh, that's really great. This young man's doing these cards and what have you." I said, "I'm going to come back," but I didn't, because I already had the cards. But I'm going to let you answer, because I think we all are sitting here waiting to hear what, and then you might have some questions that maybe we can answer, or if we can't answer, then we can send it up to the one who answers all questions. You see, that was the other thing. When we don't have the answer, then there's one who has the answer, and if you sit quietly, you'll get the answer. So, all right, I'm waiting.
You're what they call now, I think, an influencer. And what I say that I want to move
What you just
godly,
started,
because
Gwen.
I may be the only Bible that somebody ever reads. So how I move and shake makes a difference on the impact of the lives that I encounter.
Love you, sis.
Yes. So, Freddie, let's go. Wait.
Yeah. Look, I'm trying to figure out.
Freddie, you're at the family dinner table. You're at the family dinner table. Talk that way. It's okay. You are safe here.
Hey, did Brother Lewis just counsel me at the dinner table? I appreciate it, brother. Look, y'all know I'm going to deflect as much as I can, because I like deflection and humor, and I try to get the light off of me. But that's a good question, and Sister Gwen is echoing everything Tamiko says to me in private. So I don't know if y'all been talking, trying to get me to get it out, but I'm okay with saying I don't know. Right. I am in a quandary about a lot of this, and I'm cool with it. And that's part of the reason I don't say nothing, because
it's your
I know how
journey.
serious the community is about it, and I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to misclaim, and I definitely don't want to project something that I'm not about. So when this conversation comes about, I love that Gwen is here, because I want to defer to her, especially when Christianity comes up, or if Islam comes up, I want to defer to David, right? Or if African spirituality comes up, I want to defer to someone else, right? But I'm in the middle of it all. And if I always say, like, if I had to pick anything, I would be a Buddhist. That's the philosophy that I've been studying for decades now. I was introduced to Buddhism around 2099. I've been studying a philosopher by the name of Alan Watts. And what I understand, the better part of it is, what I think I understand is what, I forgot who said it, the 12 gates, right? Somebody spoke about the 12 gates, and it all leading to
Charlotte.
this. That's you, Charlotte. All leading to the same place. And from what I think I understand about Buddhism is, it's all the same thing. You're just saying it differently. So because you don't speak my language doesn't mean that you're speaking against me or against what I'm about. Is that you just got different language and I got to be tolerant in order to hear you and where you're really coming from. But really, what I'm watching is your actions. And I get this all the time from the Christians in my life. My man Cornell, shoot, David. And I think, David, you will back me up on this. But brothers tell me, brother, you the most Christian of Christians that I've ever met in my life, because the life that I try to live, right? I try to live. The aims that I have are in line with Christianity, right? Which I don't feel like I'm anti-Christian. I just think it's bigger than some of the exposure that I've had from Christians. And I've had some negative experiences that weigh on you, right? And that doesn't mean that it's all Christians. I mean, I've been in way too many slave dungeons in West Africa, and it ain't just Ghana, right? I've been down the coast. I'm about to go to Nigeria. We about to go to a few more of them. And what I know about the slave dungeons in West Africa is the Christian church is on top of those dungeons. But does that mean that every Christian believes in this, right? So I don't have that limited perspective that that's Christianity, right? No, that's people manipulating Christianity. And I
That's
think
just
that
the
that's
building.
and I think that that's where I come from when I'm always rejecting the conversation. I don't want to be associated with that. And maybe I didn't threw the baby out with the bathwater, right? I won't disagree with that, but that's what I'm really rejecting because I've seen our people being taken advantage of, but I've also seen the stories and the conversations that y'all are having and the beauty of Christianity, right? And the beauty of religion. And total transparency, let me back up. I grew up Baptist, so when Gwen talk about her Baptist religion, I understand. My one, two, three houses down from me was Mrs. Burrell. Mrs. Burrell every summer held in our neighborhood held the summer school for the churches, right? Church summer school in her garage every summer. All my siblings, my oldest sibling is 22 years older than me. Every one of us, oh, excuse me, it's seven of us. Every one, and this the whole gamut on the ages. God bless my parents, because I don't know how they did it.
Yes.
I don't know how they did it, right? But every one of us went to that garage and went through that Bible study. And then Amity Baptist Church is out. If I went out my back gate and walked through the field, you can end up at the church. We all grew up I grew up in the church, y'all. This is what I'm getting at. Then in high school, I went to a Catholic high school. So I don't know if y'all ever been to a Catholic school before. I studied the Bible every day for 4 years. So when we get into this discussion, like when I got into college, I started kind of being rebellious, right? And started having discussions with other people that didn't have the same upbringing with me. And I started opening my mind and all of these things. And I got kind of antagonistic towards the religion. But when I got antagonistic, people couldn't talk with me because I'm fresh off of 4 years of every single day I'm in religion class. So I knew the Bible back in front, right? I'm an academic. I don't know if you really know me. I'm an academic, right? Even though I act wild and I do all of that, I've always been studied. I always knew I was going to at least get a master's degree. I got an MBA, right? Like none of the school was always easy for me. This is not a thing, right? So when it came to the Bible and studying, that was never a thing. So when I started being antagonistic towards Christianity, and I'll just say it, I was bitter, particularly when I started learning the history and the understanding of it all. I was just angry, right? I don't know if somebody can relate to that. I was angry, right? So
Yeah.
I would lash out. But if you was a young 20 something trying to battle me, I'd destroy you because I knew the Bible. Like I understood it. You couldn't say nothing that would be mystical to me. Anyway, and I'm sorry, Gwen, I don't even know if you asked for all this. I'm just giving you my whole trajectory.
Go ahead, keep
That's
going.
Yeah,
good.
yeah. So
Keep
I
going.
remember in grad school, right, I'm like 22, 23 years old. Terrell Robinson is my roommate. Now he's also, we all played on the football team. I'm in Southern Illinois University, if y'all in that area. So I went to school for
Come
free.
on now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I had academic opportunities, but because I was smart, but I was an athlete too. And then, athletics pay more of school, right? And what's the real goal of going to school? My parents, you gonna go to school, period. We need to go for free. We ain't got this money. Oh, you can play ball, take that
Like,
athletic scholarship. I'm in Southern Illinois. Now, I wanted to go to Southern Illinois because it was the furthest from my house that I could get a full scholarship. And that was important because not because I didn't have a wonderful upbringing, two-parent household. I'm the baby boy. I had everything, y'all. I don't know. I'm probably the kid y'all hated, right? If you didn't have that background, you probably hated me, right? I had everything but the Michael Jackson Beat It jacket. And I remember it because I'm upset. And in fact, I might go buy me one because it's like the only thing I never got, right? All right. But I go to Carbondale and I'm doing my thing and all of that, right? Um, Graduate. All right, I'm gonna get my MBA. On my way to my MBA, I was like, I started reading some philosophy. I got a book. I've always been a book reader, and I was in the bookstore. I remember the book. I remember the day. I'm in the bookstore, and I ain't got no money. I'm a college student, right? We broke. So I'm perusing the dollar book section, the throwaway books, right? And I'm flicking through it, and I seen two books. I had a couple of bucks. So I'm like, oh, I'm about to splurge, give me a couple of books. And I pick up one, I picked up Philosophies of the East, if y'all want to ever read that. Alan Watts, Philosophy of the East. I don't think it's a IES on that. Don't hold me to that. But Philosophies of the East by Alan Watts, which was a stunning read. It's only about this big. And then I read Future of an Illusion by Sigmund Freud. And Sigmund Freud from his psychology and that discussion, and whether you agree or not, that's where it comes from. But I picked the book up because Future of an Illusion, I was just wondering, what the hell is the illusion? Turns out the illusion is Christianity. So it intrigued me because I was like, who would write a book against Christianity? Now remember, I ain't never really like thoroughly challenged my belief yet, right? So I read this book and it was wild to me. He was asking questions and making statements that I've never heard anybody say before. And then couple that with the philosophical discussion. I went to school for marketing, right? Undergrad was marketing. Then I ended up with an MBA, a master's business administration, with a concentration in marketing, right? I want to move product, I want to sell things. So reading those two books kind of like blew my mind. So now I'm in the philosophy department at Southern Illinois University saying, graduation's coming up, but I might get a PhD in philosophy. And they were like, oh, what's your background? Da da da. And they were like, the MBA program? And you want a philosophy? You want to get a PhD in philosophy? They were just like, why? Right? Like, and I'm just hella curious. And then two, I'm like, well, what about the philosophy of marketing? Right. So anyway, they're like literally, they gave me a book for the summer. They gave me a stack of books. Like it was like this big, y'all. And like, it wasn't even that it was a lot of books. It was the density of the books. And they were like, well, if you're serious, by the fall, read these because I got to get caught up, right? You don't got a philosophy background, so you got to get caught up. But these books were so dense. I couldn't have got through one of those books to thoroughly understand it. You know, I don't know if they were just trying to be like, bruh, this probably ain't your path, right? At least right now. But in those books was several of the key joints that made me like really get even deeper into this. So I'm going, this is the long story, y'all. Me and my roommate is a super Christian. He like, he's super Christian, right? So we like, I remember like we would come back from the club like partying as college students and would sit in our apartment, 1:30 in the morning. We'd be up to 6 in the morning, just talking God and religion, just going back and forth, just battling, right? Because he is recognizing that I am searching, right? And he's literally trying to save me, quote unquote. So one day he's like, you know what? You should come speak to my pastor. Bruh, you clearly are grappling with something. Come speak to my pastor. I'm like, all right, I come speak to your pastor. I go speak to the pastor, and y'all, Gwen, I'll tell you straight up. It was the moment I left Christianity. It was the moment. Now, this probably wasn't the right person to talk to. That's what I would think. But in like hood vernacular, he tried to punk me. Like he just tried to pump me. He didn't try to talk to me as an adult or as somebody that was really questioning their faith. He tried to make me put my head down and just bow to whatever the hell he said. So he played the authority card. And at least that's what I felt. Right? Now if he was on the call, he might say something totally different, but this is what came across to me. And I'm like, you ain't even gonna like hear me out. You just gonna say, bow your head and pray and fall in line because God's gonna punish you if you don't. And that was like he led with the whip, and like I say, he just tried to chump me. And I'm like, none of this vibes well with my spirit. And I'm into my spirit. I don't, everybody else everybody got their words, they got their language. You got what you adhere to. I got my spirit. And my spirit was like, this ain't right. I don't like it. It don't vibe well with me. And then it was in that moment that I realized, this is just my story, that I realized if I don't believe what this is about and I go to hell, I want to be in hell because none of this is right. Don't feel right. Ain't nothing, and you know what I mean? I was in his sermons and stuff, and it was like pass the plate. You know what I'm saying? So again, here we go with where Freddie comes from, his avoidance of the stuff, right? I just had some really terrible experiences, in my opinion, around the religion. Now, when I try to speak about my beliefs, I try to come from a place of I don't know. I don't try to tell people what it is. Hopefully, you've never heard me say, hopefully, I don't even know, like, hopefully. I know what the other side looked like. That's why if y'all been around urban intellectuals, you've heard me say, I don't know what happened after you die, but I can promise you one thing, you ain't gonna get out of this life alive. That's what I do know. So I focus on what I know. I know you ain't gonna get out of this life alive. So let's make some decisions before we get there. Now, what's gonna happen after that? You have to deal with your God, your religion, and your belief. But where I come from, I don't know. I don't fear God. And I know I've said some wild things in my life, but I feel like I am God. Not in the sense that I'm the deity, but I'm a part of the deity. Similar to I'm a body. Imagine God body. God got a pinky if we were going to name something. It's really all God, but if you wanted to identify God's glasses, nose, beard, chin, chain, shirt, whatever, pinky, I'm God pinky. So technically, I'm God. Technically, not actually. I'm a part of the deity. So as long as I act in step with the deity, then I'm good. Now, as soon as I'm acting out of line, then maybe God severs the piety. Maybe not sever the finger. Maybe just take the shirt off. Maybe I'm just the shirt. Maybe that's a better, maybe that's a better analogy, right? God, just take the shirt off. Like, ooh, that don't fit me no more. But that's pretty much where I come from. And I think that's why the Christians that say things like, you're the most Christian person I know, make those statements, not because I recite the verses or I say I love God or I say this and that, but my actions are in alignment with what they envision this a Christian would do. And that's not my guiding principle. My guiding principle is just to be a decent person. I don't know. And I like to think I'm not aiming for nothing in the afterlife. I don't even know if I believe in the afterlife. I don't even, and this is why I get to the point that I get to, because in truthful honesty, I don't even think it's important. And I don't even think it's important. Like, it ain't, that's why it doesn't govern my life on how I need to do, oh, I gotta act like this because I ain't aiming for that. And I feel like if I'm a decent person and God spit me out, I don't need to be there anyway. And but that's me. That's me gambling with my soul. I don't, you never heard me you never heard me say any of this, right? Like, I don't push this on anybody. I just feel how I feel. And I just want to be a decent person because I want to be a decent person. I ain't got no ulterior aim. At least I don't think I do, right? And maybe that's bullshit, right? I don't know. But at the end of the day, I just want to be a decent person and I want to give opportunity to people around us because it makes me happy. It's not because it makes God happy or Buddha or Allah or it ain't even, that's the interesting thing about Buddhism that I like. There's nobody to please. Buddha's not the deity that's like overseeing your life. I don't know how many of y'all study Buddhism, but it ain't like God. Buddhism is an awareness. It's a oneness with the universe. That's what vibrates with my soul. That's what vibrates with my experience. I'm no better than the star system that we can't even see thousands of miles from here. But all of us are having a similar impact on this universe. That's what vibrates with my spirit. So I just want to be in line with the universe. I just want to be a bright spot. I want to be a part of that solution, even though it might not ever get any recognition, or it might just die off and go away, but it never caused no harm. It just moved things along. And that's, I don't know. And I said all of that to really end up with, I don't know. And I'm okay with it. And I get a lot of people that are like, but you need to, I'm like, you made those decisions. Just let me deal with mine. And I want you to know I'm okay. If I go to hell because I tried to be a decent person, then I don't think God's who she say she is. But I think God's bigger than the box that we put her in. And I always use her because that's the only thing that we understand is women create life.
Creating.
That's the creator. So why wouldn't God be a woman? Oh, and if God is all things, then all right, then God is all things. But y'all always paint him, not y'all individually, paint God as a man, as a patriarch to uphold a patriarchal system. I think that's bullshit as well. So I just use the feminine, right? Because that's more logical sense to me. But here I go being logical about something that we really can't we can't express, right? And like anytime you try to verbalize, this is my understanding of Buddhism, right? Of Hinduism, Buddhism, Eastern philosophy. Anytime you try to articulate who or what God is, you miss. Anytime. So that's every instance. So, in my opinion, that's your Bible, that's your Quran, that's your everything. Anytime you try to put it in a box, you're missing the essence. But I could be wrong, but I'm also okay with being wrong. It doesn't matter to me. So I'm sorry.
You're
Freddie,
on your journey.
Freddie,
Thank
your desire to just be a good person, to me, where I stands, you are not without a soul. It ties back to the love of God as we are taught it as Christians, because you don't choose to do harm. You choose to love your brother as yourself, the first commandment, okay? And that in itself says that somewhere in you,
Somewhere.
you really are okay. You really will be okay.
I think so.
And you have not shut yourself off from the tenets of Christianity, no matter what you see or you think about and don't make a strong commitment to. But you are still having some soul and spirit of God as I understand it. And that don't make it so. That just means as I understand it.
I
So
appreciate that.
you're there.
Um,
I
I
appreciate
thank you.
Freddie,
To
I've
for
traveled.
you, I just want to say I want to thank you for being honest, because I know I put you on the spot, and thank you for taking us on your journey, because
There it
when
is.
when we sit at the table and we get to know people where they are, then we can walk beside you. And you are an expression of God. That's
Absolutely.
that's exactly. And I do not call myself a Christian.
Thank you.
Mm. I
I
don't
Me,
think
do
I
not
know
call
that. I
myself
don't
a
think I knew
Christian.
that.
No, I do not call myself a Christian.
neither.
The Pharaoh brothers and sisters have destroyed that name. They
Yeah,
have,
That's
Hmm?
right.
my pastor says, they have bastardized that name, and
That's
I
right.
am not a Christian. I am a child of the living God
there we
and
go.
a disciple of Jesus Christ. That's who I am. I am not a Christian, because when I look and see that they say that the Cheeto in the White House is a Christian, I am not that.
No, me
Keto.
either. Me either.
And I also just want to say, I totally agree with the universe, the way the universe is, everything, as the Native Americans say, even this computer that my phone is sitting on, and even the phone,
Yes.
God is in everything. There is nothing that God is not in, because the very things that they pull out the earth to make, God is there. So I thank you for being, open and honest. I don't know why you were afraid to do that, but
Folks crazy out here, Gwen. You know that. You know how this internet is.
I mean, as long as you're not saying I profess to Satan and his dominion.
Yeah,
Now,
good.
if you said that, I would have had to say, okay, we need to talk. But no, you're good. You're good. And those we are not supposed to be doing anything for the reward of heaven. I mean, that is supposed to be what happens if when we go, but we're not supposed to be doing anything for the reward of heaven. We're supposed to be doing it for the love of
Mm,
others
yeah.
and the love of God in us, and showing the love of God and being our best self, because I think Brother David said, and Brother James also said, that we stand here, and Sister Charletta said that we might be the only Bible, the only Jesus, the
Yes.
God that people see, and how we treat one another. So therefore, like you said, to just do, but let me just say this to everyone. I don't know how close to death anybody has been, but I was twice, almost 3 times in my life, but I'll tell you the one.
Wow.
I fell asleep at the wheel of a car. I was driving home and I mean, fell asleep, like head back, hands off the steering wheel. I was headed towards a guardrail and a tree. And I started dreaming. I thought dreaming, but no, I wasn't dreaming. There were these people coming for me. They were mumbling like, we better get, it was almost like we better get ready. And I saw my deceased grandmother and my deceased father, and these people were gathering. It was more and more and more people. And then I heard this voice like thunder say, Gwen, wake up. But I mean, it was like thunder. And I just woke up and put myself right and saw where I was going. And I just turned the wheel. Thank God it was another car coming. But so I want to say to you,
Wow.
there is something on the other side. People
Oh,
come
yeah.
for you because they were coming for me, but it wasn't my time. They were ready. So I know that much about the other side. I know that people come and you don't go alone because they were coming for me, but it wasn't my time. And thank God it wasn't, because I would have never met all of you beautiful people. So I
Yeah.
just want to say, Freddie, you know, you're on your journey. So, and
Yeah.
you and I will talk.
It's been a long journey.
I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not
Keep
gonna
on
tell you about.
stepping.
I'm just gonna tell you about, you know, what has happened since we've had the class. But
Yeah.
you know, nothing was wrong with what you said. You know, I was like, you know, I don't know what he's going to say.
I don't know
You
what he
know,
gonna say now.
I was saying, I don't know, you know, I don't think he's into devil work. I've
No.
had people come when I was at Drexel University. I had people come into my office and said, I'm a witch. And I was saying, oh, that is wonderful. Now tell me what you do. And after they left, I was praying all over my
I
office.
know
But
that's
they,
right.
I mean, they were good
Yep.
witch. They were into Duffelment and what have you. I have run into some, when I was in college, I had run into some Duffel worshipers. They were upstairs in the second floor of my girlfriend's apartment, and we opened the door and we were like this. So, I mean, since you said nothing of that kind, you are fine.
Nah, yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
That was a boring. I'm sorry, it was a boring story, but
No,
No,
it was
It
wonderful.
wasn't boring.
It
not
was
at
your
all.
story.
It's your story,
It's
yeah,
yours.
yeah.
That's
and
your
we
journey.
celebrate you.
It
It's
Yeah,
wasn't
and keep
boring
on
at all,
stepping.
Freddie. The
okay.
Absolutely, we
opening for
celebrate you.
tonight that I'm
Thank you
sitting
for
in
sharing.
has finally
Freddie,
got myself off camera.
Yeah,
There's
you
so
get you off
much.
camera. Look at you
There's
talking. I got you talking.
well, listen,
oh
David,
oh
go
I
ahead, my
was
sister, go
hearing
ahead.
things that would have come out of my mouth from you.
Okay.
Okay.
Similar journey.
Yes.
We still
Yes.
reach. We still reach.
Yeah,
We
oh,
still,
good. Yes, absolutely.
hey, we young in
Absolutely.
this game. We young in this game. That's good. I
And
love
you
that. I
don't
love
have to
that.
be
Thank y'all.
apprehensive when you testify. You give your testimony.
Is that Brother Lewis?
Yeah, you don't have to be shy about your testimony. This is your journey. Keep on stepping, brother.
My man.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
My man. I
Freddie,
appreciate that.
Freddie, when Sister Gwen asked you, what did you believe?
That's my man
And I
David.
said to myself, I really don't care what he believes because I look at what he provides. And I've gone down the same path that you're going down, and I'm in probably the same place that you're at. But I do remember from the scripture that the tree is known by the fruit it bears. And I look at what you do, how you provide a therapy for the Creator's people. So if you're going to be judged, you'll be judged by your works and your deeds, not so much by how you stand up and say Hosea's and all this other stuff. Because when it comes to Christianity, as the sister said, they bastardized that. Or with Islam, when you have people flying into planes, or what these so-called Israelis are doing with the genocide in the Middle East. These, when you look at these religions, and for me, I have to look past that, because if there's a creator and he's allowing these things to happen, when will this ever stop? stop. That's why
Good
I'm like you, I'm on that same journey where I don't know. And it's not that I don't believe, I just don't believe. And
Don't know.
because I've grown up, through church and, being a Jehovah's Witness and things like that. When you broaden your horizons or you go down different roads, you start to look at different things and you start to realize that maybe all of what they said may not be the creator's words. But now I need to tag on something that Sister Gwen said because sometimes I have these dreams about my friends that have passed away. And we grew up in Connecticut. We were always going to New York. And I'll see one of my best friends and a couple of my friends, and they're in the car, and we're always going. They're always getting on a ride. And I go toward the car. They always tell me, "You can't go this time." So there's certain things that I don't understand, but there are things about Christianity and some of I should say, I don't believe in these organized religions because I'm fearful of where they will take you because the ones that they have now are, or some of these mega churches and things like that are leading themselves into prosperity with your money. But I like what Sister Gwen said when she said, and people ask me, "Are you a Christian?" I said, "No, I'm not a Christian like you're a Christian." And I really like what Sister Gwen said when
Gwen
she said
said,
she's
yeah.
not a Christian. And the one thing about, again, with you, Freddie, it's not so much what you believe, it's that you have opened up a door for all of us to have therapy on Sunday. And I'll leave with this one thing. I saw it on your platform where the young man said, the reason that we are Christians is because our masters were Christians. If our masters were from the Middle East, we would probably all follow Islam.
Yeah.
If our masters were from South America or somewhere like that, we would follow whatever their religion is.
Yeah.
So we have to look at how we came to this religion or how we came to these beliefs.
Yeah.
But the one thing I would say is that I appreciate all of the insight that I've learned today, and it's been really helpful and informative. And I'm thanking you for putting this platform here for us.
My man, I always appreciate you, good brother David. Brother David Williams, let me let David 3X into the discussion. He got his camera on now, y'all. He confident in his connection now.
Yeah, I'm very confident in this connection. Because I pulled over.
Oh, snap.
But yeah, I wanted to say because you had mentioned about Brother Cornell saying that you are the most Christian person he knows, and I remember having a type of dialogue like that with you on one of your posts where I said you're actually, very much like a Muslim, and we're taught that everyone's Muslim if you're operating according to nature, according to the boundaries of creation. And so when you talk about being aligned with Buddhism, Buddhism, Buddha reached the level of consciousness called nirvana.
Okay, come on with it.
That's the highest form of consciousness you could reach spiritually. And now as long as I've been a part of the urban intellectual family, I started out with the Eastern knowledge. I started out in metaphysics and studying all of those ancient civilizations.
Yep.
And through all of my study of not just those civilizations and Eastern knowledge.
Are you still?
I'm listening. Yes, sir. Say again.
That was somebody else. Keep talking, brother.
Okay. As I studied those things, I was simultaneously listening to the minister, because there was a time in my life, if I'd have saw the minister on TV, I would have turned the TV. And the way I got a chance to hear him, I was asleep in Harvey, Illinois, visiting my mother. She was going through some things. And so I was visiting her, and I was on the couch asleep, and I began dreaming about this man preaching the word of God and preaching about Christ in a way I never heard it before. So, and I had an image of a man in my head, but when I woke up, because it was so powerful, woke me up out of my sleep, and I'm listening for where that sound coming from. It was coming from one of the bedrooms. The TV was left on public access, and he came on public access TV in Chicago. So I'm standing there, I'll go in the room and I look, who is that talking? I'm looking, I'm like, that's the minister Farrakhan. And I'm like, since when he talking about Christ? And so then I called my mother to the room and I said, Mom, look at this. And we stand there looking.
If you
I
don't
said,
mind
since
me,
when
if
he
you don't mind me, brother, what year is this? You know, I
Yeah,
know
that was my question.
this
What
is
year?
this was 2001.
Okay.
He heard my thesis is 1994, and he did. There you go.
and so what happened was when I got up and I saw that, me and my mother standing there looking, I said, since when he talking like this? Because I was a Malcolm X man. And from what I knew, he had something to do with Malcolm X murder. So from that point, I ain't trying to hear nothing he's saying, right? I knew he did the Million Man March, and I was amazed by it. But I hadn't heard him speak from beginning to end. I heard snippets of him speaking. And so when I watched that, and I said, well, since when he been talking like that, my mother's like, she shrugged and said, I don't know, maybe he changed and walked off. Because that was the sentiment we had. We had a sentiment of this man that needed to change because he done some things.
He murdered Malcolm X.
Right. Based on what they've done
Exactly.
to us through media and all of this. And so when I heard him speak, I'm like, I don't know. So then later on, I got a chance to hear him speak about Malcolm X. YouTube was just starting. No, not YouTube. It was something where I got a chance to watch the video where he spoke about the assassination of Malcolm X, and he just put it out there and kept it real. And I was like, that's the truth. And see, we're taught that truth has an electromagnetic quality. So when you hear it, you can actually feel it. You could tell when someone's telling the truth. And so that opened me up to listen to him. A year later, I met my father. Guess what? He was in the nation. So I really couldn't run from my whole life. I've been running into the nation. So when I met my father, he gave me a Farrakhan tape.
They don't catch that. They ain't catching that nuance to your story, brother. I don't know if you want to tell it, but they ain't catching that. I know the nuance. They ain't catching the nuance to this. You just said it like.
I do just throw it out there, and I kind of go by it because, ironically, after I went on this so-called sabbatical, because I left college, SIU, for 2 years, and that's when I found all of this. So when I met my father for the first time, he gave me Stolen Legacy. He gave me a book called Behold a Pale Horse. He gave me a book.
Slow down now. Wait a minute. All right, go ahead. I'm gonna drop these words down in there. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yes, sir. No, it's all good. And so he gave me a book by Sheikh Anta Diop, The African Origin of Civilization. And so I began studying these books, and I was excited to meet my father. I want to show him, I'm a good. This is the first time I'm going to have this type of experience, right? At 23 years old, and so I studied it. I studied it thoroughly, and he gave me a tape of Ashra Kwesi's African Origin of Christianity.
Let's go.
He gave me a tape, and he gave me a tape from the minister Farrakhan. So that's why I was studying all of that. And I was already studying some of the Eastern stuff before that. I was always curious about that, had questions, but I was studying all of that. So via studying all of that, it led me back to the nation because I realized that's what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching. He was teaching Eastern knowledge. He was teaching metaphysics. He was teaching all of that, but he was giving it to us like you give baby milk. That's why he always say, feed the baby milk. Don't give the baby steak. Because the steak is all the other stuff we're getting into now. The steak is what the Minister Farrakhan is giving us. The steak is what all these people like yourself is doing by going in and doing the research and digging up this stuff and showing us, hey, this is what we were, this is what we are, this is where we're going. So prophecy talks about the resurrection being when people are restored via to their ancient dignity, or they rediscover their ancient dignity. That's the same principle as Sankofa. Christ consciousness is the same principle as nirvana.
Mm.
What you're talking about, again, if you have to study these things and study them not like a fan, we're not supposed to be fan of religion, truth, or politics. That you are a fan of your favorite team, your favorite entertainer. See, this is why scripture say this is a world of sport and play. We're caught up in being fanatics. So when someone is saying something that's the same thing, but it sounds different, and now we can't hear it no more, we shut it out because it don't go along with what it is we believe. All
Right.
that is over with. Truth is here. Truth is truth. No matter if you find it in Buddhism, Christianity, or wherever, truth is truth. So when I was studying all of that, and I got to hear the minister speak for the first time from the beginning to end, I said, that man is the truth. I see why they don't want us listening to him. That's why, remember, in the 80s and 90s, he was all over TV. They took him off because, like in scriptures, when they was always challenging Jesus, he always made them look like fools through hitting them with that truth and gained more
Right.
followers. They just
Right.
recently took student minister Ishmael off Facebook. You can have everything on Facebook that you want, cuss, debauchery, whatever. But if you tell the truth, they take you off. This is why we keep telling people this: we are the ark. We are the bestowers of the truth, and we are here to tell people the truth, and we bear witness to whatever truth others are saying. All I've heard on this call was the truth, no matter what you call yourself. And so so I wanted to point that out. We're taught that the greatest religion is to do unto others as you will have others do unto you.
Christ, man.
That's what most honorable Elijah Muhammad said. He said that's the greatest religion, to want for your brothers what you want for yourself. And this notion of man and woman and God, when we think of man, and here's some Eastern knowledge, we think of man, but woman is man. She's man with a womb. That's why we have one man.
One man. Come on.
And one man is the first creation of God. There's an initiating principle, and then there's that which nurtures life. So the male principle, divinity, initiates, and the female principle, divine principle, nurtures and sustains it. And we work together to keep it going from an infinity of time to an infinity of time. Now, the other thing I wanted to say,
I love
your
it that you're
work
looking at
is.
your notes. I love
I
it.
got my notes, man.
I know that's why you looked at.
I fill up my notebook, man. I got so many notebooks. The other thing is this notion of work is your testament of your character. That's why we keep saying you're Muslim, you're Christian. We noticed those of us who are going into the truth of these teachings, we see it in you. We say, okay, this man is restoring the ancient dignity. You're going to tell people about the truth of their history. There's been a passion of yours, right?
Ancient
Is
dignity.
in the Quran it says, no matter what you call yourself, if you're doing the work of God, you will have your reward, no matter what you call yourself. In the Quran, we say the best friend of a Muslim is a Christian. That's in the Quran. Most people don't read it, so you don't know, but it's in there. So that goes to what someone said. You know the fruit of the tree by you know the type of tree by the fruit it bears. That is the same as your testament. Your work is a testament of your character, or who you are, what you've done. So again, all of this is the same. What you laid out as far as your belief. I hear Muslim. I hear Islam. I hear Christianity. I hear Judaism. I hear the ancient Kemetic teaching. I hear it all because it's all the same. God does not divide. God unites. Corruption, corrupted man, Satan in the flesh, in the form of man, is why we have what we have in all this division, because that's how he maintains himself here. As I mentioned before, the conversation between between Satan and Allah in the Quran, Satan says, respite me until they are raised. So he keeps us from being raised by dividing us. But that's our work to do. People say, why would we go through this? If we come from, we say life is 66 trillion years old. So if you put 400 years of enslavement or 6,000 years under the rule of this man, that's less than a blink of an eye. We here and we going through it, we experiencing it, but I'm
Lesson.
not on that plantation no more. They went through that. I'm here now. What am I going to do with my time to continue this progress towards the future and the infinity of time in the future? That's what this is about. So when you forge in a civilization, you can't fathom what that's going to take. You're forging a civilization is being forged. We're literally a whole new people over here in the West. But the scriptures and prophecy said the sun is going to rise in the west. Not that the earth is going to stop rotating and then reverse. It means that the light of knowledge that was in the east is now coming out of the west. And so that's what we believe in the nation. That's what we believe that the minister Farrakhan is to the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, what Aaron was to Moses. Another messenger sent to a wicked government saying, let my people go. But Moses was apprehensive because of his speech. He had a speech impediment. He said, could you help us send my brother with me? You know, because the way I speak. And God was like, wait a minute, who made your mouth? I picked you. He picked Moses because Moses' heart for his people. Your heart is the key. That's why when you see
Come on,
pictures of
preacher.
Jesus, oftentimes, and when you see Jesus, oftentimes you see the heart exposed. Well, you got to, the minister Farrakhan teaches about circumcising your heart.
Yes.
You got to get yourself cleaned. You have to clean up your character. And when you have a clean heart, it don't matter what someone says, does to you, you could still look at them and have love for them because you know that a condition created what we're looking at. A condition created that. We're not naturally this way. We've gone through some things, but we have a knowledge here available now that's going to exercise that, clean that up. And I put the link in the chat of the minister's lecture on, and again, the minister speak mostly in churches. And he has a lot of Christian minister followers and brothers and sisters. That link I put in the chat is called the Education Challenge. It's about a new education paradigm. That's where he explains the truth of the teachings of Jesus, and he relates it to the education system and how we see the reading rates, the math, the science. We see the failures in the education system is a sign of a failure in the society. It's the decline, it's the fall, okay? And Jesus comes to give you the new education paradigm, one based on life, based on light, based on power. You take it, you learn it, you apply it, and watch your life change. I'll land my plane there. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, brother. I'll say
Based on
this.
truth.
Yeah. I'll say this, brother. Because that's my man, dog. Y'all don't understand our relationship. Like it goes back. And man, we old now, brother. It go back over 30 years. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy to even say. But I've loved to see this brother's growth, man. And not that he was way off from where I was. Shoot, you know what I mean? We was like peas in the pie.
He's in a pod.
Yeah, but I mean, like brothers. I mean, y'all hear this brother. He's way more articulate than me. But I've watched this development, and I just want to say I appreciate you, David. I just want to say I appreciate you. I want to say I appreciate you, and I appreciate you for being involved with what we're doing here in this space, and being committed because brother comes faithfully, not every Sunday, but damn near. No, it's pretty close, and sharing your insight. So I appreciate that. And then what I left out of the conversation,
Thank you.
yeah, what I left out of the conversation is this isn't directly David related, but throughout, even when he mentioned in this urban intellectual joint, David was he was a voice in it too. Like as we grew over time, and he talked about his esoteric understanding and insight and interest and all of that in his development. But I've seen what Islam has done for him. My opinion, David, looking from the outside, looking in, right? I don't know your everyday, but I can see the clear progression on where you were just a couple of years ago, damn 30 years ago, because you and I know we've made leaps and bounds since then. Right. You know what I'm saying, bro? Let me bring you on because I don't know. They don't fully understand, brother. We came a long way just individually, but I think what Islam has done is gave you that solid understanding. I don't know. I'm impressed. I don't know how you would classify that. And you've often heard me say the organization that I respect most is Islam, is the nation, not Islam. Hold on, let me back up. It's the nation. It's the nation. Y'all, I don't know. I've said a lot over the time that we've been involved in these discussions, but you've probably never heard me say anything bad about the nation because I've appreciated the stance that they take, the Afrocentric stance, the unapologetic stance, the I ain't accepting white money to capitulate because we can make more money stance. And I don't know, I'm not sure if everybody really understands how important that is. When you got to organize, Dave, I'm gonna take you out, brother, because I do got to get Al Campbell into
I
this
was about to say we're going on a ride with Brother David.
Yeah. David Ryan. And I'm like, hold on. And then I was about to take a left on y'all, actually. So let me be quiet and let me is it Brother Al, Sister Al? I don't know where we at into this discussion. You had your hand up waiting patiently. So I don't want to be disrespectful to you. San Antonio, Al Campbell. Can you unmute? Y'all, I be trying to be respectful to y'all, particularly if you want to speak, you want to jump in, you know what I mean? But I will take a left and just take over. But Al, you there? Are you there? Can you not? Am I missing something?
In the middle and early 80s, the nation was re-establishing itself to rise out from the West. I was there. I was a part of that.
Is that Lewis?
And yes, sir.
Lewis,
Yes, sir.
you becoming a fan favorite, brother.
My Muhammad. I received my Muhammad in 1994. And they knew, Minister Farrakhan knew I was a Christian pastor. And we spoke together at the International Symposium on Mutual Respect. Only one other American was invited to speak there beside Farrakhan and myself. And his name was Barack Obama.
Get out of here.
We are the only ones.
Wow.
And that's when the minister heard my presentation, and he stood on his feet with Buddhists, Muslims, Jews, Hebrews, different religions around the world, and they all took 5 minutes to say hallelujah when I spoke 7 minutes over my time.
I love it. Brother Lewis in the building. Hey, Brother Lewis, I know your voice when you jump in. So I want to say, good brother, thank you for showing up. Two, I want to thank you for being comfortable enough to just jump in. I wish more of us felt that way because we want it to be a more encompassing conversation. I talk
That's
too
how
much.
we have to speak.
There we go. Yeah. Thank you, brother. I'm gonna let don't stay unmuted, right? Stay in this discussion. We ain't done just yet, but I want to make sure I get brother Al, is that you?
Yes.
And then Charmion, I got you next. Okay, brother Al's back. Hey, brother Al, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Hey, as I spoke earlier and I talked about my journey through suicide to what I consider my spiritual awakening.
Amen.
I used to say all the time that Christians know the language, but they don't know the life. And I found that was a part of who I was and why I was and what had happened to me. I grew up in a Baptist church, and it was all about the language. It was not about the life. Everybody in the Baptist church that I grew up in, and I'm not saying it's true for everybody, they were constantly talking about what God had did for them. Nobody was talking about what they had done for the sake of God. And when I was talking about my revelation, it was that I was to love God with my everything And my ability to do that enabled me to love my neighbor as myself. In 1983, 85, somewhere around in there was a Nile Valley Conference, now like the Nile River, it's the Nile
NILE.
Valley Conference. And Dr. Naeem Akbar and Dr. Che Anta Diop
Dia.
were
Joe.
very important people in that conference. That was when I began to get my Black theology orientation and Black knowledge orientation. And I took that and I became good at it. I figured it was my appointed duty, once I got that knowledge, to put every white person in their place when they were talking about their accomplishments. And I was good at that because I studied that, and that was information that I needed to validate myself and justify myself. But once I had that experience in the hospital, all of that changed. Because if I am not showing love to my fellow man, then whatever I'm doing or saying is for some worldly purpose or recognition. And this is where I say I am now. I believe in free will. I believe in the gifts of creator because I've seen it, I've experienced it. We have the ability to think, reason, believe, and create. And using that process is the world we are in right now today. And if I believe in loving my neighbor as myself, I must love that white man who believed making God in his image made him superior. Because if I don't love him as I love myself, then the Black theology that exalts us will do the same harms to us, and I'm talking about human beings, as the white theology did. So I am one I believe in free will. I am learning, as you said earlier, to listen to other people. I don't have to agree with you, but I do want to understand what you're saying, why you're saying it, and how that came to be. For me, I tell everybody what I say is my belief. I give you the authority to anytime you see or hear me acting or speaking contrary to what I say, you have an obligation to correct me because what I say is my faith, it's my belief, it's my representation of God in me. So when people say we are God's, it's the love that is in me that I exhibit toward others that is the God in me. That's my perspective. And so I want to consistently be a part of saying that. Dr. Naeem Akbar, I'm telling you, man, I love that brother back in the day. He is so deep and he gave me so much validation from my Blackness. And as a human being, that validation is relevant. So Black
Everything.
history is very relevant, but not to the extent that we begin to exalt ourselves. That's when it becomes destructive.
Yeah.
But
It's a
we
new
need
idol.
to,
That's a new idol then.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something that we have to develop in us. A proud sense of self, but a love for our fellow man. And so that is my testimony. And free will, like I said, it's a gift that Creator gave to all of us. I'm not trying to take that away from nobody. What I'm saying is what I believe. And when you say what you believe, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to be, as the scripture says, that light of the world. And that light to me is showing love. That
Yes.
salt of the earth is showing love. And
Yes.
so that is I'm thankful every day that I have First Corinthians 13 chapter because that is so important. And man, if you just read those first three verses, it tells you how the mind of man is deceived. We get deceived by the expressions of man, and God is looking at the essence of man. Why are you saying and doing these things? And that it's the love of God in me that compels me to do and say as I do and say, then I'm on the right track. I don't know if there's a heaven or hell below, but if there is, I'm doing what I believe is necessary to make that heaven journey. I personally don't believe that there is a heaven that would facilitate all the whims of mankind. Because I think, and I tell people all the time, we live in reality, and reality is in your face 24/7, 365. It is the most compelling thing in our lives that wants to seduce us. But truth comes from the spiritual aspects of life. I don't know if I call myself a Christian. I know that it's understanding creator. Creator is a spirit, and a spirit does not have any human form. So when the brother talks about the infinity of time, I'm connected in my faith and belief to that energy source that
Yeah.
has no beginning and has no end.
Has no
So,
beginning and no end.
so I'm thankful again for the opportunity to be an example of the love of God in me. And hopefully the humbleness of that. Because man, when I talk about my mistakes, that was making me trying to kill myself.
Yeah.
It's only when I start believing that love is the key that I find joy in living. So I'm thankful for the things I've been through. And I thank you for this opportunity to express these things.
I thank you for sharing, brother. You know what I mean? And like somebody said, beautiful expression. Beautifully
Brother,
expressed. I
Brother
mean, like,
Freddie.
yeah, yeah. Where you at, brother?
Brother Freddie,
Thank
can
you,
you hear me?
brother Al. Where you at, brother? I hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could do something just real quick based on what something Brother Al just said.
David, you know you ain't gotta ask me, man. You my man.
Yes, sir.
Let's
I
go.
appreciate you, brother. If Brother Lewis, he said he has his Muhammad, right?
Mhm.
So then, Brother Lewis, did you hear the same thing I heard at the end of Brother Al's statement about no beginning, no end?
Oh, he slid out. He
Oh, he
dropped a
slid out.
comment and said he
Okay,
had to go, right? He had to go.
okay. Because that what he just said is exactly what we believe. See, it's not just Islam that I follow. I follow Islam as taught by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, because it removes the lies from all of the scripture. And one of the things that we're taught is that there is no beginning, it has no beginning, it has no ending. And so when Brother Al said that, that was just something powerful that in a sense is a sign or bear witness to what this is all about. This is something that has no beginning, no ending, and we're all part of it.
Word. Word. I love that. Um, Man, this has been like a good discussion. I got y'all. I got my hands up. Let me get the order right. Get the order right. Y'all know I be talking too much. So
Charmion was next.
yeah, David, then Zandra. I got y'all coming up, but I did need to mention. I gotta add a couple of things because y'all had me bare my little belief soul, right? Right, quick, right? I gotta say, um, I've always respected the brothers and sisters of Islam because when I went down my philosophical journey, and I'm still on it, it's not over, right? I'm still deep into philosophy. I still study it, and I love philosophy. I've never stopped studying philosophy because it makes me think, and I like to think. And I was raised around not my parents or my family, but the spiritual influences outside of that, right? That's why you always got to remember, you got to be mindful of who's talking to your children, right? So let me put
Mhm.
that in y'all spirit. Like, be mindful. You got an idea, but who has access to your children's minds, right? Um, Individuals that had access to my mind would tell me that, African spirituality was demon. It was demon behavior. That was demon conversation. You don't, if it ain't Jesus, it's the devil, right? And maybe you believe that. I don't know. Like you gotta decide. I ain't trying to convince you of none of that. But I'm just trying to share with you what was expressed to me when I was youthful, or I was ignorant of understanding, or I was ignorant of being able to be like, that's bullshit that you say, right? Like, you can't tell me that now, right? Um, oh man, I was trying to get to something specific, but people can influence your young people and they can get them off path on on something that they could grow in. Damn, I'm really missing what I really wanted to say. But hold on. Let me just take a moment.
They can mess them up, turn them around, and start them with a faulty foundation in life and the
Yeah.
values of life. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, that's where I'm going ultimately, but
That's not it.
I was fed, I was fed a lot of, I was just fed a lot of garbage about stuff that was outside of Christianity. And they was just trying to feed me that like it was truth. And as I started to grow and learning in philosophy, right? And philosophy isn't anti-Christian, right? And I guess that's really what I'm getting at. Philosophy is just thought. Just think about things. And this is what I've come to now. I'm comfortable in it. And I raised my children in it. Like I don't care what my children believe. Like if they want to be Christian, they can be Christian. They want to be when they want to go follow Islam, they can go follow Islam. When they follow Judaism, you can go do that. You want to be Yoruba, you can go do that. Like I don't. I tried to raise them with religious understanding in that if this is what vibrates with your spirit and your soul, then that's what you need to go with. As long as you, like Sister Gwen said, you're on some devil worship and stuff, like, I'm gonna be like, I think you in left field. Right? Let's have a real conversation. I think you in left field. I don't know. I don't know. I ain't never went all the way there. But I think we gotta be open. I put it this way. I'm open to not knowing. And I think when I come around and when people ask me about these religious discussions, this is why I've always been hesitant on this platform, is because I'm so open that nothing makes me afraid.
Right.
And I don't got something where I'm gonna say, nah, you need to think like this. That's I don't think you'll ever hear that come out of my mouth. I don't, I've been young. I done said shit, right? So I don't know. I'm reserving. I'm reserving pre-30 Freddie. Like, but I think after that, I'm like, I'm so open that I don't know. Who am I? I feel like who am I to tell you what it is? I don't know. I'm living life trying to figure it out, just like you. As long as, and I think everybody that's been speaking is right on point, right? As long as you're not trying to harm nobody, you know, I don't know. Anyway, let me stop because I don't remember my exact point. It's gonna come to me as Charmian jumps into this conversation. Hopefully, I didn't get you too distracted from your thought with my
I'm lost anyway it goes.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
But
you've been around long enough. I think you understand. Brother Freddie takes everybody off the path.
yes, yes. I know what it was that what you were saying was just resonating with me. Because it was somewhat a similar journey, I think.
Oh, okay.
Talking to my brother-in-law, it started me on my spiritual journey. Um, I was just falling out with the church. And he had me realize that I was putting my faith in man and not God. And he wasn't the only one that told me that. At the time, I had a pastor, a previous pastor, Pastor Bradley, who was family also. And he would talk to me before they let him go from the church for some stupid crap. Is church politics. But he set me down and he talked to me. He said, Do not listen to what they are telling you. They're telling you not to question, not to ask questions. He said, if you realize those pastors who always talk about how they've been in that life, they follow the same few sermons and they constantly preach over that. But when you try and question them and call them out on what they're talking about, they want you, oh, you're just supposed to accept. That's faith. You don't question God. You just accept it. And he had me realize you're putting your faith in man and not in God. And he said, you question it. And if you come to me with the question or asking it, whatever it is, if I don't have the answer, I'm going to find it for you and tell you where I find it. So I'm gonna have something to back it up. So whoever's telling you something, make sure they can prove what it is that they're telling you. And I'm like, okay, so that started my journey on it because just like I was just like, that resonates, that's what started me on. So I began to believe in a person's actions and not just their words, because there's actions will reveal that person's heart. And growing up as a teen in the church, we were always, oh, good Lord, we were always at church, always long. My kids do not realize that because I'm not with the same churches and stuff like that, of being in church all day, every day. Going on Sunday morning, not leaving until midnight. So, and doing all of those things. So I have my children where I'm not pushing them into my spiritual beliefs. I want you to have a spiritual soul. I want you to, just like you said, whatever it is that my child wants to follow, I'm behind you. As long as you have that spiritual soul, you know that there is just the one true God. I am all for that. So I just wanted to get some of that off of there, just bring back to the points and just say how it resonated and everything. And I was just like, you know what? This is it. This is it right here. That's all.
No, I totally get it because it's like, man, there's so much been said. You know what I mean? It's like, man, I gotta tap in right here on this discussion. So I appreciate you, sister. First of all, I appreciate you for always being around and supporting the organization and everything that we do. And this opportunity to get your words in. Brother David, come on in to the discussion, young man. What say you?
Brother Freddie, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see you as a leader. I don't know if you want to be a leader. What I see you is a CEO of Urban Intellectuals that provides a platform and a voice for our people. That's how I see you. I don't see you as a leader. I see you as a gifted CEO that provides a platform for us. But people ask me sometimes, they say, am I a Democrat or a Republican or an independent? I tell them, no, I'm a socialist. And they say, well, how could you be a socialist? And I said, well, I believe in that we should help heal the sick, feed the hungry, shelter my brothers from the storm, be my brother's keeper. And if you've ever read the New Testament or any of the other prophets, whether it be Islam or whoever, all the great prophets, that's who they are.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell them. I said, one of the greatest socialists that ever walked the earth, it's in the New Testament. And then people ask me, and I probably get them a little upset when they ask me this. They said, have you found Jesus? And I said, I didn't know he was lost.
Not lost. Yeah, right, exactly. He's not lost.
If you believe that, then you need to go find him. He's not. I mean, he's looking for you. If you believe in Jesus and that sort of thing. And also, just from a historical fact, when they said that that we're in the image of God, God and Jesus didn't become white folks until the Renaissance.
Right.
When Michelangelo, all of them
you got
made
Sister
him
Gwen fired up
long
over that one now.
because the one thing in the ancient times, they didn't mention a person, whether he was black, white, or wherever he was. They mentioned that he was Ethiopian or he was Roman or he was a Hun or they never mentioned the skin color. They just mentioned the area that they came from. And because, when they had this new pope that came in, And they went through his background and found out that he's blacker than some of us on this chat right now. But they had four popes that were from Africa back at the ancient times. But at that time, it was not necessary for them they never discussed people by their skin color. They just said they discussed them by their regions. But anyhow, brother, I just want to put that there because I don't, when people ask what you believe, it's not important what you believe because I don't see you as a leader. I see you as somebody that provides a platform.
I love that. I love that. I accept that because I want y'all to know. Let me come on camera because this is like bigger. To me, this is bigger than the religion conversation or belief conversation. No, I'm not no
Well,
leader. I'm not a leader. I'm not your leader. I don't want to be your leader. I have no interest in it because they
we stayed
killed it.
on to 9 o'clock at night, believe it, one night.
Nah, look, but
Huh?
they kill leaders. I don't want to be that. I'm not a martyr. Hey, I love y'all. I ain't trying to die for you. I just want you to know that. So I mean, I love you to death. You know what I mean? Jesus is a better person than me. I don't know what to tell me. But Malcolm, Martin, that ain't me. I got a platform. We're gonna build a platform. We're gonna grow. We gonna get the word out. We're gonna educate the youth and all of those things. But no leader, nah, absolutely not. That ain't me. I'm rejecting that with every fiber of my being. I want to live a long life. My daddy 95. I'm trying to be 95. I'm 49. That sounds crazy to say. I'm 49. I just turned 49 in May. I got a long time to go. I don't want to be your leader. I love y'all. I don't love y'all like that. I ain't dying for you. Let me tell you something. Zonda, come on into the discussion. Brother David, thank you for allowing me to get that off my chest. All right, Zonda. Now, you know I'm a mess. You've been around. You used to
Oh my goodness. I'm with you on that one. I like to see change, but I'm not trying to be a martyr.
it. Hey, bro. Let's set the stage
Well,
for it.
well,
But
well,
That's
one thing,
right.
Freddie, with some of these Christians that are out there, if you were a leader, they'd say that you lead us straight to hell. So
hey, hey, you're right. Hey, brother David, now you make me even gladder that I led where I'm not a Christian. Like, hey, I ain't one of y'all. Like, I love my people. I love the community. I am definitely a Pan-Africanist, but yeah, I'm not. Jesus is better than me. Let's just go with that. All
I
right, Zonda,
just
go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I'm just so happy that you did bring this out, even though this was like tough for you initially, because it really brought to light. And I'm just sorry that I missed a good portion of in the middle because I had another Zoom meeting I had to go to. But at the end, where I caught in your testimony, and um, I'm like, well, I'm in the right place. I'm in the right group of people because this is what it's all about. It doesn't matter how we get there,
Yeah.
long as we get there. We might get there in different ways. Like we might go slant, up, down, in, out. But we're going through the same goal. And we got different ways of getting there, but we have the same goal. And that's the key. And bottom line is what was that L word? Love.
Love.
Love. And
No.
that's the main thing. That's the basic premise of every organized
Religion.
religion,
Mhm.
supposedly, right? So I thought,
Supposedly.
quote unquote,
That's
air
the key
quotes,
word, supposedly.
supposedly
Supposedly.
is love. And I mean, where there is love, that's all you need. That's all you need now. That's all you need. I'm good. That's all I wanted to say. Thank
I
you.
love it. I love it. And thank you for
love is
always
all
being
we need.
around and supporting us, sister. We definitely
Oh, my
appreciate you.
pleasure.
Um, and putting up with my shenanigans. If y'all knew, let me, Sister Gwen, I got you, then Sister Angela, I got you next. But if y'all been around for a while, you know I always got some shenanigans, right? And you got to deal with Brother Freddie. You got to just be like, bless his little spirit. Like sometimes I just want y'all to know. I know Sister Gwen goes through this probably far too often that she cares to admit, but bless his spirit. Like he don't, you know what I mean? Like y'all all got that cousin, that brother, that sister, that auntie, right? That you just got to be like, bless their spirit. Like they just, you know what? God, we are work in progress. We all a work in progress around here, right?
Every single one
Okay.
of us.
Brother Freddie out front with it. All right. Brother Freddie is probably the poster child for work in progress, right? Don't worry about it. God ain't done with me yet. You know what I mean? And how do I know? I know because Sister Gwen ain't left yet. I know. Now when she leave, I got a reckoning to deal with. But all right, Sister Gwen.
Check yourself at that point.
Yeah. That's the writing, dude. The writing on the wall, but that's it right there. All right, anyways, I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
No, that is funny. But one of the things we have to watch as adults. Now, you all saying you're not a leader. Everyone on here is a leader.
Thank you.
You might not be a leader in, on a broad scale or as influencer, but you are a leader. Because if you're saying you're not a leader, you're afraid to be a leader, that, oh Lord, leaders get killed. Oh Jesus, we can't do that. I'm not, but yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Because I know if something was coming to hit me and Freddie was standing by me, Freddie would push me out the way. You're a leader. But the other thing is, we talk about the children. We always telling the kids, "Oh, you're going to be a leader. You should be a leader. Don't be a follower. Be a leader." And so, if we're telling the children to be a leader, but then they hear us on here say, "Oh Lord, you don't want to be a leader because leaders get hey." So we have to
Double
watch
standard.
what we actually say
Yeah.
because if kids are on here, which they're not right now, but if they had stayed on here to the end, they would have heard sometimes our unconscious and not don't want to be harmful, but hypocrisy because we're telling them to be leaders.
Yeah.
We're committing them as leaders. The Pharaohs are leaders.
They
They're
are.
leaders of our nation, and then we're saying, "Oh, I want to be a leader." Well, they're looking at you as a leader. That was why I had the big question because you are a leader. They're looking at you. Okay, he started a business. Okay, he's speaking before people. Okay, so we all on here are leaders. We're just maybe not on the grand scale, the big stage. We're not, is Abraham Torre, where people are, focusing on with nuclear weapons on our head. But we are leaders, each and every one of you. Wherever you are, people, like I said, people are watching. They're saying, "Oh, she is so sweet and she is so good." That's a leader. So it doesn't mean that you're putting yourself out. But then again, any one of you, if any one of you were in harm's way, I know I would react. So, we take it to the nth degree. So you are leaders. You are and be grateful that, and I know you are, but you shine. That's why you're on here because your light shines. And then just be mindful that if children are on here, because you never know when they are, because there's a whole lot of people on here and they have their faces covered and everything. But if children are on here and they hear the adults say, "Oh, I don't want to be a leader," then well, why they tell me to be a leader then? They don't
Exactly.
want to be watch, because sometimes we talk about, oh my goodness, the children, but sometimes the children are mimicking us. So just, I'm just saying, let's just be in the mindset. Yes, I am a leader. I try to lead my life in the way that God would have me lead my life. But you are all leaders. That's why you're on here. And Freddie, you are a leader. No, hopefully nobody has no gun after any of us. But if they did, that's their problem, And then we talk about faith. Aren't we saying that God would protect us if they did? Come on now. And so we talk about all this faith and everything. So if somebody's after you or has a gun on you or whatever, or or whatever they, no weapon formed against us can prosper. You know, so walk in your leadership in in your own lane, wherever you are. Okay, I'm through.
I
All
love
right,
it
Freddie,
though.
you're a leader.
I love it.
When
Thank you.
when
Thank
I
you.
said that Brother Freddie wasn't a leader, I don't mean as individuals, because like you said, we're all leaders, but I don't see him as a leader of a method, a group or anything like that. No, we're all leaders. I understand what you're saying, but I don't want the word to get out on Brother Freddie that he's leading a movement or something like that,
Yeah,
and
let's
the
keep it.
world turns on him.
Let's keep it
And
under. Let's keep
especially
it under
in the
wraps.
world that we're at. If Brother Freddie wants to come out and say, yes, I'm a leader, and Sankofa is going to be this, that, or the other, that's fine. But what I'm saying, and when I said that he's not a leader, I mean of a movement, because
Right, I
I
understood.
want to protect that brother.
Yeah.
But
Right,
no,
I
no, no. I
understand.
understand what you're saying when youngsters are listening, because we always tell them be a leader. You know, be a leader. If you can't, don't be a follower. Or, if you can't be a leader, get the hell out of the way. I understand what you're saying, but what I was just saying about Freddie is that he's
Mhm.
not a leader of a movement unless it's a movement that we love each other. But he's not. We're not going to Washington D.C. in March because Brother Freddie said that, or because
Yeah.
something that happened on Sankofa Speaks. He is
Not
a
yet. We'll
survivor
let the
platform.
we'll let people catch up 30 years from now when all the Sankofa kids and grew up and took over our
Right,
local.
but also
Yeah.
you do want to be a leader. You do want to be a leader in education. You do want to be a leader in our historical education.
Oh yeah.
That's what you do want. We do want to be a leader in that area because a lot of times, case in point, there is, and I'm definitely going to shut up, but there is a lady who's in Florida. She's a pastor. So when they took the books away and they took everything away, she started leading them to teach Black history. And I've been meaning to get in contact with her. I say this every week. I've been meaning to get in contact with her to tell her about urban intellectuals, but also to talk to her about what they're teaching. But thank God the church is teaching Black history, but they're teaching Black history about our American Black history starting with enslavement. That's not our history. Our history is thousands of years, and you have to. I want us to be a leader in that. I want us to tell everybody that we can, and anybody that would listen, that our history is not start on a slave ship. Our history started when civilization started, and that's my passion, and that's you hear it. That's where we need to be a leader. So where there is history and education, you want to be a leader. No, not that you're starting, people marching, because we're too smart to do that, because we know that the orange one would then send the National Guards like he's trying to do now. So we're teaching people how to philosophically and intellectually and critically think. So that's where we need to say, yeah, we're a leader and at. So, we can distinguish our leadership, but we can be clear about what it is. I'm through.
I
Thank
like it.
you.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna be somewhere in the middle. But I will say this. I got Angela, is you next? Okay, Angela, then Sister Roberta. And I've been thinking about what's the fulcrum in our community? Like, what's the one thing what if we triple down on this one thing and it like made a tremendous difference in our future? Like, what does that look like? And I've been talking lately about the Tea Party. I've been talking about the Tea Party and I've been talking about the MAGA movement. Not because I'm a fan of either, but I'm a fan of small incremental movements that turned into big things. Because we tend to look at the Tea Party and the MAGA movement on the end of what they at. Where did it start? Have you ever thought about that? Where did I was having a political conversation. This is where all of this came from. And this is attached to the religion and all of that because you know they wrap the religion around, both of them wrap their religion around all of this. But what if this is what I was thinking? All right, so this is on the back of Angela and Roberta. And then maybe this is the next week's conversation, really. But I want you to think about this. What's the one thing that we could do collectively in the community that can make a difference? Don't tell me love Jesus. Don't tell me go to church. Don't tell me none of that. I ain't saying, even though this is the point of this conversation, but that, excuse my French, excuse my ignorance, that shit ain't gonna make no difference right now. What can we do in our communities? And what I've been thinking about lately is taking over the school board. Like, what if every single Black community was hell bent on taking over your school board and like everybody on the school board is pro, excuse my fucking Black, and was like Pan-African revolutionaries. And if the person that was running wasn't that, you voted their ass out. Get your ass out. Get your ass out. Get your ass. And maybe it took us years. Maybe it took us 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to get the right person in there.
That's where the Tea Party started.
What if we were hell bent on that? And that was our one issue. And then every time we came together, it was like, nah, we about to take over our school board. Everything. We out drinking with the girls, mimosas, and our school board is we at the football game. Our school board, like, what if that was like our fulcrum moment? Because you know that they control the education, they control the dollars, they control the direction. And we always say, you know, Black folks are good about the lip service on the future is the children. I believe the children are we got songs, we got everything. Y'all got dances, we got where them fans at? We can dance over everything. But what if we were serious about the school board? I want to put that in your mind. Let's talk about that next week. And then let's talk about what it looks, but bigger than talking about what it looks like, what it look like to implement that. And how many years would it take for us to take over all of them? We only got so many districts and this and that. And listen, I know y'all like, man, we got these sellout Black folks. We just vote their ass out. It might take a couple of cycles, but what if? What if? And maybe that's the discussion. The discussion next week is what if? What if we took over all of our school boards? Not the mayor, not the governor, not any of that. Because I don't know if y'all really paid attention. The Tea Party and the MAGA movement started at a micro political level. And they just dug in, and then they took over this, and then they expanded. Then they started with that, then they expanded. And they just did it from the inside out. We keep talking about this national political shit, not really accepting that none of these people give a damn about any of our children or our future. They are just needing your vote so that they can keep making that money being a political operative. So what if we just started with us? Anyway, that's something that I've been thinking about, and maybe didn't introduce it. Anyway, this is just a thought. I just want to put the seed in the air, right? This is Miss Burrell. Miss Burrell always used to say, you know, I don't know if y'all caught that from my story of my religious upbringing. 3 houses down, Miss Burrell in that Bible study. She said, well, baby, we just got to plant the seed. We plant the seed. Eventually, when you grow up, it's going to germinate. And that love of Jesus is going to radiate throughout your life. And I'm not trying to call Miss Burrell wrong or right or anything. All I know is she was on to something. We got to plant them seeds So I want to plant the seed that I think that the school board, I think that's the one. Anyway, I don't know how y'all feel about that. We're going to find out about it next week because I'm about to inbox Tamiko and Jasmine and let them know that that's what I want to talk about next week because I think I was having Angela, good luck picking up wherever you wanted to pick up at. But but I was having a discussion with a politician in New Mexico. And I do this Sankofa Speaks. That's my podcast for whatever I want to talk about, right? So we was talking politics. Anyway, I asked a bunch of questions, but one of my questions was what happened to the black think tank? Where did we go? And she said, man, we bought into white folks' ideology and we gave up our think tanks. The only black think tank that I know is the Harvest Institute. That's Dr. Claude Anderson. And most black folks think he Hotep or whatever the hell that's been bastardized into meaning. And Sister Gwen on the call, I know you and I know, but most black folks think Hotep is a terrible thing, just like they took over the term woke. Y'all, we done let these white supremacists take our terms and bastardize them, but we
Right.
don't even got no political think tanks that are thinking about our future, that are y'all, do y'all really think you fucking Americans and you gonna just get equal treatment? You think it's just Trump? You thought you had equal and fair treatment under Biden? You thought you was treated fairly under Obama? You thought the Bushes did you right? The Clintons? I'm trying to figure out when did you think that America is doing us right? So if you got any sort of cognizant understanding, you got to realize we got to start getting serious. And if you want to get serious, we got to start taking control of our local level political systems. And your mayor, you can do this. And well, man, we need to take control of it all. But what if we just started focusing on one thing? Because I promise if we get this children element right, if we get these kids right, the future gonna be all right. For the next 20 years, we take over the school boards. In 20 years from now, we take over them now and between now and 2045. The kids gonna grow up right because you got the right thought process feeding into the kids on a mass scale, right? It ain't perfect and all of that. Don't get into that. But now we're growing the right individuals that's going to become the mayors, that's going to become the aldermen in your city, that's going to become the city commissioners, that's going to become, they got a cognizant belief, love for their people and their community. So I don't know. This is just Freddie's thought right now. Freddie's not the leader. I love that. But he is, right? Because we're going to use this platform. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you I see PTA. Maybe it's take over the PTAs. I don't know. Let's talk about it. I think every parent should do. I did my 10 years on. I did 12 years on the PTA, right? At the exec board level in the shit. So I'm a fan of the PTA. So I love that Joan or Joanne, either whatever. I love that. But I want to think a little bit bigger. I want to infect policy, right? I want to infect the education that your children are getting at. Anyway, I was just supposed to be introducing that for maybe next week. And I just came up with that on a whim, by the way. So if I'm wrong, let's talk about it next week. And if you think you got a different focus, but I'm thinking we need think tank energy. We got the idea. How do we spread this to all 50 states energy around our community energy, right? But I'm not a leader. So We're gonna find one. Sister Angela.
Well,
Well,
how do
I
you
am a
expect me?
leader, but
Wait a minute.
I'm a
Freddie, there's,
reluctant leader. How about that?
I'm used to your antics, Freddie. I've come here a lot. And you expect me to come behind all of that you just said?
I didn't mean that. I don't know
Hey,
where that came from. It just came out of nowhere.
I was okay, Freddie. I'm gonna let you get away with that,
Well,
but
go wherever you want to go.
I'm just playing with you. I enjoy your antics, and I really have three. And it makes it is. And you say you're not a leader. You're trying to start a school board revolt. How about that? Uh, it's interesting that you say that because anyway, I'm not going to get into a long story. I'm going to stick with my first 3 points.
Go for it. Good
Okay,
luck.
okay. My point, first of all, was that I appreciate this platform. I'm amazed. I've seen it grow, and uh, I talk about you to my friends, and I brag and say I'm part of Urban Intellectuals, and
Where them fans at?
yeah,
Oh, my
and
bad.
I said, and they said, "What is that?" So it's a place for me to exercise that part of my brain and feel connected to like-minded intellectuals. And I just think everybody here is just so smart and inspirational. And my second point I want to talk to you about was you. I usually don't raise my hand, but you awoke when you talked about your spiritual journey. It made me have an aha moment because I had I claim Christianity, but really I'm a lot of things. Okay, first of all, as a child, those stories sounded weird to me. The Christian stories I was hearing, I said, "Oh, what is that? I don't believe." Did what? I don't believe that. That doesn't sound right. What? That's not how the world works. And I just was there. I fell asleep most of the time. I had to go. And like someone said, you were there all day. I grew up I'm from Atlanta, but I had to go down to the country to visit grandma stay the whole summer. And she was there, 3 days a week, all, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't believe a word I heard. And then but I was there all the time. And I was working at the library at my alma mater, Fisk University, and I came across this book, How to Eat to Live. I said, wait a minute, a black man wrote a book. It had his picture on it. That's how I knew he was black. Otherwise, I would have just threw it, just tossed it and stacked it with the rest. And that changed my life. How to Eat to Live. We've been talking about that today as well. And I instantly, here I am, all this and party girl, everything. I changed immediately. Immediately. I had a boyfriend. I said, "You're gonna have to go to the mosque." You talk about men initiating. I don't know. What was that? Who was talking about some yin and yang? I don't know about that, men initiating and women nurturing. I think we do both. Okay. So I initiated that spirituality, and he jumped up and joined before me. He had long hair. He cut his hair off, and we were into it. He became a captain. I became a captain, and
Wow.
we were working. I sold cookies, bake sales. He sold newspapers.
All that.
Okay, I was all into it, but then I had professional goals, and that hair and the outfit just couldn't. I could not get anywhere at all. I couldn't be that. Could not have had the career that I have enjoyed and still enjoy if I. But it's changed now. If I had encumbered myself with the outfit and the philosophy, even though I didn't totally take on that man in charge at all either in the Muslim faith. So I said, well, where do I belong? I don't believe this, but I can't. So I continued my spiritual journey, and guess where I'm at now? I'm studying Nirvana and Buddhist principles. I do yoga, meditation,
Get out of here.
affirmations every single morning, and now I've expanded it to the evening. So I don't know where I am in that soup either, because I'm Muslim, Christian, and Buddhist. So how about that?
How
And then
about
also,
that?
that was the second thing. And my last thing I wanted to talk about, Freddie, my daughter and I just been fussing about this to a lot of people. Not where the fans at, where the leaders at? And I said, I think they're all afraid they're going to get murdered. I said, because I said, look at what they did to Jesse Jackson. They exposed him, some scandal. We ain't heard from him since. And they killed King, right? They murdered him like Jesus. They assassinated our greatest hope. And I think, I said, what about Al Sharpton? You guys he's too old. We don't have a real identified leader of America right now. We have a boy. and and I feel it, and I'm sure our people feel it. And I don't know what could be done about that because of the fear situation. You said it yourself. I don't want to get shot. I don't love y'all that much. I don't want nobody to know about my girlfriend, on the side or whatever. Or I've been in jail
Let me
before.
live.
It's hard to get out there because of the cancel culture that we live in. So that's an issue, of course, with leaders taking the stage. Shall I speak?
If Go ahead, go ahead. You got me fired up.
Okay, and then this is the part of this event. Okay, so now I use a lot of I use ride service, and some of the drivers are, Ethiopian, Somalian. They have a lot. That's a big job for them here in the state that I live in, Minnesota. There's a lot, and they constantly, excuse me, that's my slide, my photo album. Anyway, they're constantly talking about ICE and deportation and that. I said, well, that's not our problem. It's y'all. I'm glad it's not us this time getting picked out. I said, don't y'all have a leader? We already fought. Don't look at us to lead nothing. We've fought for our civil rights. You guys got to. Nobody has a leader. I'm like, where's your leader to talk about it? Then y'all all grumbling about it, and they don't. What about immigrants? But they're legal. We went home and we can't get back. You should hear the buzz. I'm sure CLA is here too. They're fighting in Minneapolis. It's a big thing, but we got fear, so much fear because of retaliation. That is harming us as a people, and it's harming not only us as a people. I believe that it's harming our country. And that's it for me. Now go ahead.
Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate it. And just remember what I'm about to say, you caused this. This is your fault. I kid. No, thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. I'll take you off camera because I do got something to say about that. Because you talked about the leaders and the black folks, and I mentioned it, and I was being shy and coy about not wanting to be the leader. Let me tell you the real reason. It ain't because they kill black folks that lead or that don't got a strong enough movement to defend ourselves. But here's the thing: black folks don't take care of our leaders. There's no incentive. There's no incentive to lead us into our future. If you murdered me and you took care of my descendants, I might put my life on the line. But here's the fact. This is the fact. I don't listen. You can't argue historical precedent. Black folks don't take care of black folks that put their life on the line. Where the King family at? They struggling. Where the X family at? Shabazz, Betty Shabazz. Where are children? They struggling. Where Medgar Evers? What happened to Emmett Till family? We don't take care of nobody that put their neck on the line for us. They became political prisoners. They went to jail. We're the Fred Hampton supporters. Everybody talk, they hashtag free up, free this, free him, free that, free that. You ain't did shit for their family. Who gonna why would you? I'd be a fool. I'd be a fool. I'd be a fool to put my neck on the line for this community that don't take care of their people. Now, if you took care of your people, it's different.
Freddie, you have to remember we are ex-slaves, okay?
Listen,
We were
sis,
not we did not take care of each other. We have a history of being separated, and if you follow the person who got punished, you got punished also. So we're not only battling we're still battling the trauma of the systemic racism. And that is something we have to fight first in order to rise the mental. We talked about mental stress, mental illness. We are all traumatized.
Oh, it's wild.
And Freddie, for real.
No, go for
it. I was teaching at this East African Somalian school, and they were all, I was like, what are you doing this? They're going home to their country Somalia and for the summer, and they go every year. And now Trump has a ban on them.
Yeah.
Now the problem that I was facing is, well, and then other kids, the white kids, I'm going to visit my relatives in Poland. I'm going to visit relatives, and I'm like, well, where's my country? I felt some type of way.
No.
I promise you, even though I'm old, and I'm an old, really.
How young are you?
74.
Girl, get out of here.
Yeah.
No, I ain't letting you off the hook with that.
I substitute teach though. I've
been around the world with my daddy on these urban intellectual Sankofa trips, and we meet them 74-year-olds, 72-year-olds. He say, "Oh, young woman." He's 95 though. He was 93 at the time. And he'd be like, "Oh," because when he talk, he say, "You should have seen me 20 years ago. If you like me now, you should have seen me 20 years ago."
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
All right, young woman.
Yeah, golden years.
Yeah. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I was going to say. We are very much impacted by that, and I've been reading about that. This book by Rita Davis is talking about the medical, the mental, the males, how they are worse
off. A lot.
Off. They don't know where they belong in this country. The children don't know where they belong. And someone else said something about the history beginning of slavery. As a teacher, that infuriates me to no end.
Sister Gwen.
I have been thinking that too. And sometimes I will, you know what, I'm not supposed to, but I'm going to let them know. Listen, I'm going to tell who invented magic. Do you really think whoever the hypocrites or whoever they credit with? I said, I can't let that one slide.
No.
So I might get in trouble. I have not gotten in trouble about it before, but you should see the non-black kids when I say things like that.
But look, think about your concern over your occupation. And then we want people to put their life on the line. You know what I'm saying? Like this is real. This is real. I'm in the space. I'm in the liberation space. And folks tell me, well, you should say, you should. And it's like, so let me get this straight. You want me to put not only my earning potential on the line, my life on the line, so you got space to make as much money as you can. I want to make as much money as I can, but I need somebody else to go put their life on the line. And then when they die, I'm not going to take care of their heirs and their children. Now, if you took care of my children and my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, I might sacrifice myself. But what I know from the Black community, they ain't gonna do it. So how do we expect? This is a real ass conversation. How do we expect anybody to do something like that? We have not taken care of the elders that have put the work in. And never mind, we should just be buying black. What the fuck are we doing? What are we even doing? What are we even doing as a people? Like economic, I'm sorry, sis, I don't know. I got you highlighted, so I don't want to. Let me de-highlight you because I'm not talking directly to you.
Yeah, I know, but you could I'm yielding, I'm done.
Okay.
So
because you got me fired up now.
About your question. I want him to hear what you're answer what you're talking about.
But this is the issue, right? We got all these needs in the community, and somebody got to put their neck on the line. But historically, we ain't stood up for nobody that put their neck on the line. Show me the African American. I want to talk about us in this community, that we put our necks on their neck on the line, and we supported them. I argue you ain't got one. And every individual that historically that has done that, we have been lucky that they just felt a calling by God.
There you go.
They got a calling. Now remember what I've been talking about. I ain't got the calling.
Okay, there you go.
I ain't the one. No. Jesus didn't call me. God didn't move me. I told you if I'm anything, I'm Buddhist. I'm something else. I told you I'm all them other things. I ain't the one. I don't know. You need to look into your Christian church and ask them where the hell they at then. Because you ain't never heard me.
Let me get in on this.
Yeah. Come on, David. Come on. Because I'm fired
Let me
up.
get in on this. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah. Let me, brother say, let me in on this. Let's go.
Let me in on this.
Come on. Where the fans at?
I have put in the chat. I put in the chat.
Angela just started.
Yes, sir. I put in the chat.
Wayne, I want to hear you too. Raise your hand. I want to hear it. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
No, it's all good. I put in the chat about the reluctant leader. It's from the philosopher Plato, right? In his book, The Republic, which we had to read sophomore year in college, I believe. He talked about the best leader being the reluctant leader, because they were more concerned with truth and contemplation than power. And you're speaking. I said this earlier, reluctant leader, because that's the kind of energy you're kind of giving off. But I'm going to push back a little bit on the notion that we don't protect our leaders, and that's true up until a point, because the most powerful people on this planet Earth, who run our military, our Congress, business, a lot of influence, are the Jewish people, specifically the Zionist Jew, who are different from the Jews who follow the law of Abraham. So what they say, they bring up two concerns they have. One being the Black youth. We should be concerned about that, because they concerned about our youth. And they also said that the Minister Farrakhan is the only leader in the Black community, because he's able to call tens of thousands of people several times a year.
I agree.
Which is why they've taken him off social media, all social media, and recently taken off his representative, Student Minister Ishmael. Now, what I'm gonna say is that you see in the nation our response to what had happened to leaders in the past with regard to being exiled, imprisoned, and murdered. That's why we protect the ministers so hard, which is why David Goggins, this overachiever, inspirational, motivational type speaker, speaks on how the FOI's standards are even difficult for him.
And that would say something.
Really? Oh yes. That's why when you mentioned earlier about me and my reluctance to become an official member, it's because it's so hard. The standards are high and you're held accountable. And so what we do as believers is we make it where the minister don't need to ask for white money, so his voice could stay pure. He wouldn't take it anyway. But he's inspired people to support him without pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, dollars. Because all he does is give back anyway. Partnerships he has with HBCUs, people he's put through college, set up for over 1,000 Black people to go to Cuba to get taught by their medical system, which is the top in the world. And that the last time I checked, Cuba had the highest literacy rate. So folks say what they want about Cuba, but there's a reason why those that are 10 toes down are shunned or slandered to keep us away from them. So based on what you all are talking about, that's exactly why we protect the minister so hard. That's why you hear folk, if you say something crazy about the I'm sorry about that. Someone talk crazy, you will see a reaction out of us because we know what's happened. And we know what's happened because of the murder of Malcolm X, Brother Malcolm, because that was placed on a nation. They exploited conflict in a nation, assassinated that man, put it on a nation. So you have generations of people believing the nation, thus not hearing the word of their salvation, which is telling you how to do all of these things that we're talking about right now. We have 9 ministries that's supposed to go on to help build up the community. We have the blueprint. Of how the nation and the minister and the most honorable Elijah Muhammad had been portrayed. So that's why we protect him so hard. My journey to the nation came via urban intellectuals because of the people I met through urban intellectuals like Brother Ben and others, and ended up being on the Farrakhan Defenders squad, even though I wasn't a registered member. But I go so hard for the minister and the teachings that they put me on that squad. And if you know anything about the nation, they don't have outsiders in the inner workings. I thought it was a mistake. I'm like, do they know they have me up in here? But you know, Freddie, how much I was promoting the nation on urban intellectuals. So the minister's protection come in the form of our support. And we hope that this support can transfer to everyone doing the work. But I believe this is a sign of the change to come. So the minister always said they've killed their last prophet or leader when they killed the leaders in the 60s. He said they won't get me. And they've tried. They poisoned him. He's had a surgery. I don't know what the name is called, with all of his organs involving his colon and the lower part of his body is called. It's a name that has to do with complete removal. He's had that surgery due to poisoning. They tried to cause a plane crash where he and other members from the nation was on, and they was doing a tour around the world spreading the message. They try to cause the crash of that plane. They try to kill this man many times. You just don't know about it. But he's had FOI and the grace of God to see him through. One example being, in that attempted plane crash, he was going to Russia, and they turned off the lights to the airport to make it difficult to land, and there's mountains around and all of that. So what happened was there was a man who wanted to go on the flight with the minister to Russia after one of his stops. He stopped somewhere. I can't remember exactly where he stopped, but it was a man that wanted to go on the flight with them, and he was adamant. The minister don't know this man, but he got the sense that he should let this man on the plane. So when they started they noticed that when they got to where they was going, that there was a communication barrier, and they didn't have the lights on the air for the runway or at the airport, and it was just a lot going on. Turns out the man he let on could speak the language, and they were able to set up a way for the minister to land. And those in Russians, Muslim Russian, white Muslim Russians showed up and lined the strip with their cars and turned the lights on so they could see how to land the plane. And there's video of this.
Damn,
White
you went
Russian.
out. You went out on. There's
Oh
video
wow.
of this.
Okay,
There's
can you hear me
video of
now?
this.
There's video of after they landed, and you see the cars with the lights on in the back, and you see they literally celebrating. They're celebrating, they're hugging them, kissing them. White Muslim Russians doing this. So the minister has relied, he said he relied on God. That's all he rely on. And God moves through the people and the believers who support him so that he's not a victim to these machinations and these plots and all of this. So my pushback will be, I believe that tide has turned on leaders being assassinated. We're in a different time now. So your reluctance as a leader is noted and is warranted based on the history. But we've turned that page, and the minister is showing. The minister is an example of much if we pay attention. He's an example of righteous living being a protection. He's an example that you can live and not sacrifice your truth, your integrity. He could be 10 toes down. He could rely on his faith. In scriptures, it talks about David defeating Goliath. He had 5 stones, but he only needed 1. We say that's an allegory of the 5 pillars of Islam: belief in Allah, prayer, sacrifice of charity, fasting. And what the real jihad is the fight with the devil and yourself. Jihad ain't strapping a bomb to yourself and blowing things up. That's not Islam at all. That ain't what jihad means. Some know the 5th pillar as Hajj, meaning your pilgrimage to Mecca. But we're taught that that is the jihad, or the fight against your lower self. But he only needed belief in Allah. He's relied on his belief, and that since you are all God's children of the Most High God, God moves through people. So the believers are the force and power behind supporting him so that he could do what he does without ever. He's 92, just made 92, May 11th. He's never capitulated. He's never bent the knee. All the others have. But he's an example that you can do the work, not bend the knee, follow the blueprint. That's what the story of Jesus is about. Follow Jesus. Jesus didn't say worship me. He said, follow me. And he laid out the plan. This is how you do it. So just walk in the step. The steps are already been laid for you. Just put your foot in the steps and you'll do just fine. All that assassinate leaders, all that's over with. So you could go out there and you could probably, I remember back in the day how much Freddie has progressed, because even back then we had monikers at Urban Intellectuals at first. We never even had our name out there. We all went under aliases because we knew people going to attack you. In the hadith of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, there's a hadith where when he was talking to a Christian scholar who happened to be related to his wife, he was telling him about his experiences, what he's experiencing while he was having the Quran revealed to him. And the Christian scholar told him, he said, yeah, you are a prophet. That's what you're going through. You are a messenger of Allah. That's how it happens. He said, I wish I could be there when your people turn against you. And he said, why would my people turn against me? He said, because that's what happens. When you come bringing God's message, only time God's message comes is when things have gone astray, when things are so corrupt, when things have reached a level where it's just widespread. That's when, if you read scriptures, that's when God sends someone. And then people attack them. And this is what we're used to. We're used to truth tellers being attacked. You come and you tell the truth about, politics, you get attacked. You tell the truth about religion, you get attacked. You tell the truth about what's going on in the industry, in the entertainment industry, and how we should move, you get attacked. That lets you know what time it is. But all that's over with. All that's so we in the hope. The truth paradigm is here. Judgment is here. You're watching it right now play out everywhere around you. You're watching it. And that's a sign that the resurrection, when you have judgment, you got the resurrection. And that's what this calls like this is about. People being able to discuss all these different so-called differences, but finding commonality in it. You showing this reluctance to lead, but sorry, brother, you're a leader. That's what you're doing. And you're moving and you're doing it and people supporting you. Hands off Freddie. That's how we move, right? That's how we approach it in the nation. We say hands off the minister. You touch the minister, you got problems because we crazy about him, literally. I'm sorry, that's it.
No, no, my man. No, my man. That's what I'm talking about. I know. I hate to hear it, but it's true. Right? Sister Zonda. I mean, right. Gwen, I see Gwen shaking her head like, yeah. I hate to hear it. He right though, but you know. And that's kind of what you was talking about, Sister Gwen, right? Like we leaders, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. And Sister Zada, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I totally agree with Brother David. The time for ducking and dodging bullets is over. If Abraham Toleré is still living, then you will be still living because they want him. I mean, the whole European wants him gone, and he's still here. And they said they poisoned him and everything. And no, not that somebody's going to poison you, but people are moving differently now. When those white people came to what was that? Wait, no, to Ohio and thought they were going to cross the bridge. People are racing up armies now. So people are ready to take up guns, army, weapons, whatever. So now we just have to start just looking like that because you're talking about all those people back in the day. Well, unfortunately,
What's the matter?
they took
Oh.
they took their beliefs of turning the other cheek. There's no more turning the other cheek. You know, don't start 911. That's the new thought process. So, and Sister Zonda can
Get on the
really tell
floor.
we've been talking about resistance and how to resist. So you got a little army in Sankofa. We'd be like they are in church. My pastor has a little armor bearer guards, and they walk with him and everything. Because in this day, yeah, people are nuts, but it's a new day. We're not putting up with that anymore. So yeah, be the leader that you are. I'm
Yeah.
through. I'm gonna have to say bye to everybody. Love you all. Okay,
I know, Sister Gwen. It's only been 4 hours, so 5. I don't even know how long we going. It's 5 hours. So we on 5 hours. Y'all know how we do it. But all right, I appreciate you spending the time with us. So I ain't mad at you for chiming out. So thank you, sister.
All right, love you all. Bye.
Appreciate you. Love you too.
Nice.
Sister Zonda, come on. Come on.
Hi.
Do you dare close us out tonight?
Okay. Wow. That's an
Yeah.
honor. Yeah, I just wanted to say I understand and agree with the leadership part. And I always felt that instead of doing it the way it was done before with the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X's, it's got to be done a different way. We got to do it like the ants. We got to build. We got to be so strong and built up like ants that if you take one ant out, it's not going to destroy anybody. It's not going to take down or turn around a mission. That we will go full speed ahead. And as far as the queen that spoke before me, Angela, yeah,
Yeah.
we got to heal from this trauma so we can fight.
Yeah.
We can't hold on to. I mean, and I'm older myself. I'm in my 60s, and
I see that baby in the picture.
yeah, my grandson.
Yeah, where them grands at? That's what it's going. Where them grands at?
And yeah, it's like teaching them too, right? And they're never too young. But we all got to heal from our trauma and be ready to stand in this fight together and strengthen each other. And I think everybody as our kings and our queens have all said everything. Brother Freddie, it's just been a phenomenal night, I feel. And we got to build ourselves like ants.
Yeah, I love
That's
that.
it.
I love that ant analogy, sister. So thank you for that, and for showing that grand. Where them grands? We about to do a new song. We about to have a remix. Where them grands at? Where them grands at? I love that. I love that. I ain't got no grands yet, y'all, and I ain't trying to bring that on my family spirit. All right, like I'm looking forward to them. So if you need like a virtual granddaddy, a grandpappy, what they call them, grand godfather,
Everything. They
something like
call them
that.
everything these days.
Everything these days, like
Papaws, people,
I'm up for the
peepaws,
virtual. I'm up for the
Pawpaw.
virtual. Yeah, Papa
pawpaw.
virtual, but let's put that virtual on it. Virtual Papa. I saw a little baby yesterday. We was walking by. I was like, "Oh, look at that baby." Mama say, "You want him?" No, 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 baby. No, 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 no. I wanted to do exactly what I just did. Like, woo, look at that baby. And keep it moving. Like, oh, I love the kids. Freddie love the kids. Now y'all got to know that. Freddie just ain't having no more. So we got to. Man, I don't think my young men are ready for having babies. So anyway, I'm virtual. Where them grands at? All right. I'm gonna try to put a button on this thing, but look, we gotta get we it's obvious urban intellectuals need to open up to being more open to having spiritual and faith-based conversations. You know what? No, Sister Cecilia, you ain't been on the mic. I've been seeing you and all of that, and come on now, you like the crowd favorite around here. Can we get like, is y'all okay with like 5 minutes? I don't know, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds. A high and by.
Well,
Can we get a Russell? What is it? Russell. Remember he used to be like, hi, thanks y'all for coming out. God bless. Good night. Remember that, y'all? I don't even.
What's
yes.
that, Russell Simmons?
Russell Simmons.
Russell Simmons.
How old am I that I don't even remember?
He's old too, don't worry.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, shoot. Like
well
that was
wait,
shameful. I
Freddie,
mean, but the
Freddie.
sister is like a staple around here.
Yeah.
So
She is Freddie. Before she speaks, can I just
oh,
say one thing? Because
you gotta
I don't
get
know
off
what
the
happened
mic.
to
You gotta
I
get
don't know
off.
what happened to my hand, but it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
I just want to
Okay, I
say
know
that
about Roberta.
this has been amazing, and I believe that the reason why this has been amazing is because everything that has been said has been because of love. It has been said out of love. Truth has prevailed, and we have been unified. We might call we might call God something different, but the unity and love. And I want to take one exception with something you said last week. Um, I firmly believe that we are our brother's keepers. So how you feel and the journey that you're on, it is, even though it's your journey, it is my responsibility to care about it. And we have celebrated each other today and not tolerate each other. And that is what is going to
That's
continue
good.
to move us forward here
That's
at
good.
Urban Intellectuals. So thank you, Miss Cecilia, for letting me go before you because I want you to wrap it up.
I saw Angela clapping because that was good, Angela. Like,
Yeah.
was that good? Like that was good. Sister Cecilia, this Mama Cecilia, come on in.
Yes,
She's
Mama.
Mama Sunday dinner. Come on, Grandma. We not
Yeah,
even make her official
yeah.
grandma. Sunday
I
dinner.
I am a grandma, and I have had uh, a very ecumenical background, being in being a military brat and traveling around and listening to different chaplains, mostly of the Protestant faith, but they covered everything, and going to church on base, which was the white experience where you were in at 11 and out at 12.
Mm.
And the Catholic service followed right behind. And um, and then back in the States, especially, spending time in the South, going to the Black church, going to the church in the country and seeing the difference, doing the vacation Bible school like you did with Ms. Burrell.
Yes. You
And
remember. Oh my goodness.
yeah, and understanding that. And this evening, afternoon and evening.
You know it don't end on time.
Right, never.
Grandma always up to something.
Right. Man, it just made my heart full. I didn't really think I had anything to say, but I realized that we're all saying the same thing. We're all coming from the same place, like the place of love and being our brother's keepers. That if we could pull off something where we came together and not just tolerate it, but enjoyed ourselves.
Yeah.
And came to work with a common cause, like the idea of taking over the educational system. Really.
It's a good
Because
thought.
those Black schools, segregated schools that I started out in,
yeah,
they were taught, we were taught about excellence. We weren't disregarded or ignored like in the white schools that I went to for most of my career. We were taught to take pride in ourselves, not to be ignored, not to be tolerated. I hated that term. Why should I be tolerated?
Amen.
You know, why do I need to be accepted? I just need to be. And to think that we could change the system by taking over and having our own values, because this system was set up to do exactly what it's doing. It's working just as it was designed to work in the 1600s and the 1700s.
Yes.
And it was designed because the poor white people and the Black people that were there were getting too friendly and making waves. That's why when those three guys ran away, and two of them were white and one was Black, and they were punished, the white guys were punished with 4 extra years of indenture, and the Black guy was made a slave for life, and his families, all of his people that came behind. That set the stage to keep us apart so we'd always be on the bottom. And they didn't want us to love one another. And we've got a group here that are all saying the same thing, that we can love one another, we can work with one another, and we can move mountains. And I'm ready. You
Me
know,
too.
And I'm ready.
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
let's do it.
You know, I don't really want to be a leader, but every time I walked in, I went to 18 different schools before I graduated from high school. Every year I walked into, yes, I walked into a
She's the
new
military.
school and I found out I was the
Military,
president of something. I always wound up getting elected, getting put in charge. And I just sit there, you know, like, why? But I know I'm a leader. I don't really want to be, but I wind up being. So why not put all of us who are those leaders get to working together and figure out where we're going to start and what we're going to do? Because we got love.
Yes, we do.
Well, that's
Lots
all
of
I
it.
got to say.
Yes. I love it. I love it.
And that's how you know you're a true leader. True leaders don't want to be acknowledged as leaders.
Man, I vibrate with that. But I love that the sister, Mama Cecilia came in and closed us out. I feel like that was the ending of it. But here's the thing. Let's take the charge, right? Because I think this is the thing. We gonna take our spiritual faith and love of God conversation and let's wrap all this up in a bowl of energy and let's
Action.
go after our school boards.
Action.
Yeah, let's go after our school boards. We probably need a name, and let's make it the Cecilia movement.
Oh no. Oh no.
Nah, you can't, sister. Don't worry about it. We ain't got to tie you. We ain't got to tie you individually to it. We just need to rally and cry, right? Y'all with me on that? Is anybody with me on that? Give me a yes in the comments if you with me on it. It's only 33 people on this call now. 32. Somebody
32. Somebody left.
Somebody left. But when we say we on this Cecilia movement, we ain't got to tell nobody what we doing. Now we gotta, next time we gotta come together and start to figure out what it looked like.
What it looks like.
On an individual level on getting these punk ass school board members off the damn board.
Yeah, Lord.
Maybe it takes 6 months. Maybe it takes 6 years. Maybe it takes 60 years. The question is, does the difference make up for the time? And here's what we do know. 60 years gonna pass whether we do shit or not.
Right.
That's what we know. That's what we know. Right? But if we can get excited, if we can get excited for a moment, maybe it takes 6 months. Maybe it takes 6 years. I don't know. Maybe it takes 3 years. I don't know. But what if? The question is, what if we took over our school boards with Afrocentric individuals that actually had a love and compassion for the children in the district? What would the difference look like in 60 years?
Yeah.
Would it be
I
worth
remember
a 6 year?
that I went and voted in a school board election in New York City, and I went in the evening, and I was the 4th person to vote.
This is what I'm talking about. This is low effort.
Yeah.
In most places. You talking about New York. What it look like in the suburbs of Detroit? What it look like in Kentucky? What it look like in Mississippi? If we just got serious and we got like, oh no, we need to touch somebody in Jackson, Mississippi to get them fired up to go ahead and run. Don't worry about it, sister. We're gonna figure out how to get your back. You just make sure that this is your platform now. Because if this ain't your platform, your ass we about to run you out of here.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? But this is how I challenge all of y'all to go and figure out how the hell the Tea Party started. They was on this type of shit. Small, inconsequential boards. They just put this crazy ass ideology in, but they didn't just stop at the school board. You know what I mean?
Right.
They started smaller than that, and then they just kept expanding. And then once you get crazy going, shit get rolling, right? So what if we actually got something that was beneficial going? All I want you to do is dream. I don't want you to figure out why it won't work. Cecilia, I'll take you out. We gonna run. You tell me if we call it CR. We call it C Rob. You know what I mean? If you
Why,
like,
why can't it be urban intellectuals?
no, because they get out here killing folks.
No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. No, Freddie, I want to say something.
Come on.
I have
I'm getting excited about this.
Listen now, wait a minute. I need to figure. I'm going to interview a school board member. She's a family friend. I was just over there last weekend, and she's a Black school board member here in St. Paul, Minnesota, and she's really radical in that. And so I think I
Sound
would
like we got one.
ask her.
Sound like we got
Yep.
one, y'all.
Yep. Yep. You got two because you got her.
We got two.
Listen,
Yes,
I don't think
got
you
her.
can stop with just the school board. You have got to get your Black
Okay.
churches to
Now,
support you.
yeah.
But not enough
Okay.
Black school
Now you're
board
talking.
members
Who is that
that
talking?
can
Come,
do this.
come on.
You're
Who is
gonna
that talking?
need
We coming back to you. 1 second. Let Angela talk. Then we coming back to you.
Well, I was just saying, I would just like to get
'Cause I
some,
think you.
if anybody knows some actual feedback from a real school board member to see what it would look like. So just to expand our
It's
imagination
possible.
a little bit, the possibilities and that, just for intellectual or research
So you
reasons.
know, all right. So you know one school board member. Invite
Very
her
well.
Sunday.
Very
Invite
well.
her next Sunday.
I
Come to
will.
the discussion. If
I will
any
do
of
that.
y'all know anybody on the
I'm
school
gonna
Yeah,
invite her.
board,
I'm
I
gonna
know
definitely
one.
do that.
yeah, or if you
Yeah,
on the
I know one
school
too.
board, be like, I'm on the school board. Like, let us know what's
Okay.
possible because I like that. Come on, Sister Angela. Like, let's go though. But this is really what I'm talking about. Let's stop fucking talking. Let's
It's
get it.
time for action.
It's time for action because I'm not. I listen. I'm tell y'all. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm a registered independent. I think they all full of shit. I'm not actually an independent. I'm just really trying to show the Democrats, y'all full of shit. We need something different. But we can't just talk about them being full of shit. What are you going to do? What we gonna do? The only reason they know they got us by the balls is because what you gonna do? You gonna vote Republican? That's how they all feel. And Malcolm told you, if you don't remember, go watch the Ballad of the Bullet. He told you in 1964, I play the shit every 4 years. I be trying to remind black folks, like, dude told you 60 years ago, they ain't shit. Why you acting like they about to save you? They not about to save you. They only are about getting what they need from you, and then they're gonna move on. But what do I know? It's only like 100 years of history of what they've been doing. Here I go knowing shit. Anyway, what we gonna do? What are we gonna do? He talked about in 64, you had a $20 billion annual expenditure. We got $2 trillion now. And are we still fucking struggling? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I like this conversation because it's small. It's enough that it's so inconsequential that nobody's paying attention to it. And then maybe it's bigger than I think it is. I don't know, right? I ain't been on the school board. I don't exactly know. So I like Sister Angela's commentary about let's bring some members of the school board and talk to them. What access do you got? Because maybe we need to bring it down a level. Shit. Maybe we need to take it up a level. I don't know. Let's figure it out. But here's what I do know. A snowball rolling downhill gains momentum. So we need to figure out where the hell we need to pack that snowball because we got to start doing something. Because I went through hell and I didn't go through hell like my parents did. My daddy was born in 29. My mama was born in 36. I don't know when y'all was born. I'm on the tail end of my siblings or whatever. I probably was born with children. I don't give a shit because we need to be doing something.
Yep.
My children was born in 2099 and 2003, and they still ain't got no goddamn equality or whatever the hell this is supposed to look like. So what is we doing? And I know if we look into our unemployment rate, we look into our incarceration rate, we look into any rate you want to look into, we in trouble. And if you go globally, it gets worse. So just because you got a good comfy spot in white supremacy don't mean shit. I got degrees and listen, I could go rest on my laurels. This is why I'm comfy and saying I don't want to be your leader. I don't know. Hell no. You know what I mean? And then I tell folks, if urban intellectuals, if you thought I really wanted to make money, I would not be doing this. I have an MBA. I could have the last fuck. I graduated my MBA in 2000. This 25 years later, I could have been a corporate American exec. I could have been rich as fuck and not give a shit about none of y'all, about nothing and all of that. Right? Angela, I'm just telling the truth. If you come around me, just gonna give you the truth. It ain't for everybody. And it typically towards be the end, because I know it's a smaller crowd and y'all my people. I can say shit. But this is just the truth. And I could get off this call. I can't even tell you how many headhunting positions. I could just go make money. That making money ain't shit, right?
You have a
It'd be bored
calling,
stiff.
Freddie. You have a calling.
Yeah, no,
Ah.
I'm in it. I'm in it. I ain't all the way in it though. Like, I ain't all the way in it. You can't assassinate me. I ain't in assassination level. I'm like, I'm in it, but I ain't in it. I'm like, ooh, I wanna spark. I'm like Tupac. I want to spark the revolutionary. I don't want to be the one where he was into that was nuts. But
Right.
anyway, I'm in it. I'm a Garveyite. I'm here for the shits, y'all. And I'm here for it. I think that's where a lot of y'all feel that spirit and that energy. I'm in it. But I want it to be intelligent and I don't want it to die with me. I don't want it to die with urban intellectuals. I want it to be something you can't kill it because it ain't no head. It's something that's special and it's a movement. But what I'm starting, at least what I'm thinking, we we sparked this school board movement and we get this intelligentsia placed into our children. And I know schools ain't the end all be all. You eventually got to get into the homes. Listen, like, y'all can't just stop it. You can't. I ain't gonna say you can't educate me, but I'm in the shit, right? Like I'm knee deep in all of the stuff y'all read and studying as well. But I think on a mass level, we need a we need a we need a subtle mass level movement. Of course, it would be better if we could do this in the parental households and the household just educated the children to grow up in a way. But come on, let's go for that. I don't know. I ain't gonna say we can't do it. Let's go for that. But we can take over our school systems. We can take over our school boards. But we got to be serious about it. We got to be diligent, and somehow we got to be systematic. I do not know how to pull this off, but I do know if we stay under the radar and keep having these conversations between us right here, right now, we can start getting Gene, your school board. We can take that one over slowly. Angela, we can get yours. Charlotte, we can get yours. Cecilia, we can get yours. And then we can get mine. And then once we got a little bit of success, black folks love the bandwagon now. They love the bandwagon. All we gotta
Listen,
do is get it
turn over.
started. So we
Just
just
turn
start
over.
setting small
Turn over.
goals.
Your phone's on your table.
Yeah, I love that, right? So small goals, and then we just start turning this wheel. I'm telling y'all, if you go study the history of the teapot, this is what they did. They started with an inconsequential board around the country. Go Google the shit. Like I've been watching, I was like, because all I think is, why the hell the Democrats don't do this ever? Where's the internal Democratic movement that shifted the party? Think about that. When did that shit ever happen? They always party centric on the large level. And I ain't saying they wrong. I ain't trying to argue this shit. I'm done arguing politics, right? That's why I'm an independent. I'm a registered independent. I don't give a damn.
Well,
I don't give
Freddie,
a shit about the Democrats. I don't give a shit about the Republicans.
Right. We were Republican. We were traditionally Republican up until Franklin W. Roosevelt during the Depression and the WPA programs. He was the first president to prohibit discrimination against those public works programs during the
That was the first.
Depression.
That was the first shift. The second shift was in '64, right? So it was two shifts that we moved the Democratic Party. But even when they talk about the party of traditional values, we Black folks are the party of traditional values. That's why we really resonate internally with the Republican Party. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Fuck yeah, because y'all ain't never gave us no boots.
Right.
Nor no damn straps. And then when we started to get some, you cut the fucking straps. Like we understand you got to do for yourself. But they just Strom Thurmond transferred to the party. Like I know the whole ass history, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, my point is, where's been the modern democratic movement internally that bubbled up and it moved the party? The Republican Party in recent years have had two of them, the MAGA movement and the Tea Party. And as ridiculous as they seem to us, they moved the party. Why hasn't the Democratic Party moved? There's no bubble up like that. Well, guess what? Let's start one. Let's get crazy. Y'all crazy? Y'all gotta be crazy. Y'all been hanging out with me for 5 hours. You gotta be absolutely insane. Let's do it. So next week, I'm gonna tell the team, let's start having this conversation. Maybe the conversation is it the school board? We need something small because we need to come in under the radar.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And it needs to start making a difference.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna show up on nobody's shit until it's too fucking late.
Right.
Well,
hopefully y'all can
I think what you're
language.
Yeah, I think what you're saying too in the discussion is to get people going, would it make a difference in an Afrocentric education if we had a Black school board? How would education be different?
Well, I think we gotta really, like, when we get it together, I think we really gotta determine what does that education look like? Because black representation ain't what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Black revolution. So I'm talking about me and Gene on the school board. Because we ain't voting that bullshit in, right? Like we on some they on that bullshit.
No way.
Right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Not.
So it ain't just Black people, because we got Black people in representation already. So I'm not talking about Black people. I'm talking about ideology. That's going.
We have to teach the right world history, not.
Oh, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be nuanced. And honestly, this is why you need think tanks, because you got to get down to the one. It's got to get all the way. Like, do y'all know who? What's the white boy that changed the Democratic? I mean,
education.
The
teacher from Atlanta, and he had his own school later on.
The political strategist that, like, he came up under Strom Thurmond. Robert Lee. He came up under Strom. Man, let me Google it.
I can see his face and can't think of his name. I know who you're talking about.
Because he said, I don't care if I'm a Republican or a Democrat. He just was trying to be successful. And then he trained under Strom. Oh God, who is we get Stan? Oh fuck. This is bothering me. Who's political I'm probably doing this too much. Strategist under Strom Thurmond. He changed the modern Lee Atwater. His name is Lee
Atwater.
Yeah. Google if y'all not familiar with him, Google him, look him up. But it wasn't like,
He's no
oh,
joke.
we're gonna do all of this. He's like one that said abortion. You know what I mean? What's the one issue that just it don't say white supremacy?
Right.
You know what I mean? It don't say it, but it say it. What's the one issue in the black community that like on the school board level, if you ain't for this, that mean you ain't our people and we vote your ass out. And but it's like something that's it's subtle. It ain't like overt, like fuck white people. Like that would probably draw a flag, right?
Right.
But it's like I can't. I don't know. But this is why political think tanks are important because they're sitting around trying to figure out what's the one thing that makes sense. And then maybe it ain't the school board, right? Maybe it's the water commission. Like I don't really honestly I don't know, but I'm trying to get us to start to think about how do you move a country?
That's what I was thinking about too. Those commission positions are generally kind of quiet. And here in West Virginia, there's so few black folks. Years ago, when I moved back, one person, and I'm politically oriented.
Yes, you are.
I was supporting his position. His son was in my yard. His name was a Jewish name at the end. I can't think of what it is or what it was. He got elected. You never saw a picture of him. I haven't any doubt that many people that voted for him were shocked to find out he was a black man.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
See what I'm
Yep.
saying? But he had
And
to
I don't,
go ahead, sis.
because they were going by the name. There's so few black folks here in West Virginia. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty well known.
Well, I know
But
you
anyway,
you
but
out
that
there.
is, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
No, I'm saying you out there. I know you be in
He
it.
said you're out there.
Yeah,
Oh,
you be
okay.
in it.
Okay.
Sis is politically active. So you get though what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying
Yeah,
to
but also I'm thinking. I mean, I really like the school board idea,
Yeah, me
I've
too.
even had this crazy thought that dadgummit, even though I told people not to vote for me to be the person that I was at the Hickmajig, uh, I don't know that I could do it for school board because I'm great grandchildren in England. Okay, so I've been around a while. But anyway,
But you okay,
I
but I like it that you even like the school board idea. I don't know. I was just trying.
Yeah, I
I
do
mean,
too.
like
I do
I've
too.
been spinning my
oh,
wheels
definitely,
School
definitely,
board, yeah. School
definitely.
board,
My
definitely.
because
thing,
I'm over voting for. I don't give a shit who's the president, and that ain't it. We gotta get way more strategic
Yep.
in our
Yep.
local areas
Local.
and things
Yep.
that because like
The
what
home
thank you,
front.
sis. But what made me think about this is my home district, not my home district, my where I grew up at. Like it's like, man, I think 2,000 people vote in the mayoral election. You know what I mean? So you're
Mhm.
like literally talking about you swing 200 votes and you can win. This is
Right.
most of
Right.
our
Right.
realities, though. Most of
Right.
our stuff ain't Detroit, ain't Chicago, ain't New York, right? Like
no,
we're in small places where if we just had a little bit of thought, a little bit of energy, a little bit like I'm an internet nerd, right? So if you just a little bit can swing everything. And then you take over that, and then now you control that. And then now over the next 20 years, you generate different type of children that come out with
Right.
different types of education. So
Right.
I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about 20 years from now.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But
Yep.
this is how we going to win. We're not about to overpower this machine tonight.
Right.
I
Nope.
love these discussions. It ain't gonna happen tonight. But in 20 years, we do the right things. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
One
And
bite at a time.
it ain't gotta be the person out front talking loud and victim of the sniper rifle or any of that. It
Like
can
you
just,
can't let that go.
yeah,
I
oh no,
know,
listen,
yes.
I ain't going, sister, I ain't going, because I ain't gonna do
We
it.
ain't time for nobody.
Bruh, homeboy trying to see the world. I'm trying to travel. I'm bougie. Yeah, if y'all really know me, if y'all really follow, you know I'm bougie. I got my
You're
wine. I'm
bougie.
pinky up,
You're
baby.
bougie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all that. I'm all that. I'm a mess. Like, I mean, I'm Naomi Taylor's baby boy. So
I'd
Oh,
like to
that's right.
I'd like to throw in an idea.
come on.
Uh, we come back next week. Somehow or other, I've got to maybe put a big piece of paper in front of me so that I remember to get online for the meeting and stuff. But anyway, think what are those other positions in the area where you live? Those down ballot positions
Yeah.
that you see maybe one or two people running for, or maybe you see empty spots.
Yeah.
Think about those positions.
Yeah. Be
Think
one
about
person
somebody
running.
that could
It'd
fit
be
in
one,
that
yeah, it'd be
position.
one, yeah.
Think about that. One of the things that's happened here and is still happening. Very intelligent guy, and he keeps running for Tara Miller's position. He has not had any other political position. I think he has his doctorate in something or other. Black guy. I haven't any doubt that he's kind of above the idea of a different level position.
Okay.
That's another battle
like
that I'm not willing to fight.
Let's think about it for next week. I like that. So that's what we're gonna come back with next week. We're gonna talk about.
So next week I'm gonna need people to talk about.
Yeah.
Are you running for
I'm trying
what
to
is your
get the
experience in politics?
I'm trying to get the name. I'm trying to get the name, but right now we're gonna go with fucking shit up. All right.
Oh, God.
Only because y'all my people. And y'all know I'm messy anyway, but I mean I'm serious. I'm really serious about this
Oh, God.
tank idea. We gotta shake. Listen, man, the status
I am
quo.
too, because I'm the one black person that is at all these right political meetings and look around. Okay, yep, I'm it again.
Yeah.
I am
Mhm.
Well, let's mess things up. I get clean with y'all. Let's mess things up. So I think next week let's go with we're gonna talk about messing things up,
Let's shake
and then I
things
want to
up. How
get.
about that?
You say it again.
Let's shake things up.
Shake things up. All right, y'all being
That's
cute.
too clean.
I was about to say, by the time Tuesday come, you get that email, you're gonna be like, Brother Freddie was on the team. Like, nah, we need to just say
Come on now. Come on.
we fucking shit up after. So if y'all see that, I won. Because I
We know.
want you to know the whole team gonna be like, nah, we can't say that.
Can't say that.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna get on the show anyway and say it. They know it though.
Of course you are.
Of course you are. Of course you are. That's why
You
y'all gonna
are.
show up because
Oh, yeah,
no,
we
but
did.
we just gotta fix. Listen. We are in trouble, man. I just want to sound the alarm. We need to sound. Y'all been sounding. This is why I love talking to this community because y'all understand the goddamn house on fire. Why we all acting like everything cool? This shit is not cool. Like, and it might be cool for me because I could just take my little family and move off into another country and we
And
good.
I can follow you. Remember your wife?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's fun? Well, where's the fun in that, right? Don't you want to shake some shit up? Like, let's
Oh,
shake some
yeah.
shit up.
Oh,
At
yeah.
least on the way out. Damn.
Definitely.
Don't just leave it status quo. But I appreciate y'all, man, being here. We've been here way too long. Y'all know I'm supposed to be gone.
Okay,
I
bye-bye.
always say that anyway.
All right,
But I
bye-bye.
appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank y'all for being
You're
here.
welcome. Good evening, everyone.
Good
Thank you.
Good
This
evening,
was the
everyone.
best meeting. Like I didn't fall asleep.
You didn't fall asleep. No, we're gonna keep it spicy now.
Yeah, it's like
But I do appreciate all y'all being here.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go lay down, go to bed. It's
Great
time.
meeting. Thank
Grandma
you.
said, go home. Y'all ain't gotta get home. Y'all ain't gotta go home. You gotta get up out of here. Love,
All right.
peace, and blessings to y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right.
Gotta go to Dr. Ada's
Thank you. Good night.
Okay.
See you
Good
next
night.
Yeah, Dr. A.
Dr.
All
Ada's
right, good
class
night.
now.
All right, tonight, y'all on
Tonight
class.
at
I'm
9
going to
o'clock.
bed.
9 o'clock.
Y'all have a blessed